Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. As you can see in the picture today, let's start the story of what if Issei was killed and got harem with Ilia. Prologue: a strange young girl, illyasviel von Einzbern, daughter of EMIYA Kiritsugu and illyasviel von Einzbern, the sealed vessel for the Lesser Holy Grail, magical girl, and current wielder of both Kaleidostics Ruby and Sapphire. Right now, she trudged in a forest, not sure what was going on. She carefully weaved through the forest alone, scratched, bruised, and still hurting from her last battle. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. She needed to go. She needed to keep moving. Ruby and Sapphire were both asleep, so she can't even fly. Then again, her body was way too tired to even try, even if they were awake. Instead, she continued to trudge on, continuing to reach somewhere safe, somewhere she can rest. She soon reached a park. Breathing a sigh of relief, only to feel her breath hitch and her heart stop for a second when she saw a boy and a girl there. No, it wasn't that she was scared of being spotted. In fact, she would be very grateful if they could help her. No, the reason why she was scared, why she was so frightened at the moment, was simply by virtue of what she heard the girl ask the boy. "Will you die for me?" This would seem like some sort of weird marriage question. Asking a person if they would die for them. The romantic people would generally just say yes, or some sort of variant of no, because I will live for you. But it was instantly clear to her how wrong that thought was when the girl opened her wings. Black, feathery wings, like those fallen angels she has read so much about in various manga and seen in certain anime. Not all of them were good. In her hand was a spear of light. And so, she did what she thought was the only thing she could do. She has neither the prana nor the time to install a card. It was taking all her effort just to run, but that is what she did. For the boy who was dragged into something he doesn't really know about. She hurled herself at the boy and forced him out of the way. The bolt of light snagged at her back, and she let out a small cry of pain. Issei was having the greatest day of his life. He was on his first date with his first girlfriend. It was almost the perfect time for him to lose his first kiss. A park abandoned, without anyone around. The sun was just about to set. It was like the perfect place to kiss, and maybe even a bit of Issei chuckled in a very perverted manner, but the keyword was. He was having the greatest day of his life. But that all changed with a single question that stabbed at that perfect day. A question from his girlfriend that he was not sure he could answer. "Will you die for me?" Everything after that was a blur. Yuma suddenly grew wings, her hand holding onto a spear that seemed to be glowing, and in an instant the spear was hurled. He didn't even have the time to react. He could barely even process the thought that he was about to die. But he lived, even if it's just for a short while. He lived, because a little girl, probably in her elementary years, threw herself onto him and they both managed to get out of the way. "Wawa?" He couldn't help but say those words. "What are you trying to do, Yuma-kan?" Che, an interference. "No matter," Yuma said offhandedly. She prepared another light spear. "Run!" the little girl in his arms told him. He scrambled up, trying to carry the little girl away from there, but it was too late. They were both pierced by the light spear. Him through his stomach, the girl through her heart. When the spear disappeared, both of them simply collapsed on the ground. "Sorry about this. You were a threat to us, so Yuma tried talking to him, but Issei could no longer listen. He chose to ignore her, instead focusing on his thoughts. He was rapidly losing consciousness, and there is no way he would bother listening to her now. He just got a little girl trying to save him get killed. Maybe if he just left her, no, she would have just gotten killed regardless. Yuma left soon after, but Issei paid no mind to that. A piece of paper, something he received earlier that day, was neatly folded in his pocket. He strained his hand from the little girl's back and in front of his face. Blood. The blood of a little girl that died. Some of his blood must have gotten mixed in it too, but all he could think of was the fact that it was the blood of a little savior. He reached his hand to that paper. It said that it would grant him a wish, right? Well, right now he has one. He wants to be reborn. He doesn't want to die here. He had so much to live for. No, his mind eventually corrected his own selfish desires. What he really wants is for this little girl to be saved. He wanted to save her. "I wish that I can save her," these words echoed through the woods. And in an instant he heard a voice. He couldn't truly understand the words she said. His hearing has long since deteriorated to a mere fraction of what it once was. His eyesight has already started fading as well. The world was a blur, a complete and utter mess of orange, red, purple, and black. His sight started growing dimmer too. That must be his eyelids shutting. But before closing his eyes, before truly lost consciousness, he thought he saw a single detail that differed from the sunset sky. Beautiful crimson hair. His eyes closed, but not before he had one last thought. Was this the person that would grant his wishes? Well then, I wished to save her, haha, how pathetic. He couldn't even say the words when the wish granter arrived. Rias Gremory stood above the fallen duo. She cursed herself for not having known what happened. She cursed herself for being complacent. 2 people just died from what appears to be a powerful bolt of light. That means either angels or the fallen had arrived at her territory, and she hadn't even noticed them. And upon inspection of the area, she found a black feather. That means it must have been fallen angels. It was her responsibility now to save them. The little girl, probably 10 to 12, was lying down on top of Issei, one of the 3 most infamous perverts in school. It might have been a bit of a scandal if only the 2 didn't have a hole through their bodies. She grimaced upon seeing the last dredges of consciousness seep away from the boy, even as she told him that he would live for her. She looked at the 2's values in terms of pawn pieces. The girl seemed to be worth 3 pawn pieces, interestingly enough, but what made her worry the most is the fact that Issei was worth 8. She had no other pieces in her arsenal that could become worth that much. She had already used one of her rooks, so there was no way she could combine 2 rooks so that the amount would be enough. So she sighed. She may have to part with her last bishop. She quickly decided to leave the girl for later and focus on the one who was worth more. While it seems harsher, she can't help but want such a powerful piece that was potentially worth nearly as much as a queen. She quickly moved the girl away from the boy's chest and began the process of placing the 8 pieces on the chest of the boy. Pouring some of her magic power into it, they began to enter his body. Soon all the 8 pieces have fully entered Issei's body. His wound quickly started closing, as his body started being turned. She smiled. Now it was the little girl's turn. The Holy Grail heard his wish. Although sealed in the body of a dying little girl, although it was similarly exhausted from the battle that the little girl faced beforehand, it still heard such a heartfelt wish. Or maybe it was because the vessel was dying that the seal had become loose enough that it heard such a wish, but nonetheless it heard it. Its nature and, by extension, its vessel's nature is to grant wishes. There has never been any other purpose that it existed for other than to grant those wishes. And such a powerful wish, coming from an individual whose mind seems to be filled with lust. The boy wished to save the little girl. He didn't wish for her to just live. He wished to save her. But it wasn't in the boy's capacity to save her. There was no way the boy could save her. But then a devil arrived. The devil was thinking of how to save both of them. It seems that the devil was willing to save both the boy and its vessel. But that would go against the boy's wish. He didn't wish for the devil to save her. He wished to personally have a hand in saving her. The Grail was willing to reject the devil's attempt at saving the girl, so that the boy could have his shot. The devil placed 8 pieces on the boy. They seem to have the ability to resurrect those who are dying or those who recently died at the cost of turning the person into a devil. And upon learning that particular knowledge, it understood what would be necessary for it to fulfill the conditions of the wish. What? Rias gasped as she saw 3 pawn pieces leave the boy's body. She instantly tried to grab them, but she was forced back by what she could only describe as a powerful and strange power. She looked bewildered as the pieces moved towards the little girl's back and entered her body, much like the same way their brethren entered Issei's body. Was that supposed to happen? The young devil looked shocked. She hadn't done a multiple-piece resurrection before, and to see something so strange happen was too surprising in many ways. She watched as the girl too started resurrecting. Her wound was also starting to mend. But there was something different. Issei's body was mending and being turned. But the girl, she wasn't turning. There was no increase of demonic power in the girl. It was healing her, it was saving her, but it seems that upon the completion of their resurrection, the boy had turned fully into a devil, but the girl had remained human. Oh dear, the Grail was pleased with this result. The wish that it was assigned to grant was fulfilled. The boy's pieces and by extension the boy himself had saved its vessel. To further make the emphasis that it was the boy who saved its vessel, it removed the ability of the pieces to turn its vessel into a devil. After all, to the boy, the girl turning to a devil would not have been a truly successful saving. At least not right now, and with this, the boy had saved its vessel. It could feel the seal that its vessel's mother had created for it chain it down once more, as the girl's body realized that it was no longer dying. Truly, this was a successful wish granting. Now, it was time to return to its previous task, the last wish that it granted, the wish that illyasviel von Einzbern last fulfilled. Prologue End. Chapter 1. I start as a devil, not. Rias Gremory was worried. She didn't expect this to happen. The evil piece failed to reincarnate someone into a devil. It did succeed in healing her, there's no doubt, but her new servant was still as human as she had been. This was bad news, for both her and devilkind in general. A glitch in a system created to increase the underworld's forces, and she had to be the unlucky person to encounter it. But she did unintentionally get 2 peerage members worth 11 pawns using only 8 pawns. She needed some sort of technical help. So she quickly decided to contact the only person that she knew could help her brother, Sirzex Lucifer. He should be able to contact Lord Beelzebub quickly if it was brought to his attention. But unfortunately, it might take a while before her brother sees her message, so she better start writing it soon. Rias sighed as she teleported all 3 of them to the clubroom. Welcome back, Bucho. Aquino greeted as she set down her tea. Oh my, are those 2? The black-haired girl looked at the 2 beings that Rias had brought alongside her. Kaneko quickly looked to see what Aquino was fussing about, and Kiba also stopped doing his homework just to take a peek. Correct, Aquino, these 2 are new members of our family. Rias smiled, they're both pawns. In fact, I used up all my pawns for both of them. She decided not to mention the anomaly that happened. It was best not to worry them too much. The girl seems to be an elementary student, Kiba observed. And isn't that boy the pervert senpai? Kaneko noted. Rias chuckled. Yes, it's Hayate Issei from second year. She quickly motioned for them to put the 2 onto the couches. Kaneko instantly moved to carry the little girl, whilst Kiba took Issei and placed him on the couch. Rias looked over both of them. They don't seem to be injured anymore. True, but that should be expected, from the reincarnation process, don't you think, Bucho? Aquino looked amused at the worry that Rias was showing. Rias was slightly amused at what Aquino was trying to imply. But she didn't deny anything, nor would she say that the reason why she was worried so much is because of the abnormality that happened. Best keep that secret until Lord Beelzebub has been contacted. Aquino brushed off the strange way Rias was acting and observed a bit more. The girl seems to be worse off than the boy though. Aquino noted. Rias nodded, looking at the state of their clothes. Issei's clothes are still quite okay, if not for the hole that goes through his stomach. A bit of dirt here or there, but otherwise, it seems to be fine. The same could not be said for the girl with long white hair. Apart from the hole that pierced just above her heart, her clothes were also scratched in certain places. There were also stains of what could only be dried blood, too dry to have been from the recently healed hole in her chest. I wonder what her story is. Aquino noted. Bucho, can you tell us what happened to them? They were attacked by a fallen angel, Rias replied. Aquino stiffened but wordlessly allowed her club president to continue. It seems that Issei's girlfriend was a fallen angel in disguise, and she killed Issei on their first date? Kiba asked. He winced at the bad luck his now new family had in his love life. Yes. I don't know how the girl plays a part in all this though. It's possible that she might have been in the wrong place at the wrong time and Issei tried to protect her from the fallen angel. Rias shrugged. Tried to protect? Kaneko asked, confused, and in a bit of a shock to think that the pervert would actually risk his life for someone. That's what it seemed to me. The wish that brought me to him was I want to save her after all, Rias replied. Looks like there is more to Hayadusen than what meets the eye. Kiba nodded. Kaneko seems to have gained a newfound respect for the boy. Not enough to erase the fact that he was a pervert, though. She had heard way too many rants from the upperclassmen, and some of her year to even think of him as anything but. Well, first let's deal with the problems. Kiba, please wash off Issei. While the reincarnation healed him, I don't want him to smell blood on his stomach when he wakes up. Akino, go to Sona. Tell her what happened and ask about Issei's home address. And if possible, try asking about our little pawn's identity. Both of them nodded and walked towards the bathroom and the door respectively. Kaneko, try and repair their clothes, but prioritize Issei. I'd help, but I need to write a letter. Kaneko nodded mutely and walked towards Kiba, who had just finished removing the boy's clothes, and handed it to Kaneko. She quickly started to use her magic power and tried to fix the issue. Rias sighed and walked off to the table, pulling out a sheet of paper. If she was going to contact her brother, might as well make it a letter. After all, she wasn't too sure that her brother wasn't busy that night. She was halfway through the letter when Akino returned, with Sona Citri, the student council president, and Shinra Tsubaki, Sona's queen and vice president, in tow. Issei's clothes were fixed, so Kiba was just busy fixing the clothes onto the boy. Akino smiled and walked over to the boy. Kiba-kun, I got the address. Kiba nodded and the two strolled towards the magic circle, Kiba carrying the unconscious boy. Soon, the two have sent the boy on his way home, most likely on top of his bed as though nothing of note happened. Sona looked around and walked towards the crimson-haired heiress. Rias, I heard you got yourself 2 new pawns. Rias nodded as she looked up from her letter. Yes, they are quite the catch. Rias smiled. Except you do not know who one of them is? Sona challenged. Rias' smile simply grew wider. Sona sighed. So where is this mysterious white-haired elementary student? Kaneko is currently washing her up. Rias responded. She was a bit too dirty. Oh, Akino, can you finish fixing up the girl's clothes? Rias gestured to the clothes left on the wayside. It was partially fixed, but Kiba had finished washing Issei before Kaneko finished. Akino nodded. All right, Bucho. Well, Sona, I think you could help yourself to some tea while we wait for Kaneko to be finished. I still have to finish this letter after all. Sona nodded and walked to the couches with Tsubaki. Sona observed the clothing that Akino was trying to mend. Winter clothes? Hardly appropriate. Sona noted. It's already approaching summer. Maybe she gets cold easily? Kiba wondered as he walked back to the group. Maybe. But what is that? Sona pointed at a rectangular case that was on the side. I can tell it contains quite a bit of magic power. Perhaps she's not as ordinary as you might think. Akino nodded mutely, slightly gesturing for Kiba to take a look. It's not warded, Akino mentioned. Kiba nodded and took the case. English, Kiba mentioned. He then read the script on the bottom of the cards. Archer. Another archer. Saber. Caster. Assassin. Rider. Berserker. Lancer. There is magic power in them. Maybe she uses these cards for casting? He repacked the cards back into its case and set it down. Likely. She's probably a fairly excellent bishop. Sona noted. The unspoken question being, why was she incarnated as a pawn? Yes. Rias nodded. I considered her becoming my other bishop. Though I was unaware of the existence of those cards, she added within her mind. She refuses to show weakness in front of her rival. They remained quiet for the next few minutes, in which Rias finally finished the letter. At the same time, Kiba had finished his homework and Akino had finished fixing the girl's clothes. Clothes. Kaneko called from the shower. Akino daintily walked over and handed the requested object to her. Kaneko and Akino then started working on getting the young girl dressed. The two then carried the girl slowly towards the couch. Kiba obediently moved over slightly, to allow space. Rias looked over and saw something she didn't expect. When she first spotted the girl, she did realize that the dirt must have been making her hair darker than it was, appearing gray instead of white. But now that her hair was clean, her body washed, it was clear how healthy the girl really is. Her white hair glowed in a way that no street urchin would be able to get it, not without a good shampoo or conditioner. Her body itself was really healthy again, something no street urchin would be able to claim. She's thin, but not to the point that it was unhealthy. Both things pointed to a good upbringing. Rias made note of this quickly. Despite her clothes being identified to be winter clothing, they still put the clothes on her. Akino found 2 ornaments buried within the pockets. She decided to tie them up with the girl's pigtails, the 5-pointed star on the right pigtail and the 6 on the left. She can sense the magic power whirring within the ornaments, but it didn't seem to be anything too dangerous. She left the card holder on the table, not sure what to do with it. So, Sona, do you recognize her? This is your territory. Sona dryly replied, I thought I might recognize her, but in the end, you should know better. I'm just here to scout out your new members really. Tsubaki, do you recognize her in any way? No. I have not seen her in the streets either, so either she's an indoors type of person or she's not from around here. Maybe you should look into the missing persons list that the government updates. You might get a hit. Tsubaki advised. Although, if what we do suspect is true and that she's part of a magician group, then we probably won't find anything. We'll do that. Rias sighed. I suppose it would be too much of a stretch, huh? I hope to return her home without scaring her too much, but I guess she'll have to stay here. Let's hope that she won't panic and think she's been kidnapped. Everyone in the room felt themselves shiver at the thought of being accused of kidnapping. Neither Akino nor Sona decided to address the elephant in the room, at least to them. None of the other 3 would notice because they haven't really learned to differentiate between them yet. And Rias already called the girl her pawn. But why was the girl still human? Illyasviel von Einzbern wasn't sure what's going on around her at the moment. She woke up in a strange room. Red colored the walls, and it kind of hurt her eyes seeing red first thing in the morning. I think it's morning. Ilia idly thought. Sure, it's the color of her eyes, but this was an entirely different thing. She sat up and felt something strange. Her clothes were once more quite comfy. Looking down at herself, Ilia noticed something odd. When was it fixed? Ilia was sure that her clothes had been so scratched it's hard to believe that it was still capable of doing its basic job of keeping her clothed and warm. She felt a phantom pain on her chest, not sure as to why it hurt, though she can guess. I'm supposed to be dead. Ilia murmured, then added in her mind, but I'm alive, there's no doubt about that. If I wasn't, then I don't think I would be feeling this painful. Ilia tried scrambling off the couch, not realizing how difficult it was to move before it was too late. She crashed on the floor, scaring a white cat awake. Sorry about that. Ilia apologized to the cat. The cat looked balefully at her and nodded. Huh! The cat understood me? Ilia wasn't sure as to how the cat would, but it seems like it did. She tried stretching a few of her muscles and standing up. Now, she was starting to feel phantom pains of every injury she had. Ilia pulled up her sleeves and looked at the skin on her forearm. She wasn't even blemished from all the scratches she knew she received. She had already half expected a few scars, not for everything to just heal up. She looked up to see a bat flitting around. It headed out the window quickly. I don't have enough power to even install assassin, Illya sighed. There was no way she can jump down that far. Speaking of assassin, she grasped at her leg, looking for her cards. When she realized it wasn't there, she looked around carefully and found the card holder lying on the table. She picked up the object and placed it on its rightful place. She sighed and sat back down. She checked if all the cards were in there. It seems like they were. She looked at the door and thought of trying to open it and seeing where it leads her. She shrugged and pulled it. It opened easy enough, and she was soon walking outside the building. Behind her trailed the cat, walking a little bit behind. It looks like a school, Illya thought. She paled slightly at how the school looked though this is so high class that I find my own school kind of inadequate. Illya walked around a little bit more. She soon found herself at the school gates. Illya looked around and nodded, quickly getting out. She didn't notice a bird trailing after her as well as the cat. Illya walked down the streets and eventually found herself facing a windowed wall, which, because of the light, had a semi-reflective surface. She looked at herself with it. When did I tie ruby and sapphire into my hair? Illya blankly reached for the two immobile mystic codes, but neither seems to be functioning. Guess you two are still asleep, huh? She was sure the two are still repairing themselves from the last bout, but she didn't think they would still be out of juice. Weren't you two supposed to be the best mystic codes in existence? Chuckling at the thought of whatever retort the two might come up with if they heard that thought, she continued walking. She didn't bother asking for directions. Even if she could just walk up to someone and ask them to direct her to the station, and then catch a train to get to Fuyuki, she simply ignored them. She didn't bother trying to find a way home. There's no way she would be able to get home anyway. Issei, a member of the infamous pervert trio of Kuoh Academy, saw the little white-haired girl as they walked. He wasn't sure why he noticed her so quickly, as he was fairly certain he hadn't degenerated to a pedophile quite yet. At least he didn't think so, but as he looks at the girl walking around a corner, he couldn't help but decide to follow her. Even if he did have to forego the hentai marathon that Matsuda was offering, and so, with tearful eyes of regret, he turned to the other two. He saluted, and even with their sudden confusion he said, "Oh, I just remembered, but I think my little sister needed me to do some shopping. See ya." As blatant a lie as that one was, he was still going with it just to see their reactions. "Wait, huh? Since when did Issei have a sister? Oi. Introduce us, damn it." But Issei had already disappeared from sight. The two looked shocked and screamed, "Traitor!" Issei laughed as he left the two in the dust. He quickly caught up to the little girl, as she was only walking and he was running. "Hey, wait! You white telele! Wait up!" Issei called to her. He didn't bother paying attention to the weird murmurs of the surrounding people, as the only one that mattered at the moment was the little girl. The girl turned around and looked at the boy in surprise. Issei felt a strange connection between the two of them, and they both stared at each other's eyes for quite a while. Neither of them was entirely sure how to react. Issei was sure that the girl was the same one from yesterday, the one that got stabbed alongside him. He opened his mouth to say something, but then he heard a strange voice. "Excuse me, but I'd like you to come with me to the station." "Eh?" Issei could barely comprehend what just happened as he felt a firm hand on his shoulder. It didn't help that it seems like the girl didn't understand the situation either. The police sighed and pinched his nose. What was going through the man's mind need not be said. Issei could practically hear that thought just from seeing the man's face. What is with kids and their strike zones these days? Issei could feel tears well up in his eyes as to how unfair this situation was. "I swear I wasn't trying to do anything to her." Issei found himself in Dejiza as he bowed to the police officer. He wasn't entirely sure why he was in Dejiza, as he was certain he didn't do anything wrong, but he still did it. The tears that were welling up earlier was practically flowing now. He didn't want a criminal record. To be fair, he was grateful of one thing: the girl was also defending him, and not accusing him of bad things. Now that he thought about it, the girl was definitely the same one from yesterday. "I just thought she looked like someone I met yesterday, and I just wanted to talk to her. That's all, I swear." "What do you have to say about that, little girl?" The police officer sighed. "I do remember seeing him yesterday," the girl replied. "But it was when a scary girl was trying to kill us." "Huh? Did she just say that out loud? So Yuma did try to kill him? Trying to kill you?" The police officer looked alarmed, as he quickly pulled out a separate sheet of paper. "Can you describe the event?" "I was at a park, and just happened to see him and the girl. The girl had a spear thing, and was trying to stab him. I pushed him out of the way, and well, I don't remember much after that." She didn't lie per se, but it seems that she has no intention of telling everything. Well, Issei was sure he can roll with it. Maybe telling someone of his troubles would help him. "It was my first date too. And it was going so perfectly, she was having fun and everything. Then she said she only dated me to kill me." "Okay, now that was depressing." The girl and the police officer winced. "That's some bad luck," the police officer said, not sure what to say. The girl walked over and patted him on the back. "I'm sure you'll find a better girl." The girl brightly smiled. The boy nodded, and thought back to Rias-senpai. He grinned, his right hand itching slightly. Did he want a hug back? Well, he was a man of instinct. He hugged the girl. "Thanks, so I'm hired to Issei. Friends call me Issei." "Illyasviel von Einzbern," she replied with a smile. She looked slightly uncomfortable. So what? Illya is fine, she replied. Okay, Iriyakin, close. She smiled. Excuse me, but as I recall, you mentioned a psychopathic girlfriend on the loose. Care to describe her? The police officer asked. Issei nodded and was about to describe her when a new voice came in. That won't be necessary. Crimson hair, the color of blood, entered the interrogation room. Rias Gremory, the girl he saw back at school, one of the two great ladies of his school, arrived. Rias wasn't exactly surprised by the girl's decision to report to the authorities, but she was most certainly panicked by it. If the human police get involved with the supernatural, they'd likely get killed. And well, unfortunately, even if the devils were at war with the fallen, they were all in common agreement that humankind should remain unaware of their existence in order to retain their peace. So they would most certainly cover the deaths up, which is very difficult, with all the paperwork and the number of dead people. And so, the moment Kaneko and Kiba told her about the girl and her other pawn being escorted to a police station, she had immediately dropped everything she's doing and went after them. Fortunately, she arrived just as the police officer restarted questioning. She did have some doubts on why the girl of her 3 pawns was hugging the boy. That won't be necessary. She quickly readied her hypnotism magic. She looked at the two of them. Don't you two say a word until I bring you back to the club room. The white-haired girl nodded mutely. The boy also nodded, and his eyes were most certainly on her. It went from her hair to her bust, and now it was staying there. She sighed and quickly finished removing the memory of the two's police visit. Just make it seem as though the visit ended with just them being let go. She quickly destroyed the papers the man was writing on, and checked for any recording devices in the area. Once she was done, she looked at the two, and conjured a magic circle. I had hoped that our meeting could have gone better. Let's go. She walked towards the magic circle and beckoned the two to follow. The two nodded and stepped on the circle, and the scenery changed. Illya wasn't entirely sure what to make of the incident. First, she found herself looking at the boy she had pushed away yesterday, then they got escorted to the police station with the boy being accused of being a pedophile. She was able to convince the policeman that the boy was probably not trying to hit on her. Then when the boy was telling his story, Illya felt a strange urge to touch the boy, though she wasn't entirely sure why the Issei chose to hug her, but she didn't even reject it. She half expected to want to push him away, but she felt fine. And then the crimson-haired girl just arrived out of nowhere and sort of did stuff. Illya was sure she saw hypnotism there, and after that, everything just happened, and before she knew it, she was back in the room she came from. Well, she was grateful enough to be back in a vaguely familiar area. The red doesn't hurt as much as it did when she woke up. Or was it the red in the first place? Now that she was more awake than she was earlier, she could sense a strange energy in the room, practically rolling over her. She shook her head and focused on the other people who occupied the room. Oh, looks like our runaway has come back. A black-haired girl chuckled as she was gathering tea. A blonde boy was sitting on the couch and waved at them. A fellow whitehead nodded as she continued munching on her food. Well, I suppose now is the best time to introduce ourselves. The girl who brought them there smiled. She turned to the two and smiled. I am Rias Gremory, 3rd year and club president of the Occult Research Club. Her name, not to mention her look, seems to be foreign, so Illya automatically assumed Gremory is her surname. Himejima Akino, 3rd year vice president. The black-haired girl from earlier bowed as well. Tuja Kaneko, 1st year. The other white-haired girl in the room told her, and I'm Kiba Yudo, 2nd year. The handsome blonde boy smiled. Illya could hear Issei's teeth grit at the sight, and she had to laugh a bit. Kiba did look like the kind of person who would attract many girls. Illya was actually surprised that his name was so Japanese while he had blonde hair. Illya bowed. I am Illyasviel von Einzbern, 5th grade, and I'm Hayada Issei, 2nd year. She heard Issei mentioned beside her. Friends call me Issei. Illyasviel. Issei, you two must be wondering why I brought you here. Well, I assumed that you were the one to heal us from the attack from that fallen angel. Issei was quick to pick up on this and nodded. Oh yeah, I remember you being there, Ria-senpai. Issei excitedly said. You were the one who showed up. I don't remember you because my eyes were blurry back then, but your hair was definitely there. Indeed. Riasen chuckled. Now let me tell you why I brought you here. First of all, let's begin with something simple. The other three stood up, and Rias was walking towards the table in the middle. She turned around and smiled. All of us here are devils. And with that, all four opened up bat-like wings from their backs. Well, needless to say, both of them were quite shocked. And I, Rias am your master. Kiba looked at the two pawns. They had spent the past few minutes rather quiet digesting the information they'd been given. All right, Issei was the first to speak. So you're devils? Yes. Master answered. And we're devils too? Well, you are Issei. Huh. Kiba was surprised. My, is there something you did not tell us last night, Butcho? Ikena-san asked. Kaneko also looked surprised, so it seems like he wasn't the only one out of the loop. I'm not a devil? illyasviel asked. I sent a message to my brother about that, Butcho said. But it seems that the evil piece did not reincarnate you properly. Then, Butcho then hastily added, take warning that there hasn't been a precedent, and it might be dangerous to you to have an evil piece yet not be a devil. There doesn't seem to be a problem, though, but okay. illyasviel nodded. Though I don't really want to become a demon. Devil, not demon. Butcho automatically corrected. Well, it was pretty offensive. There is a fine line that separates us devils from demons, though that's just a matter of pride. Well, it can be forgiven, as illyasviel is probably new to this. Sorry. The girl nodded sheepishly. Well, I'll tell you too what being a devil entails. Butcho smiled. Devils have longer lives than humans. We could go to 1,000, and we still would live for quite a while. We're naturally stronger as well, so I'll have to train you too in some physical exercises to get you up to par to us devils' natural strength. So, Butcho is already considering illyasviel as a devil. Kiba noted. It would only be a matter of consulting Lord Beelzebub in the first place, so he supposed it's a given. Reincarnated devils are automatically considered as low-class devils. However, you both can still go higher depending on your actions. Getting contracts, and fighting in raiding games, you can improve your standing in devil society. Once you're up to my level, a high-class devil, you will be considered to get your own peerage. Butcho smiled. You mean, I can get my own harem? Issei automatically jumped at that chance. A harem? illyasviel looked at her fellow pawn with surprise. Yeah, I'm aiming to be a harem king. Pervert, was Kaneko's first word in this entire conversation. Issei flinched as though crushed by an invisible rock on his head. Yes, I see. If you'd like, you can fill your entire peerage with girls. Butcho smiled, like an elder sister laughing at her little brother's antics. Now, are there any other questions? She smiled, though she specifically looked to illyasviel. These pieces can resurrect the dead? illyasviel asked. Only within a few minutes of their death, Butcho replied. Kiba automatically turned away. He had asked the same thing, and he had a rather bad reaction. But it seems that illyasviel just accepted that reply and closed her eyes. Where would I sleep? illyasviel asked. I don't exactly have a house I can stay at any more out of respect for the girl. None of them asked what she meant, though the implication is rather clear. Unfortunately, you can't really stay alone at the student dorms as you are a bit too young. Butcho looked around. Kaneko? Risky, was the second smallest girl's reply. Kaneko looked apologetic and worried. Risky in what way? Kiba didn't exactly know the answer to that question. Butcho nodded, and placed her hand on Kaneko's shoulders. Kaneko stiffened slightly but relaxed soon afterwards. Butcho looked at Ikena-san but decided to shake her head before Ikena-san could say anything. Kiba laughed silently, at least, knowing the reason why Butcho would not let Ilia stay with Ikena-san. Butcho was probably worried about letting Ilia be prey to some of Ikena-san's fetishes. I think my house still has a spare room, Issei replied. We have 2 guest rooms, so it should be fine to let Ilia sleep in one. Kiba chuckled, noting that Issei probably wouldn't be considered at all considering his reputation. And then Issei added, my mother would probably be happy to take care of a girl as well. Well, that changes things. Kiba noted. If Issei's mom was going to take care of Ilia, then there's no question that Issei's house is probably the best place to put Ilia in. I don't have any other clothes besides these. Ilia pointed at herself. Kiba winced. Those clothes, which were torn to the point of being worthless, were the only clothes she has. Well, I do have another dress, but it's not for normal wear. For occasions? For using magic, Ilia replied. So she can use magic, then she seems to be a good bishop candidate. Why did Bucho choose to make her a pawn, even wasting 3 pawns when 1 bishop was enough? It's weekend tomorrow, so we can probably go shopping, Issei replied. Ilia nodded. I'll come along to help pick out your clothes, Eliakim. Bucho can pay. Akino smiled. Bucho sighed slightly but nodded. Kaneko, are you free tomorrow? Yes. I'm free, Kaneko replied. Shopping is fine. But first things first. Issei has room for her, right? Well, I suppose I should introduce myself to your parents, as well. Kiba noted that Bucho seemed to be a part worried, part excited, although he's not exactly sure where the enthusiasm comes from. To say Rias was excited was actually quite a bit of an understatement. This would mark the first time she actually gets to meet family members of her peerage. The only one among her peerage with a living parent would be Akino, and Rias wasn't exactly keen on meeting one of the heads of the Grigori. Only Kaneko had a sibling, and Rias was also certainly not going to hunt an SS-level criminal just because of curiosity in Kaneko's past. Both of them hate their respective relatives, so there's no point in that anyway. But now, she had one with an actual family. Maybe she can learn how an actual normal Japanese family lives. Should she stay for dinner? She hopes that being in her uniform is good enough for this meeting. Ria-senpai, you can come in. Isei's voice cut through her thoughts, and she found herself staring at nothing while her 2 pawns looked at her in confusion. It was already late when they finished their chat at the clubroom, and so night has most certainly arrived. She shook her head once more and focused on the present. Issei was holding open the door, while Illya was already removing her shoes. Rias nodded and entered the door, which Issei safely shut behind him. Cousin, I'm home, Issei called as he too removed his shoes. Rias quickly copied the 2 and placed her shoes next to Ilya's. Footsteps were heard from where Rias believed to be the kitchen, if the smell of food was any indication. Ah, welcome home, Issei. You're a bit late. A woman poked her head out of the doorway she heard the footsteps from. This must be Isei's mother. It's nice to meet you, Okasama. Rias bowed to the woman. The woman bowed her head back, but did not say more. The woman's head quickly snapped back into the kitchen. Rias could faintly hear the quickened heartbeat of the mother. She was also chattering to another person in the room, presumably Isei's father. Issei brought home a foreigner. A little kid was with them. She called me Okasama. Rias wasn't exactly sure what the mother meant by that. In the meantime, Issei seems to have heard it. He seems close to banging his head on the wall. Huh! Was there anything special about being brought home? This was just a normal family visit, right? And so, that is illyasviel's situation. Issei was happy that Ria-senpai was the one talking. He wouldn't know the first thing to do if it's to convince his parents to let a girl live with them. So, she wasn't your child. Hey cousin, why is there a trace of disappointment in your tone? Issei could just feel himself to be tearing up at the sheer lack of trust. Cousin, in the first place, Eliakim's way too old to be my kid. I don't understand how anyone would be able to get that wrong in the first place. Eliakim muttered, though soft enough that only Issei and Ria-senpai would be able to hear it. Well, forgive your mother, she panicked. But if you ever do end up with a child, Issei, please take responsibility for whoever you got pregnant, alright? Tusan, I'd do that in a heartbeat to begin with. What makes you think I would just leave whoever I had a kid with behind? Issei retorted. And then he realized something was his father just teasing him? Before he could continue with that train of thought, he was interrupted by his father's voice. That's my boy. Oh, and if you actually end up doing it, please use protection so that you don't have kids too soon. Issei simply slammed his forehead onto the table. That's enough already. I can't succumb this entire conversation enough. Issei's tears burst forth as he couldn't take it. Tusan laughed loudly, clearly amused by Issei's reactions. He then turned to the clearly amused redhead, his voice taking a slightly more serious tone once more. So, you just want us to let Eliakim stay here? Yes, if at all possible. My family will provide some money for Ilya's upkeep and tuition fees. I'm more worried for her though. Issei is a naughty fiend. It might be dangerous to have her live with him. Oi! Cousin! This is your one and only son you're talking about. Issei could practically feel his tears flow. Issei is nice. I'm sure he won't hurt me. Ilia came to his defense. Issei couldn't help but feel happy. A girl was defending him. Granted, she's too young, but a girl was defending him. Well, would you? Rias asked. I always did want a daughter, cousin wistfully said. Very well, Ilya, you can stay in one of the bedrooms. Problem solved, I suppose? Issei grinned. Ilya didn't seem to mind. And Ilia is pretty cute. Maybe she'll call me Oniken. He giddily thought to himself, grinning widely as they continued to eat. When dinner was over, Ria-senpai, or Bucho, as he should probably call her now, left the house. Ilia was quickly shown which bedroom she'll take. After a good bath, and a trip to the convenience store for a toothbrush, they all went to sleep. Ilia was given Issei's old pajamas to wear. Issei collapsed upon his bed, his grin not fading. Best day ever. He was able to meet the two great ladies, join their club, and get a cute little sister alongside it. He raised his right hand and grinned. It's time for his conquest of the world of harems. He shall be king of harems. As he laughed slightly, he realized something strange. Issei blinked at the strange sight. Was this part of the devil thing too? Well, no matter. Issei shrugged as he put down his right hand. He didn't care, he needed some sleep. It's been a long day. He turned around and slept. He decided not to care too much. His right hand that was now adorned with a 5-pointed star, enclosed by a circle, and underneath, wrapping around the bottom of the circle, are fairy wings. Rias was still wide awake that night, alongside Sona. Only the two of them were in the room. Their respective queens have already turned in for the night. There was no true rush to sleep for either of them. It was the weekend tomorrow. No school. So, the two decided to spend the night worrying about the anomalous pawn, illyasviel von Einzbern. No matter where I look, there is no one in the world that matches illyasviel von Einzbern's name or even her face. Sona told her. Maybe a recluse magician family? Rias pondered. Didn't bother keeping up with the times? Bothered enough to send her to school. 5th grade. And if she got into school, that means she had documents. You're right, maybe she did not have documents in the first place? If they're magicians, they might have the ability to hypnotize people. It might be enough to get her through school, maybe. But what school did she used to attend? I don't know. Rias replied. I did not foresee her not having any information available. Sona nodded. She then thought to bring up something that she couldn't bring up earlier. Furthermore, why was she still human, Rias? Rias smiled, already knowing the fact that Sona had noticed that discrepancy. I should receive a reply from Aniasima soon, Rias replied. I suspect Lord Beelzebub would be very interested in that too. Hopefully he can fix it soon. Do you truly think she'll allow herself to become a devil? I'd think so. She doesn't exactly have anywhere else to go to, according to her. She didn't seem truly averse to the idea either, so she might accept it. Also, we have no precedent of an evil piece within a human, without the evil piece overriding the soul into a reincarnated devil. There might be a few problems if that was the case. Some people would prefer death over being converted into what people refer to as demons, Rias. Illya doesn't seem like it though. Rias, be careful with her, okay? She's an unknown, and she'll open up to us. In due time. Much like Yuto. Rias firmly replied. She hesitated slightly but continued, You did not see it, Sona. The face when she mentioned her home. That trauma is clearly still fresh in her mind. Most likely it was very recent. She took a deep breath, remembering the state of the girl's body when they first met. Akino told me about the lingering magic power that was on her clothes. Only the hole through her chest was tainted by light energy. The rest, the scratches and tears, seemed to be caused by some form of malevolent energy. Possibly a stray devil attacked her. If it was a stray devil that attacked her, then it's likely that the same devil was the one to slay her family. Do you truly believe that she would just let herself become a devil if that was the case? She didn't know a thing about devils. Rias was starting to get slightly annoyed at how insistent Sona is being with that theory. I already said that she knew just about as much as my other pawn did when it comes to our society. I'll take your word for it, Rias, but take heed. Sona sighed. If she is ever to be a liability, don't say I didn't warn you. I'll be fine. But first, I'm going to create a few fake documents for Illya. If she doesn't have documentation, then might as well make them. You'll need to ask for a few more details like important dates, Rias. The actual documents first, Sona. Rias replied. I guess I know what I'll need to do tomorrow. I suppose I can go home now? Yes. Thanks for your help, Sona. Rias nodded as Sona left the room. She stretched herself and started packing up. She needed to go home and get some shut-eye. She'll worry about everything else when she wakes up. She's not sure if she would be able to deal with this issue as she remembered another piece of information Aquino gave her. A figure sat on the chair at his work table. On his table was an open letter with a neat signature on the bottom of the page that spelled Rias Gremry. The Gremry insignia was marked on the side of the parchment, showing its authenticity. He had just finished reading the letter. He then decided on what he was to do. He stood clearing his table, grabbing his bag of tools and headed out. He'll get to the bottom of this glitch soon, and to do that, he'll have to visit the human world. That night, Issei dreamed. He dreamed of looking at a girl, standing tall and proud. She had long black hair, tied into twin-tails. She was also wearing a red long-sleeved turtleneck with a white cross at the chest area, and a black skirt. She then said something that he wasn't sure he should be hearing. Listen up, because this is important. From now on, you will be my servant. No objections. If you want to blame someone, blame Ruby. When Issei woke up the next day, he was certainly very, very confused. Chapter 2. The Things They Gave. I didn't know what to think when I saw that. Illya-sama? What's going on? I knew it the moment I saw it. That creature is strong. Stronger than anything I've ever seen in my life. Illya-sama, we need to get out of here. It loomed in the distance, drawing ever so slowly to her. Did it spot her? Yes, it definitely did. It was headed towards me with its jaws wide open. Is it going to eat me? Illya-sama, please wake up. Now's not the time to be in a trance. Even though Onyakon's wish should have sent me to where I would be away from the world's destruction, I still ended up facing my own. I guess you're too tired to even speak, let alone move well. After everything you went through, I suppose it's no surprise. No. Onyakon would never have wanted this kind of ending. There must be a way out. We need to get out of here. Well then, no choice, it seems to be my turn to activate my emergency system. Emergency system? Like what Ruby did. Wait, Ruby? Then this voices. I'll probably be asleep for a while. Please take care of me and Neezen's bodies while we recharge. Sapphire the beast roared towards us. It was so close, and then a great magic circle appeared beneath me. It wrapped around me its power. It reminds me of every moment I enter a mirror world. Good night, Illya-sama. And with that I disappeared just as the creature swam, towards me. I was left alone in a forest. I ran. I ran and ran and ran. Eventually I reached a clearing. I ran and pushed away the boy that was threatened by a black-winged woman. And then, I, illyasviel von Einzbern, woke up from that dream of 2 days past. My tears flowed so naturally, as though a dam that was keeping it all in just burst. Issei sighed as he woke up. Looking outside, it was just as the sun was peeking out of the horizon. Too early. That was a relatively short dream, all considering. It was also too confusing. If it was his dream, then there should have been more Big Boba-s in it. At least he hoped so. Was the world also denying him Big Boba-s in the dream world? That girl in the dream had barely any. Issei couldn't help but feel shocked and dismayed by that thought. Deciding that the best way to deal with the incident was to go wash his face, he stood up and stretched his legs for a bit. Oh yeah, Lycan was going to start living here today, thought Issei. I suppose I should check on her. Issei grinned and walked out the door. She was sleeping in that room, right? He walked over and decided to just enter the room. What he saw was the crying form of the albino loli that he was going to check over. She was curled over on the bed, hugging the pillow for all it's worth. Gentle tears fell from her eyes. Eliakim? Issei asked, worried. What was going on? His voice carried the concern he felt to the girl. Issei. Ilia quickly wiped her face with her hands. She looked at Issei, with a forced smile. Good morning. Did something happen? Issei asked, worried. No, just a particularly bad dream. You want to tell me? No, I'll be fine. Issei nodded, though he still couldn't help but be worried. Though, he decided to respect it and back off. He still could appreciate the sight she was showing though. She looked cute in those old pajamas he used to wear way back when. Why his mother still had his old pajamas, he won't know though. He then heard a laugh coming from in front of him. Issei, your face looks weird, Illya mentioned. Was it really that strange? Well, he quickly made for the door. At any rate, you should get a bit more sleep. It's still too early. Issei waved. If you need anything, I'll probably be in my room. Issei left the room, but not before he heard the little girl say something else. Thanks. Issei grinned, and skipped happily back to his room. Maybe with his new mood would help him sleep and dream of Boba S once more. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell? Issei quickly walked down and to the door of the house. Rias was quite nervous, all considering. Once more, she was in front of her pawn's house. While the mere fact that she was doing so once more in and of itself was quite exciting for her, it was who came alongside her that really surprised her. Alongside her peerage, the one to join her to this trip was no other than Ajuka Beelzebub, one of the 4 great Satans of the underworld. It was a surprise that she wasn't sure is welcome or not. His reason for visiting was sound though, and she couldn't truly deny it. There is a glitch in my system. I must see to it immediately, and ensure that it does not happen again, was his firm reply, and he quickly had her assemble her slightly sleep-deprived peerage, and they were on their way to see their pawns. They went via magic circle, of course, but not to their pawn's immediate rooms but to an alley near their home. Kiba rang the doorbell. A few moments later, they heard a few bolts being moved and the door opened. Huh! Bucho? What are you guys doing so early? Issei popped his head out the door. I thought we agreed to leave in the afternoon? They had agreed upon this time, accounting for her peerage's sleeping schedule. They would have woken up relatively late in the morning, and mornings are a lot more lethargic to devils. If they went in the afternoon, however, the sun would probably set eventually, and they'd have enough energy for the rest of the night. Well, we're not headed out quite yet, Issei, Aquino answered. We're here to escort Lord Beelzebub. I deemed that the Gremry peerage can be my bodyguards for my time here. The man promptly replied, I heard there was someone reincarnated by the evil pieces but was not turned into a devil. So he's Ajuka Beelzebub, one of the 4 great Satans, leaders of the underworld. Rias introduced. Issei nodded, bowed slightly, and walked over to the gate to unfasten it and allow them entry. Well, you're in luck. Eliakim just woke up. It's a shame I can't bring her to my lab for study, but there might be a few issues and humans might not be able to survive the atmosphere there. What does that mean? By that, Rias was sure he meant about being brought to a lab for study, over the atmosphere, but Lord Beelzebub assumed the latter. Well, the air in the underworld is quite healthy for us devils, it can even give us a significant boost. But humans would not be used to such air. It's not unhealthy, just very unsettling. Unsettling enough that your heart might lead you to a stroke by just being there. Of course, there are strong humans who could survive that, so that's a moot point. Well, you just want to see if there's something the matter with Eliakim, right? Yes. Can you let us in? I don't think I should, Issei replied warily. Rias noted that he seemed worried. Well, I suppose you could come in. He unlatched the gate. Just don't wake anyone up. I think Eliakim should still be awake, but I told her to try and go to sleep again. I can check. Kaneko offered. In her hands was a bag of clothing. Issei nodded and told her the exact room Ilia was sleeping in. Latching the gate, Issei gestured for the group to go into the house. Nodding courteously, Kaneko went up the stairs. Issei directed them to the living room. Issei seems fairly normal, for someone who is known at our school for his perverseness, Aquino said, amused as she sat comfortably into a sofa, naturally after both Lord Beelzebub and Rias sat down. Kiba had joined Issei in helping with drinks and stuff. Is his perverseness some sort of disguise for his true self? Rias asked. I doubt it. Aquino chuckled. I know what people look like when they wear masks, and that perverseness he displays at school is no mask. Most likely, he saw a weird dream this morning, or he just did not have the energy because he hasn't eaten breakfast yet, I suppose. Rias conceded. They heard steps coming from upstairs, and Illya and Kaneko appeared from the door. Illya was now wearing Kaneko's clothes, although they were a tad bit too baggy. She was still awake. Kaneko's straight face told them before settling on the sofa. Illya looked at them in slight confusion, but let herself sit next to Kaneko. Issei and Kiba had returned as well, but it seems that Issei was a tad bit more annoyed than when he had left. What happened between the two? Illyasviel von Einzbern, I presume you already know why I'm here? Lord Beelzebub prompted. It's because I'm not a devil. Illya replied. Yes. Are you aware of the ramifications that your failed reincarnation could have on the devil world? Not really, no. Illya shook her head. I only learned about devils and stuff yesterday. I see. Lord Beelzebub nodded. Well, I suppose this is the master's task. Rias nodded in reply. Very well, I'll explain. First, allow me to explain what the three factions are: devils, angels, and fallen angels. We and the other two factions have always been at war with each other. However, that war has ended, with major losses from all three sides. Lord Beelzebub interrupted. Even now, technically, we still are at war, but we are under a sort of ceasefire. This ceasefire is hardly the best option, but it is needed if any of the factions were to ever get back on their feet. But because of the great losses to us devils, I created a method to replenish our lost numbers, and that is the evil pieces system, the system we use to reincarnate devils. Lord Beelzebub sipped a bit of his tea before continuing. The evil pieces were created so that anyone can be turned into a devil. Anyone at all. And naturally, that includes humans like yourself. And that is why you are an anomaly to us, because I haven't turned. Illya replied, as though carefully weighing her words. There were signs of slight panic appearing on her body, but it still seems to be being controlled. Rias admired the way she did so. Most little girls her age would be outright panicking. Of course, that may have been trauma caused by whatever happened to her home. Rias ignored the grimace threatening to appear on her face. By all means, yes, you should be a devil, as long as the evil piece is in you. SSO, what do you plan to do? Why, I wish to study your body, of course. Lord Beelzebub replied. What? Well, Illya finally lost her control over her emotions and just outright panicked. Well, she did well, considering how it was. No need for panic. Lord Beelzebub told her. How can I not panic when you just told me you're going to experiment on me? Illya yelled. Illya, behave yourself. This is one of the 4 leaders of Underworld. Rias half told, half scolded her, although inwardly she was begging that Lord Beelzebub not take offense to Ilya's reaction. Of course, she'd have to personally fight against the idea as well if Lord Beelzebub pushes it, but right now it was a mere suggestion. I'm not going to experiment on you. Lord Beelzebub crossly replied. I don't need to. The evil pieces system is doing its job just fine. It even reincarnated the former Dragon King Tannen, so I doubt it was the evil pieces' fault in the first place. So you're saying it was Ilya's? Rias asked. Rias thought back to the odd circumstances that caused Illya to obtain her evil pieces. Lord Beelzebub chuckled and pulled out an object. Rias noted that it was a pawn-counting device, one that she also used when she scanned Issei and Illya, although this one seemed more refined. First, let's scan her potential, shall we? She's still human, so her potential should still be more or less the same. Lord Beelzebub immediately pointed the object to Illya. According to your letter, Rias Gremry, she was worth 3 pawns, correct? Yes. Well, according to my scanners, she's worth at least 8. What? What about your other pawn? Lord Beelzebub pointed the same object towards a surprised Issei and frowned as well. Why, same there. He's also worth 8 pawns. How did you cheat the system and get 2 pawns worth 16? Lord Beelzebub asked, although there was no accusation, only admiration. I didn't. Rias shook her head. I had only intended on reviving Issei with my 8 pawns and then used my bishop for Illya. But for some reason, 3 of the pawns that I placed into Issei went into Illya. Yes, you said that in your letter? Lord Beelzebub nodded. However, it shouldn't be possible in the first place to reincarnate her, even if that did happen, as she's worth 8. She was worth 3 when I first checked, and now we are at an interesting conundrum. How did Ilya's potential bump up from 3 to 8 in a matter of days? That's impossible, no matter how you look at it. Maybe that's why she wasn't reincarnated into a devil. Akino guessed she did not receive enough pawns to complete the reincarnation. Interesting, but that would just result in her dead, rather than her becoming human. The evil pieces are not that gracious. Illya, do you know what this is about? I don't really know anything about how the reincarnation works. Illya said in an apologetic manner. Your guess would be better than ours at least. I'm not completely human. Illya replied, and fidgeted. I'm half homunculus. Half? My mother was a homunculus. She replied. Interesting. Lord Beelzebub replied, but I fail to see what this has to do with anything. The evil pieces was able to reincarnate the dragon King Tannen. Just because you are a half homunculus doesn't mean you are immune to the effects of the evil pieces. Well, I suppose we should study first before making hypotheses in the first place, Lord Beelzebub told them. Let's first check the evil pieces within you. He walked forward with an apparatus on hand. This won't hurt one bit. Ilya's comically scared face returned full force. Issei looked slightly defiant, but that defiant face morphed into fear when Lord Beelzebub said the next words, oh, and the other pawn needs to be examined as well. Well, this is interesting. I don't think I can get married anymore, Illya cried slightly, as she lay on the sofa, looking slightly violated. Kiba and Issei entered the room, having been sent out for the examination, Issei's face looking slightly traumatized as well upon entrance. The sound of cooking can be heard in the kitchen, courtesy of Issei's mother. His father is reading his newspaper at the dining table. Both of them were hypnotized into not trying to enter their living room for the duration of Ajuka Beelzebub's visit. Issei personally thought that they should have just occupied Ilya's bedroom rather than the living room, but he wasn't about to argue. It would have been a bit cramped there anyway. So what are the results, Lord Beelzebub? Well, suffice to say that the pieces that are within Illya don't belong to her. They belong to your other pawn, Haedu Issei. He bowed to the boy. Issei was surprised at this but nodded, unsure as whether that was the appropriate response. What would that mean? Rias asked. Rias, allow both your pawns to use promotion. Ah, okay. Promotion? Illya asked. Issei sat next to her. I suppose you haven't explained the evil pieces themselves, have you? Lord Beelzebub jovially replied. Very well, let me do so. It's been quite a while since I, the creator of the system, got to explain it. Turning to the 2 pawns, he smiled. First, you remember what we said about your pieces, how we referred to you 2 by the number of pawns you were worth. Pawns as in the chess piece, right? Illya asked, and received a nod. That's right. Lord Beelzebub cheerfully said yes. The evil pieces are based on the game of chess. We devils have a strange fondness of the board game, so I decided to base my system on it. He then pulled out an entire chess piece set and placed it on the table. Every piece has its worth. King is the leader of the group. He pointed at the piece. We only give this to people who become high-class devils. In your case, your king would be Rias Gremory. He pointed at the crimson-haired girl. And that's what you are aiming for, Issei, in order to reach your goal of harem king. Akino told him. Issei was immediately pumped up. All right. Then I'll definitely get it. Issei's eyes were burning brightly. Now let's start with the bishop piece, worth 3 pawns. Lord Beelzebub chuckled. This is the piece that Illya was supposed to be given, isn't that right? Rias nodded in affirmation. The Satan then said, this piece boosts the owner's magical ability. Essentially, it boosts your ability to manipulate magic power, or demonic power if you were a devil. Illya nodded, pointing at the horse. Next is the knight piece, worth 3 pawns. This piece gives a considerable boost in speed, befitting of a knight. Kiba Yudo would be your group's example. Kiba waved his hand at them. He then tapped the tower chess piece. The rook piece, worth 5, gives the user a significant boost in strength and endurance, capable of shrugging off quite a lot of damage. That would be Tuja Kaneko in your case. Now this is the queen piece. Lord Beelzebub continued on. Worth 9 pawns, and its wielders are granted the abilities of bishop, knight, and rook combined. Although I only intended for bishop and rook, some naysayers were dissatisfied and had me change that. Lord Beelzebub scowled. Instead, I had it so that the queen piece didn't get much of a stamina boost that the other 3 pieces had. As a counterpoint, the queen piece, Rias added, is also traditionally used for someone that the king trusts the most. Usually they'll be the one the king confides in when something is troubling them. Akino would be our queen, and she's my closest friend. However, it's not uncommon for the queen of many peerages to actually be the marriage partner of the king. It could actually be considered a proposal of sorts, something along the lines of "you are the most valuable member of my family. You can understand why it's so important to us kings." And then finally, the pawn piece. Naturally, they're worth 1 pawn apiece. But you do get 8 of them, and they're quite useful, especially with its ability, promotion. In your group's case, that would be you too. Now, what do you think promotion does? We can become any of the pieces aside for king. Illya replied. That's right, Lord Beelzebub said, looking pleased. And that is why you two are worth so much. Rias has essentially 16 pawn pieces and only needed her 8 to gather you two. Now, although that's interesting, can you try to use promotion first, Illya? Issei can do so after you. How? Just say promotion bishop. That should turn you into a bishop. Promotion bishop, Illya cried out. But nothing happened. Lord Beelzebub quickly scanned Illya again. Still a pawn. Your promotion failed. Now, Rias, don't worry. I think I know the reason why. Issei, promote. This time promote to rook. Okay. Promotion rook. Illya felt a surge of power course through her when Issei said those words. Lord Beelzebub scanned Issei first and confirmed it. All right, he turned into a rook. Now, Illya. Scanning the girl, he then mentioned, lift the table. Akino and the others moved to remove any objects on the table. Just lift the table. Illya nodded mutely and held her hands on the edge of the living room table. She pushed all her strength into it, which turned out to be a mistake as she successfully flipped the table 3 times in the air. Kaneko moved to intercept the flying furniture and secured it on the ground. Lord Beelzebub nonchalantly looked at the panicked face of Illya and noted, well, that solves that mystery. What is it, Lord Beelzebub? Rias asked. Simple. Illya has promoted to rook. We knew that the moment she flipped the table. But none of them mentioned it out loud for fear of disrespect. And this is what I meant by Ilya's pieces belonging to Issei and not to Illya. Lord Beelzebub smiled. The pieces she has is controlled and owned by Issei. Therefore, if he promotes his pieces, so does hers. I see, that makes some sense. Rias nodded. Those pieces were originally for Issei in the first place. But that doesn't explain why she remains human homunculus. Yes, the only real mystery is why she's not a devil. For some reason, Ilya's pieces have their ability to turn Illya into a devil sealed away, if not outright removed. There's also a strange seal there, and it's one of the strongest seals I've ever seen in my life. You can't break it, Lord Beelzebub? Rias asked. I think it would be impossible, I'm afraid. It seems as though something powerful has sealed it away. And, like I said, it's a stronger seal than any I have ever seen in my life. I'm afraid that even if I bring her to my lab back in the underworld, I would still not be able to unseal it. Rias nodded mutely, unsure as to how she should cope with that information. How did it get sealed in the first place? Akino asked. It's possible that it's the holy artifact that I found within Illya, but that seems unlikely. Holy? Kiba asked, shocked. Illya stiffened slightly. Yes, there's a holy artifact lodged in her soul. I don't know how to extract it though. Illya, would you be able to pull it out? Illya closed her eyes and concentrated on trying to get the object out. Nothing happened. After a minute or so, Illya shook her head. I don't know if I could. Well, that's fine. Lord Beelzebub shrugged. Do you know its identity? My mother said it was an object that would protect me. Illya replied. It was her last gift to me, but I don't know what it is. She never told me. Then there's nothing I could do right now. For now, we'll go with this story. Hayate Issei is worth 5 pawns, and Illya is worth 3 pawns, therefore totaling 8. However, During the process of reviving illyasviel, something intervened with your revival and caused her ability to be turned into a devil be sealed. You do not know what intervened, but you do know it did. That would cause more questions. Merely tell them that I'm investigating the matter, and I did not want the information to fall in the wrong hands. You're not lying, mostly anyway. The only lie is the two's worth. However, as she's not a devil, I'm afraid that I can't, in good conscience, allow her to promote to any rank. She cannot even be considered a low-class devil without being a devil, understand? Understood. Thank you, Lord Beelzebub. It's the most I could do. In the meantime, find a way to remove the holy artifact from her soul. Once she's capable of doing so, come to my laboratory. Thank you, Lord Beelzebub. Rias nodded. I suppose I should prepare the magic circle to send us home. Our shoes are still in the front bucho. Akino pointed out. Yuto. No response. Kiba-senpai. Kaneko poked the knight. Kiba jerked out of his trance. Kaneko pointed at the door, shoes at the front. Kiba nodded, walking to the hall, only to be completely shocked when a voice echoed into the room. Oh my, leaving so soon? Mrs. Hayata poked her head into the room, shocking everyone. Wasn't she hypnotized not to do that? Did her motherly instincts break the hypnotism? Why not stay to eat? It's been a while since Issei brought home friends. Kaneko, Akino, and Kiba were hit by a massive protest from their stomachs reminding them that they have yet to eat anything, only drinking tea. And the temptation of a mother's cooking was very, very tempting to all three of them. Rias was also tempted as well, although she hid it better than the others. Well, I have somewhere I need to attend to, Lord Beelzebub said, though he seemed tempted as well. Do you need to attend to it immediately? Unfortunately, I need to return. I did not inform anyone of my visit here, and people might start getting worried. Lord Beelzebub said, disappointed. Don't worry, Rias, you and your peerage can stay behind. But I'd hate to impose, Rias said, unsure, but was quickly cut off by another voice. Impose? Mr. Hayata poked his head in as well. Nonsense. This is a celebration. Both for Ilya's arrival and Issei's newfound friends. Well, I suppose it would be fine. Rias chuckled. Would there be enough seats? 4, 6, 8. The young man's not staying right, so 8. Yep, there should be enough for us. If Okasan and I eat at the kitchen counter, it might be a bit of a tight squeeze, but I'm sure we can make 6 people fit on the dining table. The others looked at each other while Issei sighed. Come on, guys, Okasan's not gonna budge about this. Let's go. Issei motioned. Hi, Isasan. Ilia replied. The others looked at Rias for confirmation. Rias looked back and nodded. They walked soon after, leaving Ajuka Beelzebub to ponder on things. It's interesting that I was able to meet 2 people worth that much, and in one peerage at that. Future raiding games are going to be much more interesting. He chuckled as he started creating a temporary transportation circle on the floor. Then he silently laughed. Also, I may have decided not to inform them, but there's something else strange in illyasviel von Einzbern's pieces other than just its seal on the reincarnation system. And that strange energy within her body, yes. Everything is going to be a bit more interesting than before. Breakfast with the Hayata family is an interesting affair. Akino, Kaneko, and Kiba were barely able to stop themselves from devouring the food. Rias herself was also rather unable to eat with as much grace as she'd prefer. You really went all out, Okasan, Issei said, amazed. They all look so delicious. Of course. It's been a long time since we had these many guests. I'll pay you back soon, Okasama. Rias bowed. This is just too much. You fed me yesterday, and now you're feeding my friends. Oh, don't worry, Riaskin. Mrs. Hayata laughed. Just eat. True, Rias and the others had food that could be considered higher quality than this. But there was this unique flavor within the meal that they just couldn't get enough of. A mother's love hug. Kino set a slightly bitter expression on her face. She simply bit into her meal once more. Ilia, I'd like to ask a few questions. Rias interrupted, hopefully keeping the mood light. I'd like to know a few things about you. Ilia nodded, as she finished her rice. First, how do you spell illyasviel? Ilia replied easily enough. That's a lot of katakana. Issei winced. You write that every time you take an exam, huh? That's difficult. Yeah. Ilia replied, sighing. Rias chuckled, spending the rest of that time fielding a few questions. That was when they learned Illya was most certainly well off, as her family was able to hire maids. Things like her parents' identities, and her extended family. When it comes to friends, she only spoke about their strange teacher who got stuck with the nickname Tiger, and a handful of friends. After breakfast, since they were already nearby, and ready, they decided to might as well go to shop for Ilya's stuff. Issei and Kuoh were assigned to carry most of their stuff. They first headed to buy some clothes, leaving Issei and Kuoh to stay outside the shop without anything to do, so looks like we'll be working together as servants of Gremry. Kuoh brightly started a conversation. Issei grudgingly nodded. Yeah, please take care of me. Issei reluctantly replied. How is it to be a devil? Easier than before, for me at least. Kuoh shrugged. The Gremry family is known for treating their servants as family, so we're actually well off in comparison to other devils. I see. Issei nodded. Say, I can call you that, right? What's your opinion of the group so far? Family? No two ways about it. This group is totally something like a weird family. Yes, I suppose that is a good way to see it. Kuoh chuckled. We all get along easily enough that it's hard to believe we're still total strangers to each other. As strangers? I think you'll understand easily enough. Kuoh shrugged. Well, any questions for your senior devil, eh? How do you get the girls to flock you so much, you damned handsome? Kuoh looked stumped, as though he was hit by something unexpected. I'm afraid that I don't know how to answer that. Damn you. Well, devils are supposed to be damned in the first place. Kuoh replied with a small grin. Issei looked at the boy with a challenge in his eyes. I'm definitely going to be a harem king, with or without your help. Alright. Say, what does that mark on your right hand mean? Huh? Isn't this part of being a devil? We just sent Beelzebub home, please don't bring up more issues after. Kuoh sighed. Well, I think he saw it already. He did look over you a lot. A shudder from Issei. If he thought it isn't an issue, I guess we don't need to worry about it. I guess so. Issei shrugged. But should I wear gloves or something to keep it hidden? He was dismayed at the thought of having to do so, as if he ever had an opportunity to grope anyone's boba he would only feel the texture of the glove. I think just wrapping it in a bandage for a while will be okay. A bit of makeup could probably hide the mark. How about magic? You've barely been a devil for a few days, Iskun. Kuoh teased. Learning magic is a bit more difficult, especially to you who doesn't come from a supernatural background. Speaking of which, how are you holding up as a devil? Doing fine. Can't believe I'm no longer human. When I got home, I realized that my strength was better last night, and now, in the morning, I'm a bit lethargic. Don't complain when you didn't need to work last night. Kuoh replied. I still needed a bit of sleep, and then Master called us up to escort Beelzebub. I actually plan on getting some more rest at the clubroom when we're done with the shopping. Clubroom? Of course. You and Illya still need to be completely inducted to Devil Society. Master is probably going to assign a few books for you two to read about us devils. Are we really allowed to talk about this in public? Do you really think anyone would take two high school students talking about fantasy seriously? Kuoh joked. You can talk about anything besides high-class secrets. At any rate, I also erected a subtle misdirection magic barrier in the area to make normal people not pay attention to us. Not advanced, mind you, something akin that they won't even bother listening to us as we're too uninteresting to be bothered. Why did you learn a spell like that? You do realize how many girls chase me, right? Kuoh asked. I use it sparingly, but it's useful for getting away from them. I really mean it. Damn you. I want girls chasing me too. Issei could feel tears streaming from his eyes. Ahaha, I suppose you do. A nod. Yodo, I see, we're done. Please carry the bags. Rias came around and ordered the two. Kuoh and Issei looked at each other and nodded. The two stood up and walked over, seeing the amount of bags in their hands. There were 2 bags of what appeared to be clothes, a few shoe boxes, a bag full of toiletries, and in another bag of other various necessities. Kuoh naturally strolled over and took what appeared to be the 2 heavier bags of the group. Muttering a few curses for the boy, Issei took the others. He admittedly expected them to be heavier, but he supposed that being a devil made him stronger as well. I think that's enough shopping for the day. There are still things I need to finish, like filing Ilya's transfer into the elementary department. When am I going to start school? Ilia asked. You could properly start tomorrow if I finish this soon. Rias shrugged. Kuoh Academy is administrated by her father, so it's not really a big issue. She can send it this afternoon, and it will be processed soon after. But first, Bucho, why don't you treat us to lunch? Aquino asked. It would be a nice bonding exercise and we wouldn't need to go home to eat first. We can head straight to the clubroom afterwards. All right. Rias smiled. We'll eat, then we'll head back to the clubroom to rest. With a cheer, the group headed to a restaurant that Rias usually frequents. That afternoon, the Rias Gremry's peerage went to the clubroom after their lunch. Kiba and Kaneko occupied the sofas to sleep a bit more. Issei, on the other hand, was out handing pamphlets for his first job. Rias and Aquino were looking over the forms before sending them to Rias's father. It's a bit of a shame we can't send Illya out to do a job yet, huh? Aquino said, perusing through the forms. It can't be helped. There's no real point on sending Illya, who is human, to do a job that people expect devils to do. And if we make Illya give away pamphlets, we might run into an issue of child labor. Right now, it's best to see how we could get Illya to turn into a devil first. Which is why Illya was in the corner, trying to meditate. She's trying to see if she can coax the holy artifact in her body out, but since she never needed to meditate in her life, she was not really succeeding. Illya, you're supposed to empty your mind of unnecessary thoughts, Aquino mentioned. Don't think so hard. Illya nodded sheepishly. Aquino shrugged and created a small barrier to block out noise for Illya. Maybe I should let her promote to bishop to help, Rias said. Then she remembered Ilya's problem. Oh wait, she can't promote without Issei. I suppose it's a bit difficult to wrap your head around that. Aquino chuckled. Rias nodded. Ilya's like a chess piece that doesn't follow the standard rules of chess, a sort of fairy chess piece. Fitting. Aquino chuckled. If I remember correctly, one example of a fairy piece is called Rias pawn. That's Lias pawn. Rias corrected, although I suppose it does make sense that my pawns would be non-standard, if you take that into account. Illya not becoming a devil, however, is unfortunate, but because she's not a devil normal piece, she also exists outside the rules of the devil's standard chess. Aquino noted. She has the unique position of being a part of the devil faction but not being one. Most devil allies have either turned into devils or have their own faction which they are loyal to. Yes, I suppose it's possible for Illya to become the biggest trump card in peace negotiations. But would you really give that job to a grade school student? No, but it's a possibility you need to be aware of. But I suppose there's really no point talking about it. Aquino shrugged. So to complete this little family, you'll need to get a bishop, a rook, and a knight. Anyone in mind? No, not really. I ran into all of my peerage members by chance, in case you haven't noticed. Rias said almost jokingly. Yes, I suppose you're right. It's so weird that is the case, though. Some people might believe that it was you who orchestrated our situations. Now that is hardly fair. Rias rebuked. How am I supposed to know how to do that? There are conspiracy theorists everywhere. Aquino lightly replied. Oh, Bucho, did you see the strange mark on Issei's hand? The one that looks like Ilya's hair accessory. Nodding, Rias answered. Lord Beelzebub didn't seem worried about it, so I didn't think it would matter much. Well, if you're certain, it shouldn't be a problem. Next issue is to get Illya into the school. Yes, I think we completed all the necessary forms. Rias said brightly. There's no reason to delay anymore. I'll send it at the earliest convenience. Rias turned to Illya, who was still struggling to meditate. Aquino sighed and removed the barrier. Rias coughed, causing Illya to fall out of balance. Illya, we have all that we need for you to transfer into school. I'll take you to the registrar's office. Come along. Illya nodded. Thank you for all your hard work. Illya bowed. You're welcome, but it's not over yet, Rias merrily said, opening the door. Illya followed soon after. So, Riaskin got her enrolled in Kuoh Academy too, huh? Mrs. Hyder chuckled as she scooped some seconds for Issei. The boy gleefully took the meal and placed it in his stomach. I feel like I bypassed so many regulations, Illya murmured as she ate dinner. Yes, and they said I should be allowed to start school as soon as possible. To think Bucho's father is the administrator of the school, Issei mentioned in between mouthfuls. I'm honored to be part of her club. Yes, she appeared so high class, it's not that hard to imagine. Mr. Hiatus smiled. Of course, that also means that you have to do better with schoolwork, Issei. Now that you are in her club, I doubt you would be let off for doing bad. I do just fine. Issei shot back. You failed your math quiz last week. Mrs. Hiatus shot back, causing Issei to look down in apology. What about you, Eliakin? What subjects are you bad at? Oh, not much really. My English can do a bit of work, but I usually am part of the top 10 in my grade. Ilia replied. And most of the topics are probably about things that I've already been taught at my previous school. After all, in her time, she was technically on summer break before everything went crazy. She also mentally erased a year from her age, because it feels weird to have the same birthday, but age a year the upcoming summer. Oh, is your previous school some high-standard school? Of course, that would be how people see it. It has Fujimura-sensei as a teacher, so I don't think so. Ilia replied honestly. Then she heard something she isn't sure of. And by the sound of it, the other members of the family heard it too. Silence abounded the table. Not one of them dared break the silence. Did anyone hear a tiger just roar in the distance? Issei decided to be brave and say what everyone was thinking. Nope. Illya concluded and slowly started eating once more. The rest soon followed suit. Kaneko stood quietly in her dorm room, unsure of whether to mention it to her master or not. Kaneko knew that she was the only one in the group who has intimate knowledge of the half-homunculus's body, as she had been both the one to give her a bath and the one to have seen it when given the clothes. She had asked about it to Illya, but she only replied something along the lines of a gift from my parents. Should she tell her master? It didn't seem to be a bad thing. But she could tell that those strange markings on Ilya's back were not normal. After all, she could sense a strange form of energy seeping through them. So should she tell them? Kaneko decided to let Illya reveal that information on her own. Issei dreamed once more that night. This time, he dreamed of fighting a strange purple-haired woman. She had a strange blindfold with an eye in the middle. The purple-haired woman was starting a strange attack that he doesn't understand. A magic circle was in front of her and being primed for what he could definitely tell would be a powerful attack. In front of him was the same girl he saw in last night's dream, the girl wearing a red turtleneck, creating a barrier, but then a strange girl, clad in a very skimpy blue-violet outfit. In her hand was a red spear. All she said was thus, Gibalg. And in an instant, the spear was lodged in the purple-haired woman's heart. The friends we make. I, Le Fay Pendragon, was not sure as to what I was doing in this place. I was only here mostly to keep track of my brother. To think that he would be deeply involved in a terrorist group, or at least, a future terrorist group. But that's still an underground thing. I'm mostly still going between me and the family, but when my brother becomes a full terrorist, I suppose we'll have no choice but to start fending for ourselves. I'll probably have to sever ties with even my magic cabal, the Golden Dawn. But future worries aside, I can't let it bother me before it even happened. I'll try to learn as many recipes so that we won't go hungry, and as much magic so that I could defend myself. Huh! What's this? I spot a strange card on the floor. What a weird tarot card. Berserker? Huh, what does that mean? I can tell that there's some sort of strange magic in the card. I decided to just hide it in my hat. Interesting, very interesting. I, Kuoh of the Yukai faction, strolled around my lawn without any plan. I only just recently got away from my teachers, so it would be a bit of a pain for me to have to go back so soon. So I ran to the nearest tree and climbed it. They'll still probably find me though. It's unlikely that I could really completely hide from them anyway. They have really good noses, those wolf tengu. Huh, what's this? A card? It smells familiar. Shinto magic? There's Shinto magic in this card. But what is this word mu? All I could tell was that this old guy looked like one of those mages from the West. But there's Shinto magic in this, so why is the picture a Western mage? Kunosama, please go back to your lessons, if you can catch me. I jumped off and sped off, pocketing the card in one of my sleeves. Hey, it might be useful. Shouldn't someone report him? He's not doing anything yet, but we better be on the lookout. Yeah, we can't risk her being the target by that guy's perverseness. Issei felt like crying. Was this how low his trust has gone? Well, no matter, as he walked that road. The closer he got to school, the more the noise increases. Why does this world hate him so much? He didn't dream of Boba S. He didn't wake up with a naked girl next to him. Another version of him from another world sneezed, and he didn't get any respect at all. He really should be crying right now, but he needs to be strong, like a model big brother. Why? For the girl who is going to start her first day at school that is walking next to him. Issei, I suppose it's senpai now, huh? Issei senpai, are you okay? Yes, it was Ilya's first day of school, and he has to look after her like a true big brother and upperclassman in her school. Yeah, I'm fine, Ilya. Issei replied. I'm just feeling the absolute unfairness of the world. Sure. Issei and Ilya soon arrived at the gate to the school. The elementary department is here. Issei pointed to the building in front of the gate. The high school department is a bit further up. He pointed up the street, towards another extravagant building. Okay, remember, Bucho told you to head to the old school building after school. I'll just ask for directions if I need it. Illya replied. Issei nodded, as he waved Illya goodbye. She walked off to the building. He began the relatively short walk towards the high school department. The murmurs behind him suddenly shifted for some reason. No perverseness. Huh? Is that even possible? Maybe little kids are not in his strike zone. Man, I feel like I got worked up over nothing. No, we're not sure if he just acted like that just for today. What about tomorrow? The next day? It's still too risky. Yeah, we'll continue surveillance. Issei sighed, and looked at them balefully. All of them were girls, but right now, he was already tearing up. Their Boba-s were the only saving grace for him. He looked this way. Let's go. Issei sighed and walked on once more. He then thought of something. Did I forget anything? I think I forgot something very important. I see you, traitor. Oh, that would be Motohama's voice. Oh. He remembered now. What was the last thing he told those two? Something about a little sister, right? Now why would that be relevant? Was that white-haired cutie your little sister? Oh, right. Matsuda, his other friend, was an unrepentant lilicon. Both his friends decided that the best way to get back at him was to kick him to the ground. Well, if he was gonna get kicked, he's definitely going to kick back, you dumbass. And so, a free-for-all brawl happened in between the pervert trio before any of them even arrived at their classroom. Illya stood outside the door, waiting for the teacher to call her in. She tapped her foot nervously, looking down the hallways with worry etched on her face. Was this how Miyu felt when she first transferred to her school? No, she doubted it. Miyu didn't care what anyone at school thought about her at the time. At the time, she only cared about the class cards and gathering them. There was never even a rivalry between the two of them. The only reason they became rivals was because of the already established rivalry between Rin and Livia. Einzbern, you can come in now. Okay, here goes. Deep breaths. She replied with a hi, and opened the door. She could hear the murmurs in the crowd. She has white hair and red eyes. Is that natural? She's so cute. A foreigner? Those things on her hair. Does she watch Magical Girl Milky Spiral 7? Can't be. There are no six-pointed star wands in the show. She tried to ignore them and continued to walk. She saw her teacher write her name on the blackboard, while consulting a note. The teacher wrote it both in English letters and katakana. She faced them. I'm illyasviel von Einzbern. 10 years old. I like watching anime. You can just call me Ilia. Please take care of me. She bowed. Okay, Ilya. The teacher smiled at her, Ms. Katu, if she remembered correctly when she introduced herself earlier. Any questions, class? Me. Ms. Katu chose a random girl. I'm Eliason. Are you a foreigner? I'm half German, but I grew up in Japan. Illya replied. Do you watch Mirusupai? Oh, what's that? You said you like watching anime, right? Settle down, everyone. You can all ask questions during your break. Ilya, you can sit next to Kadukin. She pointed to a girl sitting next to the window. Illya nodded and sat down. Then class started. The rest of the day was actually fairly standard for Illya. She did make fast friends with fellow anime watchers like Kudoami, but she didn't really feel as connected as she'd like to be. She connected through the thread of anime, but it's not as significant as the friendships she made in Fuyuki City. Maybe in time, she thought to herself. Oh, and Mirusupai was the contraction for Magical Girl Milky Spiral 7, which she swore to try and start watching eventually. When they were dismissed, Illya stuck around long enough for a final chat with her newfound friends, and then went straight to the old high school building. Ano Issei-senpai, why do you look so beat up? Afternoon came, and being dismissed earlier than high schoolers, Illya was the only one in the clubroom when she had arrived. She spent most of that time trying and failing to meditate. It was soon that Issei arrived, with really messed up clothes. Surprisingly, Issei looked fine, a few bruises here or there, but he was. Don't worry about it. Issei replied lightly. Are you sure? Yeah. It's fine. How's your first day? Senpai, don't dodge the question. Illya deadpanned. You look like you got chased down by Torishernai. Nah, the kendo club already got us last week. Issei replied, and then quickly shut up. Wait, Torishernai? It was the demon kendo stick of my previous teacher. Illya replied. I think it got her banned from tournaments for it. Apparently it was a shurnai that wouldn't rest until it tastes blood. I don't want to know what would have happened if she was the one who chased us. Demon kendo stick, now I've heard everything. A voice said from behind them. Good afternoon, Iskun, Eliakin. Kiba said as he places his bag on the table. Kaneko entered afterwards, glaring at the poor boy. Don't let him touch you. Kaneko told Illya before sitting down. Illya looked confused. It appeared that Iskun was found holding a pair of panties a little while ago. Kiba informed her. Issei bit back the retort about referring to him with his name. He's been using it all this time, so he'll leave it be. Well, needless to say, he got punished by all the girls in the area. It was on the ground. Issei complained. Someone dropped it, and I picked it up. Although he won't deny that he wanted to keep it. The girl who owned it came up and slapped me before marching off too. She dropped it, so she should be thanking me. That does sound kind of rude. Illya pointed out. Why was she walking around with spare panties in the first place? The implications of the thought made Issei's nose bleed a bit. You're taking Iskun's side, huh, Eliakin? Kiba chuckled. I'm going to start on my homework. Iskun, did the math teacher give you the same homework? We can work on it together if you want. Issei is very tempted by the thought. On one hand, he would rather have a girl help him out, but on the other hand he could actually get to pass homework. He was stuck in here for the time being anyway. As he was working on that conundrum, Kaneko walked up to Illya. Eliakin, do you need help with homework? Illya waved her hand and smiled. It's fine. I'll be able to handle it on my own. Kaneko looked dejected at that. But I'd be happy if you checked my answers though. Kaneko perked up at that and walked over to her. Kiba chuckled. It seems Kaneko is happy that she's no longer the youngest in the family. She's trying to act like an older sister. Kiba whispered into Issei's ear. Oi! Don't do that, it's creepy. Issei flinched. Kiba laughed. The star with the fairy wings shook slightly as the group worked on their homework. But it did not do any more than that. A few moments after the red star's movement, the star with the blue butterfly wings also shook slightly. Time flew for Issei as he started working as a devil. He started calling Kaneko Kaneko and Akino Akena-san, and he grew with pride now that he literally has the permission to call 3 girls their first names, that he has taken to using their names almost liberally when in front of his friends. Although Illya was probably perfectly fine with everyone referring to her as Illya. This is a devil job? Issei sighed as he placed a leaflet in the mailbox. Looking at his phone and mentally crossed out that house, he clambered onto the bicycle again. It does seem to be a pretty basic job. Illya shrugged as she sat on the back of the bicycle. It's been decided that Illya was to accompany him during his leaflet drives. Issei was surprised at this, but Rias told him that this was necessary as Illya still needed the experience despite her young age. While it was a top priority for them to find out how to turn Illya into a devil, they weren't even sure if meditating would help at all. So they let Illya meditate for a while, then when it was time for Issei to go on his leaflet drives, he simply lets her ride on the bicycle, delivering leaflets to people who are likely to use them. Issei sighed. I want to be able to do actual devil things. I feel like a mailman. Well, let's get it over with then, delivery boy-san. Illya smiled. Issei collapsed on the ground, rivers comically flowing down his eyes. Illya laughed slightly and Issei grinned and righted himself up. So how's school coming along, Eliakin? Well, it's as expected. That is, she's feeling completely out of place. Made any friends? Well, there's Kadukin, the girl who sits next to me. Illya shrugged, but I haven't really been able to connect with them as much as I'd like. I'm sure you'll get along with them soon. You know what I did when I made friends with Motoyama and Matsuda? I talked with them about my interests. Of course, naturally, their chat was filled with perversion and boba-s, so they were unable to make friends with anyone but each other. You think, as long as you have some common ground, you can become good friends? Issei affirmed. What are they interested in? There's this Mirusupai that they keep talking about. I guess I can try watching it. Illya nodded, but since I'm usually at the club, that's a bit impossible, huh? Well, why not talk about other shows? Issei asked. There should be plenty of shows that they watched, right? Illya looked at Issei and sadly shook her head. Sorry, no. I don't think they know any of the shows that I watched. How are you sure? Ever heard of Puricua? No? Issei shook his head. She used this one as an example as the target audience was girls 4 to 12 years of age and males ages 16-35. If he hasn't at least heard of it then yes, I'm sure that no one else knows the shows that I watched. Issei looked at her weirdly and shrugged. This was how they spent their time during these trips. Issei would ask a few questions, Illya would answer them, and then they'll be quiet for a bit before the cycle repeats. Illya always ends up in constant thought during these moments, and he would try to make her interact with him. He chalked it up to being awkward because she was alone with the boy. Of course, he didn't know that she was actually thinking about her brother, who also owned a bike. Of course, she never actually rode with her brother, since riding double on a bicycle was deemed too dangerous and thus will result in a fine. Akino helped them bypass that rule by attaching a sort of magic spell on the bicycle to make people not notice anything unusual. Issei didn't know that these thoughts were what she was thinking about at the time. He was no mind reader. He didn't really understand those little things. All that mattered was that he cheers up the girl. He grinned widely. Hey, Eliakin! Hold on tight, I'm going to speed up. I senpai. Slow down. And the two of them sped down the street, Illya hugging the boy's back for dear life. Fortunately for them, Akino's spell on the bike ensured that no one would even hear the two as Ilya's screams grew louder. Illya continued to join Issei on his trips on the bicycle trips for the next week or so. The topics they spoke of were usually as Issei would choose boba-s harems, devil stuff, boba-s schoolwork, things his mother asked him to get on his way home, boba-s, and more boba-s, but occasionally Illya would ask about some other topic, like what Issei likes to eat, what he likes to read, and what he likes to watch, and so on and so forth. He managed to answer all of those questions with boba-s. All of them. Including the question of why he likes boba-s so much. Senpai, why are you such a big pervert? Illya sighed. This time, however, when it was time for them to start working, Rias decided to inform them of a change in their plans. A few minutes later, Illya watched as Issei dejectedly went to his bicycle. This time, she won't be joining him, as this time, he's actually going to do his very first contract. Now, normally, one uses the magic circle to fulfill the contract, but he can't use the magic circle. Apparently, since it runs on demonic power, and he had too little of it, it won't activate for him. Illya herself can't use it as she didn't have any demonic power at all. Kaneko has gone to deal with the other client that she was supposed to take care of. It was her client that was passed off to Issei. Kiba and Akino were also taking care of their own clients. So what was left was the awkward silence between Rias and Illya. Honestly, Illya hasn't spoken as much with the leader of the peerage as she did with the other members. If she ordered the frequency that she speaks with the members of the peerage from greatest to least, it would go like Issei as the most frequent, Kaneko as just next to him, Kiba who usually shows up around the same time Issei does, then Akino, and at the least frequent would be Rias. Granted, There wasn't a significant difference between the number of times she spoke to the vice president and the times she spoke to their king, but it was still there. Rias herself looked at Illya from the corner of her eye. Compared to the other members, Illya is the most distant to me, Rias thought. This is the perfect opportunity to speak with her, Illya, Rias called. What should she speak with her about? She would prefer not to repeat any questions about things that she has already overheard from the conversations that her peerage members talk about. Which means questions like, how are you holding up at school? Have you made any new friends? Or other questions that the others have already asked? But she can't even ask her about how she's holding up as a devil, which was usually one of the first things she has the privilege of asking her peerage. Illya was not a devil, therefore that question would just feel wrong. Yes? Illya asked. Rias settled for a simple edit of the question. How have you been holding up as part of my peerage? I like it so far, Illya replied. Although, if Issei is going to be contracting people now, I wouldn't be doing anything anymore and I would feel like a freeloader. How about learning the devil letters? Rias asked, standing from the table to sit next to the girl. She can work on the papers later. Devil letters? Well, you don't necessarily need to learn any new language as all supernatural beings have language as a skill. But for documents and such, you might need it eventually. I see. Illya nodded. Well then, please teach me. Rias looked at the stack of papers that was still on the table. Okay. Paperwork later. Bonding with cute little sister comes first. Oh, and she'll have to buy her a phone soon, with a strange twist such as being a devil, or just associated in Ilya's case. Issei thought that they needed a bit of a break. So Issei decided that the two of them should go out on a walk that weekend. I thought Magical Girl Milky Spiral 7 was one of the few things most girls like a lot. You even told me that you were going to start watching it, so why haven't you? They walked casually enough, not really paying attention to anything. Strictly speaking, this wasn't a date, and Issei felt uncomfortable calling it that, though that's mostly because of police officers on speed dial. When Illya received a phone, a police officer saw her twiddling with it when they were on their way home and gave her the police number. A lot of the people looked wary, but Issei heard around the town that the police now just simply dismiss reports about a rotten high school boy seducing a grade school girl. Issei was definitely internally crying at that. Issei was also sure that, though they dismissed that, they were also wary if they were ever to receive anything resembling coercion or abuse. Even now he could feel stabbing glares in the background, but he tried to remain unconcerned. For Ilya's sake, I wasn't able to start the show itself. Illya confessed, I only got associated to it because of Ruby. She pointed at the fairy-winged star on her hair. Ruby? I call this one Ruby. She pointed at the fairy-winged 5-pointed star. She then pointed and this one Sapphire. I see. Issei decided not to question the fact that she named two inanimate objects. I'd like to start watching it, but I wouldn't know where to start. Illya replied. Tell you what, I'll take you to one of my clients. Milton has all the episodes recorded. I'm sure he'll allow us to marathon it. Thank you, Issei. Illya smiled. Issei had told her about the girl in a man's body Milton, and could only imagine what he is truly like. Why you? A sudden voice echoed. The two of them turned around to see a young sister on the floor. Sister Dejiko? Issei heard the half-homunculus murmur in disbelief. Issei couldn't help but agree at the sheer strangeness of the idea. Are you okay? He moved forward to pick her up. You. Why do I keep on tripping over? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Her voice, is she about the same age as him? And then the wind blew. Issei and Illya was surprised to see the look of the girl under the veil, even as the veil flew off. Illya grabbed the veil on the ground. The girl looked fidgety eventually. You too, please don't stare off into space, Illya sighed as she handed the veil to her. That was enough to snap Issei back from his trance. Oh, thank you, the sister gratefully said. Is that Italian? Issei, is she speaking Italian? Another drawback for Ilya's failed reincarnation, she didn't get the power of language that all other devils have, which was unfortunate, all considering. Issei took charge of the conversation. Are you a traveler? No, that's not it. I was appointed to the church in this town. You must be a resident of this town. It's a pleasure to meet you. She bows her head. I have been in trouble since I got here. I can't speak Japanese that well. I was lost and other people couldn't understand what I was saying. We can take you to the church if you want to, Issei offered. He turned to Illya. What do you think? We're taking her to the church. Is that safe, Issei? You're a devil who can't even read a sentence from the Bible without hurting yourself, Illya pointed out. Issei flinched at that but nodded. Yeah, it should be fine. As long as he just escorts her to the church, and not enter it. With that, the two agreed to lead the girl to the church. Well, Issei did. Illya didn't really know where it is after all. A power that can heal, huh? That's so cool, Illya told the girl. Of course, Issei relayed the message. Thank you? This is the wonderful power given to me by God after all, replied the girl. Walking with the girl was an interesting trip. They soon discovered that she too had a sacred gear, just like Issei. Of course, Issei hasn't fully understood how to use his sacred gear yet, so he decided not to mention it. Illya walked quietly next to them, not really understanding anything they're saying. They soon arrived at the church. Issei flinched slightly at the sight. Asia was ecstatic though, and was really grateful. Illya grimaced at the sight of Issei's slight fear. Although Illya didn't get the benefits of becoming a devil, she also didn't get the drawbacks. One is an irrational fear for all things holy. She can read the Bible if she had to and can walk up to shrines without fear of retribution. But there was this stabbing sensation that she can tell was not her own. Well, that's as far as I can go, Issei murmured to Illya. Illya nodded. He turned to the sister and smiled. Well then, we're leaving. Issei waved as the two turned away. Oh, please wait. I would like to make you some tea as a gratitude for taking me here. Sorry, but we are in a bit of a rush. Issei waved off. But that's Issei looked at the girl and at Illya. Unfortunately, he can't afford to leave Illya here either to fulfill that wish. If Illya returns hurt, he won't forgive himself, nor would Bucho and the others. My name is Hai to Issei. Everyone around me calls me Issei. So you can call me Issei as well. What's your name? Issei decided to give his name instead. It might be best. My name is Asia Argento. Please call me Asia. This girl here is illyasviel von Einzbern. Issei grinned in slight glee at being able to say the name without tripping over the pronunciation. She can't understand your language, so I'm afraid she can't say anything. It's nice to meet you too, illyasvielson. Asia curtsied to the girl. Illya curtsied back and smiled. Wait, San? So she at least understands Japanese enough that she knows honorifics, huh? Then, Sister Asia, let's meet again. Issei said. Yes. Issei-san, I will definitely come and see you. Asia bows her head down. With a wave, the two Gremry pawns moved away from the church, waving their hands. Issei-san. Yes, Illya? Do you have a crush on Asia-san? Illya asked, amused. Maybe? She's just my type if that's what you mean. A blonde foreigner is one of the types of girls that I've always fantasized about having in my harem. What about Buchuzan? Of course she's pretty, Issei cheerfully said. Illya nodded as they went on their way. When they came to the clubroom, they were definitely scolded. Apparently, the evil pieces in them had relayed that Issei was feeling considerably threatened. They told them about their trip to the church front, which turned into a lecture that Issei was forced to sit through. Don't ever get close to the church again. Neither Issei nor Illya, who was also there, could argue. Sincerely speaking, either of them planned to go back. Maybe Illya would, but Issei was fairly certain he did not want to go there again. Rias continued, to us devils, the church is the territory of an enemy. Just stepping into it can cause a rift between the devils and God. Since it was an act of kindness by taking the nun to the church, they didn't harm you, but the angels are always on the lookout. You were in a situation where it wouldn't be strange for them to hit you with a spear of light. Illya wanted to point out that that approach was neither very angelic nor saintly, but held it down. Don't get involved with people from the church. Especially the exorcists. They have the power to eliminate us with God's power on their side. It would be more dangerous if they had a sacred gear. That would be like standing on the edge of death. I see, Illya. Illya continued to fidget slightly. Sacred gears. What are they? The nun had one, but it was only the ability to heal. She wondered what Issei's power would be. And furthermore, what kind of sacred gear would leading exorcists have? A sacred gear with the ability to shoot magic with gems? And why was it that when she heard exorcist, she remembered a certain spicy ramen chef? You could avoid death as a human by being resurrected as a devil. But devils who are exorcised become completely terminated. They return to nothing. Nothing. There is nothing left, and you feel nothing. Do you know how serious that is? Issei's confused face was clear in its meaning. No. He did not understand that. Ilia, do you understand as well? You simply associating with us devils already puts you on their list as an enemy. Although, they are unlikely to completely consider you as a devil sympathizer yet. Just be careful. This goes double for when you become a devil. Illya nodded but felt how wrong that sounded. Lately, Illya felt that the phrase, once she becomes a devil, has been thrown at her face way too many times. It was starting to get a bit irritating. Rias felt the strange distance between her youngest peerage member and herself grow slightly. Illya, when I brought you here, I used a magic circle. Illya merely looked confused as to what this has anything to do with it. The magic circle we have only works on devils and peerage members. Whether you are devil, human, or half homunculus, you're considered my family. Sorry both of you, I got too heated. Anyway, be careful from now on. Yes, Bucho. Both chorused. Rias smiled, but she could still tell that Illya was drifting away from her. She was closer to Issei's side than earlier, and was almost defiant in her appearance. Issei was more confused than anything. Era, did you finish lecturing them? Aquino suddenly appeared standing behind them. She is smiling like usual. Aquino, did something happen? Aquino's expression changes after Rias asked her. We received an order for a hunt from the Archduke. Illya and Issei was told to stay out of the fight this time. Let us handle the fight. Just watch how our peerage members fight. Rias went into a lecturing pose. First is Yuto. Kiba nodded and summoned a sword. Kiba is a sacred gear user, like you, I see. His is called Sword Birth. He's capable of summoning demon swords and wielding it as a weapon. Would he be able to summon Torishernai as well? Illya asked. Already she is drawing parallels between Kuro's power using the Archer class card and Kiba's Sword Birth. I'll try later. Kiba laughed before he rushed forward. He slashed at the monster's arms, and the spear that the monster held fell onto the floor, along with the severed limbs. Yuto is also our knight, and if you would remember what a knight's power is, speed. Illya replied. Knights are the only chess piece that can jump over other pieces, which translates as being so fast that the enemies wouldn't even be able to stop them. Kaneko, your turn. Kaneko nodded and rushed forward just as the stray devil was going to stomp. Kiba returns to their group. Rook, their trait is strength. Illya murmured. The two pawns watched as Kaneko easily tripped over the monster by virtue of the power granted by the rook. Rias chuckled as Kaneko threw the stray devil as far as she could. She was definitely trying to impress, at least Illya, increase defense and power. That is the greatest asset of the rook. Rias nodded. Unfortunately, my only bishop is a bit out. He's doing something else, I'm afraid. So I can't demonstrate what a bishop does right now. However, I'm sure Aquino can more than suffice as a substitute. Aquino chuckled and casually strolled over. Bishops are granted better magical ability. Rias said, but do you remember what a queen is? The trait of all three, knight, rook, and bishop combined. Illya replied. Aquino excels in controlling her demonic power, so she focuses more on the bishop's side of the three. Rias pointed as the queen summoned a powerful lightning bolt and hurled it at the enemy. She's also quite the sadist. Illya and Issei hugged each other in fear as Aquino tortured the poor monster. Don't worry so much. Aquino is quite kind to her allies. You can go try and get yourself spoiled by her later. Neither Issei nor Illya looked willing to take that offer as Aquino laughed in an almost manic fashion. I suppose it's my turn. Rias smiled. Aquino heard her and stopped. All kings are high-class devils. Aquino approached them. And devil society is a society that respects power. So naturally, Rias summoned a great ball of dark energy. Our king is the strongest. She blasted great power onto the monster, obliterating the devil. All that was left was a lone pawn piece on the floor. Rias picked it up and turned towards the two. Good work, everyone. So, any questions, Illya, Issei? None, Bucho. They soon started walking home, feeling the evening breeze wash over them. Rias looked at them from the side. While officially this was something that they were ordered to do so, at the same time this is to showcase exactly what happens to devils who betray their masters. A sort of, if you leave us, this will be what happens to you. While she is loath to subject her peerage members to this scene, she wanted a clear statement to be said, don't leave us, please. Eventually, Illya had fully given up on meditating. In reality, none of the others here make good teachers on it. They were all too hasty for the skill, and each one of them had a burden that is difficult for them to just shed away. So that night, she was simply left to study a bit about devil lore that she personally didn't have any true attachment to. She wasn't a devil. She had no reason to care about this. There's also the chance that she would never become a devil. Although learning devil letters was actually pretty fun when she made a game out of it, she had taken to combining a string of words according to what they asked for. She once showed them one string and all of their faces went white, and Rias quickly corrected her letters. 72 pillars, 34 remaining, Illya murmured. She wished she could just read this all at once and have some sort of perfect memory, like that nun in that light novel series. Speaking of nuns, how was Asia? She idly wondered as she skimmed through the book, giving up on learning more of it. The pictures were too scary to just look at as well. Suddenly the group was on full alert. Huh! She also felt a strange stinging feeling inside her. It was the same feeling that she had when Issei and her went to that church before. Illya, you stay here. What was that? Illya felt the same thing at the church, a short sting like a sort of alert. That was the feeling when your peerage member is afraid of possible death. Rias grimaced. It acts as a sort of warning to us, but Issei is the only one out today, isn't he? Illya asked, alarmed. She looked around and confirmed that only Issei was absent. Rias grimaced. Did he go back to the church? No. He went out for a job. That means Rias walked over to the module that she uses to check something. The summoner is dead. Akino, have you readied the magic circle? Yes, Bucho. Kaneko, Yuto, you're with us. Illya, stay here. Okay. Illya nodded. She uncomfortably watched the group enter the magic circle and disappear in a blinding red light. Soon, they returned, with Issei in tow. The boy had a badly wounded leg. Illya winced at the sight. Illya, the first aid kit. Rias told her. Illya nodded and rushed to get the kit. She returned just as Akane-san is taking care of the leg with magic. Kaneko mutely extended her hand to the girl and Illya passed the kit. Kaneko opened it and pulled out a few bandages. A stray exorcist. That's what attacked Issei. And it appeared that this one was willing to kill even humans as long as they have a connection to the devils, whether small or large. Bucho, I need to save that girl, Asia. Issei interrupted. Ilya's ears immediately honed in on the word save that girl as though it was familiar. Like it had a very great impact on her life. It's impossible. How will you fight them? You are a devil. And she is a servant of fallen angels. It's two kinds that cannot coexist. Saving her means making the fallen angels your enemies. If that happened, we would also have to fight. That guy will definitely target Illya too. Issei replied. He attacked a guy who just got started on the contracting a devil business. There's no telling what he would do to Illya, who's always next to me. And to my parents. Sorry, Issei. Rias shook her head. She kindly put her hand on the boy, like an elder sister comforting her younger brother. But we'll make sure both Illya and your parents are safe. But there's nothing we can do for the nun. Illya grimaced, turning away. Do nothing? Is that really the right answer? Illya asked. As of now, yes, Illya. Rias shook her head. That is the only answer that would keep us alive. If we let ourselves loose and just attack them, that could result into us being targeted by the fallen angel faction. Or worse, reignite the Great War. Illya nodded and turned away. I want to go home. Let's go home, Issei. Sure. Issei glumly walked after her. Rias looked at the two's defeated backs. I'm sorry, she thought, but there was nothing I could do without risking too much. Issei skipped school today. Illya herself didn't feel like going. It was just a rehash of her previous classes anyway. But she still went. And when she went to the clubroom that time, she was met with surprise. Illya, do you know where Issei is? Rias asked. He dished. Illya replied, he's had a hard time, please be considerate. I understand. Illya quietly walked to the table and started on homework. She intended to head home as soon as she finished. When she was just about finished, the doors to the room were flung open. Rias looked surprised at the scene. All of them turned to the boy who stood there, panting. Illya was the first to speak. Issei, Butcho, there's something I need to tell you. Yes? Earlier, while I was out, I met Asia again. Issei, what did I tell you about? But Issei cut her off. Please just hear me out. Issei begged. At any rate, I met her again. Apparently she ran away from her group, and was hungry, so I treated her to lunch. We then went around the place. But then the fallen angel that killed me showed up. The one that killed me as well. Illya said. Yes, that one. Why are you telling us this? Rias asked, some anger flaring at the mention of the fallen angel that had hurt her precious family. I'm going to the church to save Asia. Rias clenched her fist slightly, and stood up. But Issei dared not flinch from his standing position. She then raised her hand and slapped him. It wasn't a particularly hard slap, just loud enough that everyone in the room heard it. How many times do I have to tell you? No is no. I can't allow you to save that sister. Rias angrily looked at the boy with a frown. Issei barely flinched as he rubbed his swollen cheek. He looked back defiantly. Then I will go by myself. I'm worried about this ritual thing. The fallen angels are doing something from behind the scenes. There's no guarantee of Asia's safety. Are you really that stupid? It was a low blow, and Issei winced when he heard those words, but he didn't falter. Rias also resolutely looked back. You will definitely be killed if you go. You won't be able to come back to life anymore. Do you understand? Your actions will affect not only me but also the other members. You are a devil of the Gremry group. You need to be aware of that. Then let me out of this group. I'll go there as an individual. Is he suggesting that he become a stray? I can't do that. Why don't you understand? Illya had enough. She walked out the door. Illya? Rias called out, but Illya closed the door behind her as though she didn't hear her voice. They waited a while within silence. Eliakin was mad, wasn't she? Kiba asked Kaneko. Kaneko nodded. But she hasn't left the school. She's just outside the building. There's no reason to worry. Rias nodded and let out a breath of relief. If Illya decided to take on the fallen angels by herself, without any help, she might definitely be killed. Granted, she never did see Illya in action. Issei took this opportunity to butt in. I became friends with Asia Argento. Asia is my important friend. I won't abandon my friend. I don't care that she's part of the fallen angel faction. I won't abandon her. I see. While that is a wonderful thing, and I think it's amazing that you can just say it like that, but you have to understand. This is different. The relationship between devils and fallen angels are not just simple enemies. If we show them a single sign of weakness, we would definitely be attacked. They are enemies. If it's enemies, I'll fight them off. I know I'm not strong enough for that, but as long as I can protect those that I care for, I won't back down. The two opposing forces glared at each other. Even against his master, he refuses to yield. That girl was originally from God's side. She is a person that we can never coexist with. Even if she went with the fallen angels, it doesn't change the fact that she is still the enemy of us devils. Issei didn't care about that. Asia isn't our enemy. The fallen angels may be, but she isn't. Even if she isn't, she has nothing to do with us. I see, you have to forget about her. Just because she has nothing to do with you, doesn't mean that she has nothing to do with me. Issei rebuked. I refuse to stand as a bystander while my friend is getting hurt. Issei glared. Even if that means becoming a stray. Iskun, wait! Kiba called out, but Issei was already running out. Kiba gritted and knew he could use his knight's speed to chase the boy, but Akino stopped him with a pat of his shoulder and a shake of her head. Akino walked forward and whispered something in Rias's ear. Rias's face went from torn to serious. Yudo, take Kaneko and assist Issei. What? Kiba asked blankly. Aquino and I have something that needs to be done. Just don't leave him to become a stray. Oh, and please tell him this: the power of a sacred gear is determined by one's desire. The two nodded and ran out the door. Rias looked at their retreating backs and grimaced. Aquino, did I do the right thing? You did the best you could. But Bucho, you can't expect them to automatically want to follow your orders, especially when it goes against what they want. They're not slaves that would let you tell them what to do, what not to do. So you can't dictate everything for them, especially if they're people that you want to be seen as family instead of master. But right now, isn't there something that we need to do? Rias nodded and prepared herself. The two of them marched out the door, just as a bright light speed past their window and towards the direction of the church. The last time Illya had the chance to do nothing, she didn't take it. After all, her best friend was definitely going to be sad. Mia was definitely going to die if they let the wish that Julian Ainsworth be granted. She refused it. She refused that kind of ending. In the end, her efforts were ruined. Her efforts caused her world to fall. There was nothing left for her to go back to. After all, wasn't it fact that the wish that was granted in the end was: I wish that humanity, who is the source of all the evils of the world, be destroyed. The only reason she lived was the wish that a second grail, her grail granted, to take those that I, Amiya Shiro, consider my sister away from humanity's destruction. She lost everything in the end. She lost it all. Is this ending acceptable? Illya asked. She leaned against a tree in the courtyard, hidden away from any prying individuals. If she doesn't do anything, Asia will die. If she tries to intervene, the devil's side could be put into danger, just because of her selfishness. She was at a loss as what to do. Should I really accept an ending where many unknowns are saved as long as the one person I know dies? Is that what she wants? An ending where the maximum amount of happiness is saved as long as one person suffers? Is that really the only ending she can reach for? Isn't there an ending that would save everyone? But I don't want to. She didn't want to accept such an ending. She didn't want it. She may have lost everything because her decision destroyed her world, but that doesn't mean her reasoning is wrong. Rather, just because her reasoning can be destroyed with a little bit of cunning, doesn't make another's reasoning right. In mathematics, 100 might be greater than 1, but this is real life. The value of one friend is worth more than 100 strangers. She heard the door open. She looked to the side and watched as Issei rushing out the door. Huh! Where was he going? Was he headed to the church? It wasn't soon after that Kaneko and Kiba rushed out the building as well. The two chased after him. Kiba rushed forward and grasped Issei-senpai's hand. They started talking. Kaneko also reached them soon, then the three left together. Were they going to fight? She watched as they disappeared in the distance. She sighed, not truly sure as to what was going on. But in the end, whether they were going to fight or not doesn't matter. It was her own choice that does. I made up my mind. She'll fight for Asia. She didn't know her enough to justify saying she's a friend, but she does know her, and she does want to help her. So what's the plan, Eliason? I knew it. There was no way either of you would have taken that long to be asleep. Illya smiled, as she pulled off both stars from her hair. The evening sky colored the night. And two kaleidostics awoke, flitting around the girl. Of course! We're the greatest mystic codes in existence, after all. Good evening, Illya-sama. Ruby, you know what to do. Illya grasped the handle the fairy star extended. She felt the power flourish through her, the familiar pink light enveloping her body. Carrying with it a power she could not fully grasp, the power of the kaleidoscope, of infinite possibilities. But that's okay, she has no need for infinite power. What she needs is the single possibility that would allow her to save someone in need. Magical girl Kaleid liner Prisma Illya. A young magical girl mutters softly. The nostalgic feeling of power was something she didn't expect to miss. Once she wished that she never had this power, but now, she needed it. She jumped into the sky and flew out, the butterfly star following. Never again would she let a friend suffer. After all, just for a friend, she was and is willing to risk the world, once more, for the sake of one girl. Rainier sure has a habit of giving us the more boring tasks, doesn't she? The fallen angel, Donasik, yawned. The three of them sat on the branches of trees near the church. Strictly speaking, they were supposed to be the ones to ward off anyone who tries to intervene with the ceremony. The other two people in his unit were Fallen Angel Kaleid, who was technically the leader of the trio, and Fallen Angel Middled. The two female Fallen regarded him with almost disdain. Careful, Donasek. You sound like you want something to go horribly wrong. Middled warned. Oh, and who would jinx us? God? Donasek scoffed. Do you really think God would care what the hell we say? Kaleid snorted. We barely register in his presence. Don't flatter yourself. Humans register in his presence. We, who are his enemies, would most certainly become among those that he would at least notice. Middled snorted. I think I recall a Bible verse saying something about him remembering everyone's names, but don't quote me on that. You who haven't read the Bible in years should not be so quick to quote it. Donasek scoffed. But let's be honest, this situation is boring. How about a little bit of fun? Some excitement for the night? As soon as he finished that line, they all felt a strange power rushing to their direction. Middled snorted, there it is. And this is why I don't try to tempt fate. All three of them rose in the air. Middled coughed slightly as a brilliant light rushed towards their direction. Stop right there. Stop right there. Ilia was forced to stop in her rush towards the church when a black-winged blonde little girl stood against her. Behind her flew, almost lazily, two other black-winged creatures, fallen angels. Illya muttered. She readied Ruby in preparation for an attack. Sapphire orbited her in a manner similar to a moon circling a planet. What's a little brat doing here? The woman asked, almost evaluating the girl. Then she noticed two things that were flapping right behind Illya. Her smile went almost feral. Ah, church bitch. Oh, what do you mean, Kaleid? The winged man asked. The little girl was also looking at the girl to figure out what the woman meant. Don't you see it, Donasek? Look on that cape thing she has. Those are definitely crosses. Illya consciously looked at the objects and was more than a little surprised. Ruby, we're definitely going to have a talk about this, Illya thought. Not bad. Never seen a flying church lackey. Is that the new uniform for you exorcists? The little girl said with an almost bloodthirsty smirk. This was definitely a bad situation. Illya was definitely intimidated by the fact that she's facing what could be akin to three killers. Give me Asia Argento, Illya simply said. Mostly because that's all she could say at the time. Her child's voice and her shaking legs didn't help much in the intimidation department either. The man with wings chuckled. Oh, the church wants her back now. After you excommunicated her? Illya realized there was some sort of backstory behind Asia's association with the Fallen, but honestly, she didn't really care about it. Right now, she needed to go to Asia's side as soon as possible. I repeat, Illya said, as she focused her own courage. Give me Asia. The winged woman, Kaleid asked, does the church preach child labor now? You look a bit too young to be working full-time. Give me Asia, Illya said once more, with a tone of surety laced within her voice. You're joking, do you really believe you can beat us? You look like you barely just got out of kindergarten. The young girl scoffed. Illya looked to the tattered church in a grimace. She has to worry not to hit it with her more destructive abilities. She might accidentally cause a chunk of the ceiling to cave onto Asia. The girl took the fact that Illya didn't even look at her as an answer. You're not, don't underestimate us, you little brat. A spear of light shot from the girl's hand, and Illya dodged it. Middle, we'll leave this one to you, Kaleid said. If there's one thing I know about the church, they don't send their members on their own. There will likely be backup nearby. She's likely to be their forward soldier, and the others are soon on their way. The group argued a bit more, but warily kept an eye on Ilya's position. Illya didn't care about what they were saying at that point, focusing on something else. Sapphire? Low C-class construct, with potentially boosted abilities against dead apostles and devils. Speak normally, please, Illya said. The only thing I understood was that it is more effective on devils and dead apostles, whatever those are. What does the rest mean for me? Constructs are objects created by magecraft, usually by projection. Not many magi use them because they tend to be unreliable. But one significant difference between constructs and regular magecraft is that constructs affects you physically, although some may have magical properties. You should be able to block it with your barrier, but I suggest not letting the construct near your skin. As you may recall, close combat injures you a lot more effectively than magecraft, Issei, Ilya said. The other 2 fallen angels had left the area. The lone fallen angel left, Middled, remained ready to attack. Ilya decided to ignore her and head towards the church as fast as she could. Don't think it would be that easy, brat. The girl known as Middled rushed after her and hurled a spear. Ilya-sama, behind you. Ruby! Put as much power as you can to my defenses. Roger that. As soon as she said that, Ilya realized the mistake she made. Even if Illya has access to infinite prana, she could only output a certain amount before completely exhausting herself. So when Illya said to place all the power that she had to her defenses, Ruby dedicated her entire power output into defending her. In other words, the kaleidostic cancelled out Ilya's ability to mold prana so that it could all be redirected to her defenses, without letting a single drop left for her flight. So, naturally, she dropped like a stone, which still turned out fine as the spear missed her. Ruby! Flight, flight! She panicked as she dropped. Illya felt some of her power to control prana return, and she immediately imagined the power of flight once more. Ruby chuckled. Eliason, maybe you should think about your orders twice before giving them. You're not Rinsen after all. Just make sure that I can still fly and fight. Reverting to default settings, Ruby intoned with an amused voice. Illya made a mental note to only use that command when in a very dangerous situation and not 50 feet in the air. Another spear was summoned. Ilya-sama. Illya nodded and created a barrier between her and the spear. The spear was easily deflected by the shield, and Illya took the few moments during the girl's shock to send a single magic shot at her foe. Middled hissed in pain as the attack hit and was blown back. Illya turned around to head to the church again but was stopped when another spear of light was shot at her from behind. The blade was deflected by her magic barrier, but it was enough to make Ilya's flight skew a bit before Illya finally controlled herself. You're pretty resilient, fallen angel-san, Ruby said. Middled growled, as the arm that was struck by Illya smoked slightly. The reddened skin on the wound merely highlighted something that Illya was afraid of. That was why she kept trying to escape her instead of facing her head-on. This would be the first time she fought someone weaker than herself. This would be the first time she would be forced to fight someone more mortal than herself. Her previous enemies, the heroic spirits of the class cards, Chloe von Einzbern, Bazette Fragamicrimitz, Gil, the Ainsworth family, all of them symbolized a power that she could only barely fight against. They all seemed as though they are beings that would just simply not die no matter how many times she fought them. That her current dilemma wasn't an actual issue. She could only muster up all her power and throw it at them. She grew stronger and stronger, fighting people who stood above her. She never got to learn how to hold back, as she had no experience fighting people weaker than herself. At another place, Issei was cycling. Yes, he was pedaling the bicycle he uses to get to the people that summon him. He was pedaling with all his might. Kiba and Kaneko joined him, and were both prepared to help his cause. They need to save Asia. Issei pumped himself up, psyching himself to the utmost limit. The sacred gear's power is determined by its user's desire. That was what Rias Gremory had asked Kiba to tell him. To be honest, Issei barely understood what that meant, but what he understood was that his twice critical would react if he wanted it. He wasn't sure if his desire was enough to make it work, but he did want to save Asia, and that desire to save her, he figured it would be enough. It had to be enough. He can't let her fall just because he wasn't able to desire enough, whatever that meant. I can see it, the church, Issei called, as Kiba and Kaneko easily paced themselves next to him, despite him being the one on the bicycle. He internally cried at that, but he had no time for his own musings. It was time to save Asia Argento. Illya's consent is in the air, Kaneko thought. She looked toward the forest. Should she go towards there? She then shook her head. No. Butcho's orders were to assist Issei. Illya would join them soon. And hopefully, she would only join them when everything is done with. At any rate, she at least knew the smell of Ilya's blood, having been the one to wash it off. There was no smell of it here. And the smell of burnt flesh in the air? She was sure it wasn't Ilya's as well. She knew this was just small justifications to satisfy her worry, but she really needed to focus on the task given to her by her master. She just hoped Ilia wouldn't be in danger. Donasek felt the presence of yet another powerful creature in the area. This time it was a blasphemous form of energy. He and Kaleid quickly rushed towards the scene only to be faced with a pair of high school girls. Of course, they were only high school girls if you didn't feel the demonic energy coursing through them. Didn't think the backup that the church would send would be devils. Or I suppose you would just be a second group. Donasek casually said. Ha, Crimson Hair, you must be part of the Gremory family, I presume. Good evening, Fallen. I'm the Gremory heiress, Rias Gremory, and this would be my queen, Himejima Akino. Akino bowed with a fake smile on her face. Rias shrugged and continued, You do realize that these lands belong to my family? Yes, I did. Although I had no clue that you also owned the land of this church. Kaleid took over, her voice barbed with the words, You have no business here. Rias smiled. I would at least like to be informed if the owner of a property that is within my lands has changed. I did not hear of heaven relinquishing their claim on this church. Ah, yes, I suppose not. Rias gestured slightly. You probably would have gotten away with it too, Fallen, if not for your unwarranted attack last night on a member of my peerage. Donasek looked around, keeping wary of the other girl. Or rather, challenging her with feral grins. He was practically begging for this to boil down to a fight. The chance to kill devils has always been something he took as soon as it was offered. Kaleid felt the tension but continued with her own tone of almost indifference. Oh, what could you be referring to? Freed Selzen, the stray exorcist that attacked my cute little brother yesterday. Oh? And what does a stray exorcist have to do with us? For all we know, the man could have been an exorcist who chose not to ally with the fallen. Kaleid asked almost silkily. They all know that the moment one of them was to attack, this would definitely become chaos. But none of them were truly trying to avoid it. In fact, all of the people involved in this situation wanted it to turn into a battle. If it became a battle, then no politics were needed. Only strength, power, technique. Those would be all that matters when it comes down to it. Rias smiled condescendingly. Don't act stupid. The man was with Asia Argento, who I heard was also allied with the Fallen Angel faction. You researched Asia Argento's past, Kaleid said. It's only logical to do so after such prolonged exposure to my family. Kaleid sighed. Tell me, if Freed Selzen had not attacked last night, would you even be here to be speaking with us? No, I would not, Rias admitted, but because of it I was able to confirm something. Your little group is independent of the wills of the Grigori. That's quite a leap of logic there, young Gremory heiress. Correct. And in fact, it might be too much of a stretch. Rias continued, her hand flexing slightly. But I'm going to have to bet on that one fact. After all, if it is true, then I would not be known as the one who restarted the war between Fallen and Devils, Rias simply said, as she posed for battle. Donasek and Akino also readied themselves. That could also be just as easily avoided by simply not attacking us. That's true. But if I did that, my precious little brother, who is risking his life for the sake of that one girl, would become someone I'll have to kill. That's right. Rias did not want to have to kill Issei, who decided that Asia Argento was worth becoming a stray for. So she latched onto the one hope that Akino presented. She latched onto the possibility that these fallen angels were a radical group amongst their numbers. She would rather believe in that possibility than want to suffer the loss of a precious member of the little family she was building. Do what you will, devil. Now, I presume you are also here to save Asia Argento. Yes, I guess that is a good way to say it. But you could also say this is a sort of extermination of the pests that invaded our front lawn. Rias's hands were shrouded with dark energy. Akino's hands crackled with lightning, and the two fallen angels summoned their spears. They were all prepared to kill their opponent. The glove has been thrown, little devil. Kaleid smirked. So die. Kaleid roared, starting the fight between two fallen angels and two devils. In hindsight, maybe she should have installed assassin instead of charging here directly. The class's presence concealment would definitely have been useful. But there are many things you forget in the heat of emotion. It was also in hindsight that she realized that she had left her class cards at home, so she had none of them at that moment. She didn't exactly think that she'll end up needing them until Ruby and Sapphire woke up, so she elected to just leave them on her dresser instead of constantly attaching the card holster to her leg. Well, she was still plenty strong without them, but if she had brought Assassin, she wouldn't be stuck in this game of red light, green light. She tries to get past Middled. Middled throws a spear, she deflects spear and shoots back, and then repeat the process over and over again. You're tough, Ilia commented as she and her opponent panted. Ilya's stamina is still mostly human, hasn't been used as much as of recent, and they've been at this little game for over a few minutes now, and it was starting to get wearisome. You're strong, Middled was forced to admit. How can someone as young as you be so strong? And furthermore, how did the church keep you hidden after all this time? But I can't let myself lose here, Illya said, forcing her back straight. I'm going to save Asia Argento. Middled was a bit miffed at her question being ignored. Why bother? You're just a church lackey. You were the people who threw her away. I don't care what the church did, Illya replied. All that matters is that there is a friend of mine that needs help, and I'll even risk God's judgment to save her. Middled looked dumbstruck at this. You're working alone? Of course not. She has us. Onitsuma is right. At the very least, us two will stand by her side. Ruby Sapphire Illya smiled. That's right, she may have watched the world vanish from her grasp, but these two will stand by her side for as long as it'll take. And she still has her parents' gift. Wait, Ruby, do you know how to activate a magic crest? Illya asked. That's right, she has 2 magic crests that were implanted into her before her arrival in this world. The first is the EMIYA crest, a gift from her father, EMIYA Kiritsugu. This crest was many generations old, but it lost a lot of its old power. Illya was never fully informed on what the EMIYA crest could do, but Sapphire was given all her father's research for it, which she'll probably read on later. She knew that it was based on innate time manipulation, but apart from the obvious implications of the skill, she never got around to learning all of it. The second was created by her mother to serve as an einzbern crest. Strictly speaking, this magic crest is only 1 generation old, as it was created by her mother so that some of her mysteries can be available to Illya when Ruby and Sapphire are disabled like Ruby was at the time. She was specifically given her mother's skill with healing and alchemy. Of course I do. I'll send the knowledge to you in a bit. Illya waited for an opportunity to strike, waiting for a way to get past the fallen angel. The knowledge necessary to activate the magic crest flowed into her mind, but she couldn't toy with the EMIYA crest. And unfortunately, she didn't have any metal wires on her figure to use her mother's power over alchemy. Or did she? Ruby. I don't have any wires. I'll pass along the memories of a version of yourself that didn't need them. Ruby shrugged. Activating Prism Trance? Prism Trance, the primary use of the Kaleidostics. While the ability to turn their user into magical girls was something of a quirk that was mostly for the amusement of its creator, and the ability to use class cards is more of a strange ability that was programmed in later, Prism Trance was the greatest asset that the wielder of the Kaleidostic could have. After all, it allows for Ruby to download memories of an alternate version of its user, and then transfer said memories into the current one. The specific memories that Ruby passed on to her were the memories of an alternate version of herself that fought in a strange battle royale called the Fifth Holy Grail War. She ignored the fact that she was trying to kill her big brother, and that said version was actually 18 years old and focused on the skills that she received. She'll just complain to Ruby later. Using her own hair for this was a bit strange for Illya, and she resolved to ask for metal wires from Rias later. She pulled out a strand of her hair and poured some prana into it. The hair sprung to life and Illya sent it towards the fallen. What wires? Middle asked. Illya ignored her as she manipulated the wire to tie around Middle's wrist. She then pulled it, causing Middle to be knocked off balance by the sudden pull in the other direction. Shit! Middle cried out as she cut the wire with her light spear. Illya took that distraction and flew ahead of the fallen angel. To add a bit more confusion, she shot an entire barrage of magic projectiles behind her. You get back here! In the end, it was not to fight the fallen angels that was her goal. Her goal was to rescue Asia. She didn't need to kill Middle. She only needed to save Asia Argento. In the end, even if she thought about the magic crests, they turned out useless to her in the end, huh? Ilia laughed silently. She landed onto the front door of the church and looked around. There was something wrong here. Ilia could practically feel it. As Prisma Ilia, she is better at sensing prana than normal, and the prana here is more than abnormal. Ilya-sama, she was suddenly blindsided by a light sword slashing at her. Her arm was snagged, but she dodged it. Oh look, after trashy devils, I get a little kid. Ilia was certain this man was no pushover, as the gash on her arm proved. She activated the healing magecraft in the einzbern crest and cast it on the wound. Well, the fact that her crest had healing made it more useful than she thought it was. You look cute, would you be able to match that devil Icekun's skill? Ilia was surprised at that. Issei was already here? If she remembered correctly, Issei should have been on a bicycle when heading here. Did it really take that long for her to get past that fallen angel? D-class construct, with increased powers against dead apostles and devils, Sapphire announced. Not for the first time, she was grateful for the fact that she wasn't a devil. She didn't know what would have happened if she had been. Oi, what an interesting trinket you got there. And D-class? Are you insulting my sword? Ahaha. You should know that we men like our swords. And insulting them is like an insult to our Schneiden. But he never got to finish it as Ilia hurled a magic strike against him. The man looked bored and slashed at the magic cutter with a strange ease. Don't interrupt me, you shitty brat. The man maneuvered his sword to send the magic to the side. That wasn't a class magic attack. Ruby yelled, surprised. How could he just deflect it just like that with a D-class construct? Skill, Sapphire replied. This man is more skilled than the one before. That or the sword is just better than it seems, or both. I finally caught up to you, you damn church brat. Ilia internally groaned, as she heard the voice of the girl she had evaded. Middle flew behind her, her gothic clothes tattered and battered. Many parts of her skin were red from the burns Ilia had inflicted on her person. And she was angry, really, really angry. Oh, isn't it the shitty kitty fallen? The man asked mockingly. You look like you got tortured with a hot iron. Did the brat do that to you? I'll kill you, Freed. The fallen angel replied. Not if I kill you first. And church brat? Ooh. She's a church brat? Really? Truly? I can see the crosses on her cape. I don't recall of an exorcist on the force that was so young though. Ah, I don't care. I get to kill a church kid that can keep up with us adults. That's got to be a bonus. Not for the first time in her life did Ilia feel that her life was so unfair. The fallen angel was a trouble on her own right. The fact that there was a priest here with enough skill to deflect a class magic attacks was also something that she felt was quite cruel of life to just throw her way. Maybe we should have knocked out the fallen angel when we had the chance. Ruby commented. Ilia grimaced. Looks like she'll have to leave the rescue of Asia Argento to Issei. All she could do for them now was to keep these two away from the battlefield. If she tried to save Asia now, she would only endanger them by dragging these two into the fight. Fine. Let's fly, Ilia said, as she jumped into the air. She then hurled a magic shot at the two. Oi, don't you know that it's rude to get in between the fight of adults, you shitty brat? The man snarled. He jumped after her, but she merely dodged it. And wait, you can fly? That's not fair. Ilia shrugged, as her smile grew. So he can't fly. Perfect, then she'll just stay out of the man's jumping range. The priest was able to jump really far though, all considering. Why the hell are you smiling? You think you can beat us together, you little brat? Middle summoned a spear and charged at Ilia. Ilia dodged her charge and sent another magic bolt at the fallen angel. She then slowly, but steadily, retreated to the forest. That was more difficult than expected, Aquino said, panting slightly. She didn't need to maintain an image right now, so there was no reason not to show her fatigue. Rias bent over to pick up two feathers from the ground. They were the only things left of the two fallen. Let's go. Rias and Aquino nodded and headed towards the church in a quick but calm fashion, keeping track in case of potential ambushes. Rias then felt a pinprick of fear from one of her pieces, although she wasn't entirely sure who it was. They soon reached the church, only to see a fallen angel disappear into the other side. The priest that attacked Issei was also running towards that direction. Are they retreating? Aquino wondered. Rias shrugged. If they were retreating, then there was no reason to follow them. All that matters is that she joins her peerage members. Nothing else does. She did not see the white-haired girl that the priest and Fallen were chasing. And though she did see the blood in front of the church's steps, she didn't have the same nose that Kaneko had, and couldn't distinguish that it was of a certain girl they thought they left behind at school. Issei growled in anger as he entered the sanctuary of the church. Would he be too late? Too early? He did rush out here without much of a plan and headed full sprint for where he thinks the enemy would be. Kaneko and Kiba followed his lead, but they looked around a lot. Were they watching out for ambushes? Damn it, he felt bad for only looking at what is ahead. No, that shouldn't stop him. If desire is what he needs to win this match, he should psych himself up to the fullest. His summoned sacred gear glowed brightly on his left arm. Twice critical was what Rainer called it. He barely cared if it was ultimately a useless sacred gear, he was prepared to boost his powers to its maximum potential. Right now, he was in the night state of his promotion. He had decided to use the night, and use its extra speed to punch down the exorcist that was upstairs. Since night was the fastest, it also meant he won't be holding back Kaneko and Kiba when it came to speed. Because of this, he arrived in record time to face a sea of exorcists. Well, sea was a bit of an exaggeration, but there were a lot. What are those idiots upstairs doing? Issei could tell that it was Rainer's voice, and he bit back something. He wasn't entirely sure what he felt, but he held it back. If it was going to get in his way, then he'll definitely fight it off. Asia! I've come to save you! Issei roared. Isaacson? The girl cried out. Issei honed in on the voice and found her chained to a strange cross. So the twice critical user has arrived. Rainer snorted. Delay them, we don't have time for their little tricks. Kiba stood next to him, his sword, Holy Eraser, gleamed in his touch. Kaneko and I will create a path for you. Grab the girl and run. Thanks, Issei replied. The knight's speed would do well in this situation. Rainer! I'm going to save Asia. Boost! His sacred gear roared. Issei jumped past his foes, while his senior devils, Kaneko and Kiba, defeated the exorcists left and right. He rushed to Asia's side and found the chains difficult to get rid of. Kiba! These chains are getting in the way. Oh no, you don't! Rainer roared, summoning a spear of light. Issei recoiled at the sight of the spear, but he remained firm in his position. The hurled spear flew towards his position, and it took all his devil's strength and knight's speed to dodge it. He grabbed Asia, still chained to the cross, and made his way away from there. Kiba was quick to be at his side and sliced up the chains. Issei discarded the cross and made his way away from there. Come back here, Rainer said as she flew after the boy. Kaneko thought to make her way there, but the stray exorcist stood in her way. Kiba himself was suddenly swamped with exorcists. Issei was left alone with Asia. He rushed up the stairs, dodging the spears that were being hurled in his direction. Come back with my twilight healing, you little twat. It's Asia's twilight healing, not yours. And the hell? What do you mean yours? Issei cried out, as he jumped past those. Pressed tightly to his chest was Asia. The girl's face was bright red, but she looked worried as well, and, in a moment of misfortune, in a stupid oversight, because he wasn't paying attention to where he was headed, and maybe because God just plain hated him, he tripped. Just as a spear was heading in his direction. The light spear embedded itself in his stomach. The two of them tumbled down the steps, Issei still refusing to let the girl go, and landed on the bottom of the steps. Isaacson! Asia cried out, as she healed the injury on his stomach. Get out of the way, Asia, and you won't get hurt. Rainer snarled. It's time for that boy to die. Rainer charged with another spear. No! Asia jumped in the way, and the spear pierced through her body. Rainer flinched. She let go of the spear and flew up into the sky as though to get away. Asia collapsed, but not before forcing her body to face Issei's. The injury on Issei's stomach was still bleeding. Asia bit back the pain that she was holding and started healing. Rainier bit back a roar of anger. Anger at herself for losing to her emotions. Anger at the damned exorcist who was supposed to be stationed at the main hall. Anger at the stray exorcists who couldn't even hold off 2 devils. Anger at the fallen angels who were supposed to be guarding the church so that this wouldn't happen at all. Anger at Asia who befriended the boy. But most importantly, anger at Issei for ruining everything. Do you enjoy leading others to their death? Rainier snapped. She felt all her hatred break free. And this anger was about to be set loose on the reincarnated devil. Issei heard this cry, but he started feeling so weak that he could barely look at Asia. Was that a soft green light? There was a beautiful green light around his stomach. It was soothing and comforting, as though it was ensuring that he would be fine. Asia, everything seemed so blurry. Then it started getting clearer. Clear enough for him to see Asia's form. She was bleeding in the stomach? Why? Why Asia? Why was she healing him and not herself? Then it clicked. Asia was never one to care about her own well-being. She never was. What mattered is the well-being of others and those around her. Of course, in the face of death, the girl would choose to save another life over her own, no matter how illogical it was. No matter how more logical it was to heal herself before healing him, she did not choose that path. The wound on his stomach closed, but Issei's heart feels as though it had been opened up and stabbed with multiple knives. Heal yourself, Asia. Issei begged her. Please, sorry, Isis, and Asia smiled. But I'm already too tired. Asia? Asia! Issei felt his heart truly and sincerely break as the girl's eyes shut. He didn't know what happened, how it happened, but he roared. He roared out his anger, his desire to kill the girl's killer. He'll destroy the girl's killer with all his might. It didn't matter whatever his morality tells him. Boost! His sacred gear roared into life. Issei roared with all his might, roaring so loud it could be heard all across the church. His fury that he cannot contain, his anger and sadness meshed together to form a radiant aura of red, encasing him in its confines. Green light shone from his sacred gear, as though to let the world know his rage. Rainier, Ilya's plan was simple. Keep them away from the church and fight them there. And the forest is the perfect spot to strike using her wirehair magecraft. She first summoned a few more wires and, this time, willed it to form a shape. They took the form of birds and she programmed them to be capable of autonomy and given them the setting to constantly protect her. The subtlety of wire magecraft is something that she can appreciate better than the more obvious beams of magic that Ruby can do. And in this particular scenario, subtlety is what she needed. The priest, Fried, if she remembered correctly, suddenly popped up in front of her, but she didn't care as much as she probably should have been. Her birds had automatically knocked the man away from her. The man tried to throw the sword, but Ilia simply cast a magic barrier to deflect it. He was unarmed, now was her chance, she thought. She moved one of the wires she had been preparing and snagged Fried's arms, and she tied him to a tree. I'm no son of God, you brat! Don't crucify me to a tree. I thought this would be sacrilege to you heirs. Oh wait, you're a bit too young to be ing yet, aren't you? Or maybe you already have, won't be surprised. This was not the first time she wished that she had mystic eyes of binding like her alternate self did. Note to self: find a way to learn it. Don't care about normal life, being able to shut people up like this guy is a lot more useful. Ruby, I blame you for the memories you put in my head. I think I'm getting too violent. Ilia thought. Ha, you fool, Fried. Fried's supposed ally Middle scoffed. To think you would be caught by an amateur's trap. I'm WHH. Ilia had used the fallen's little rant to do the same thing and tie her to a tree. This time she ensured that the hand was completely tied up so that she can't just cut it by summoning a light spear. I won. Ilia collapsed on a tree branch. She looked down on the two tied on the trees. Oi! Let me go, you shitty brat! Fried snarled. If you're not going to kill us, let me go so I can kill you. How about no? Ruby replied for her. I won't kill either of you. Ilia replied. There's no need to. And there's no reason to. Ilia shrugged. Ilia hurled two solid bolts of magic on their heads. The priest and the fallen angel were instantly knocked out. Now all that was left is for her to wait it out. She was too tired to do much more. She decided to leave the fate of saving Asia to Issei. The battle of rage that ensued between Issei and Rainier was something that could have been written legends about. But as there were no others to witness it, there was no record of it. Issei roared, using the extra momentum of the night to rush at the fallen angel. The fallen angel herself rushed forward with a spear in hand. Issei roared as he punched away the spear with his gauntlet, and sent a punch straight into the woman's stomach, almost as though in retribution for the number of times she had pierced him there. The fallen angel gritted her teeth in pain. This would be so much easier if she had twilight healing. She could have healed her injuries almost instantly. You only have a twice critical and yet you defy me so. Boost, shut up. Issei replied, you don't get to decide what I can and cannot do. He blocked the spear again with his gauntlet. Hey, it seems as though he wasn't affected by the spear's devil-slaying powers as long as it hit the gauntlet. Well, that's good enough for him. You're just an ex-boyfriend who just can't help but want to restart his non-existent relationship. Rainier snarled. You're just an ex-girlfriend who can't admit that I've already moved on. Issei replied. I don't care what you did to me in the past. I'm here to save Asia and that's final. Oh really? Rainier laughed, and then her face morphed to something familiar. Or rather her face became gentle and cute. Is that really what Icekun thinks? Issei flinched at the sight of Yuma. Rainier smirked and took that opportunity to take another stab at him. Boost! The roar of the sacred gear was able to get him back on track and allowed him to just barely able to dodge that attack. Rainier took this reaction as a victory. You haven't moved on at all. Issei growled, yeah, you're right, I haven't moved on. You were my first girlfriend. I wanted to make you happy, and yet you betrayed me, and I enjoyed leading you by the nose. Rainier laughed. You were so gullible, that it was practically almost thrilling to kill you. You killed Illya as well. Issei roared. Boost! Oh, would that be the other kid? I don't care. She shouldn't have jumped in like that. Rainier dismissed. Then she felt it. The absurdly abnormal amount of power emanating from the boy. You! Rainier snarled, how did you get so strong in the middle of this battle? She could practically feel as though at least a high-class devil was fighting her. A sacred gear's power is based on its user's desire, right? Issei replied. He waved his sacred gear in the woman's face. I figured that. If this thing's ability can double my power, then I can double my power on top of that power. What? That's not what twice critical does, you idiot. Rainier replied in shock. It doubles your power just once. What you're describing is NO. Issei took her surprise as a chance to strike her down. He jumped and used the momentum to punch her across the room. Boost! Rainier coughed as she faced the boy that she beguiled and tricked. Boosted gear a Longinus. Get blown away! Issei roared. He punched the girl once more, and willed all the power that was welled up within him to explode. To be unleashed against the enemy who hurt him and Illya and Asia. He'll blow her away with its power. Explosion! The fallen angel didn't stand a chance. Without the power to heal herself indefinitely, without a way to counter the power that was shot at her at point blank, she died in an explosion of righteous fury. Issei stood there looking at the debris left behind by the explosion. Rainier was gone. He ensured that. He looked at the hole in the wall, at the feathers that were left behind, and he was certain that she could not have survived that. He sighed softly, crashing onto the ground. He looked at the ceiling, and asked softly, is it okay to cry now? Even if some being were to have heard him, if there was someone there that could have seen everything, it didn't matter. His eyes started softly letting tears stream down his face. He won, but he lost so much. He lost so much. Rias heard him. His voice had echoed up the stairs enough to have been heard by both Aquino and herself. Rias grimaced as she descended from the steps. She found Issei at its bottom, leaning against a wall, his tears just flowing. He wasn't making any noise aside from a few hiccups, and he was most certainly not paying attention to anything. Rias' heart couldn't help but reach out for the boy. He had risked everything and still ended up losing more than he should have. If only the world was fair, then he would have been rewarded for his actions. Well, while the world wasn't fair, she was. She'll give him the reward he justly deserved. Good work, Issei, she said softly. Bucho? Issei muttered, opening his eyes. She then heard footsteps of two others. Kiba and Kaneko arrived from the door. Kiba was speckled all over by blood, while Kaneko had a few scratches on her clothes, but nothing more. Issei didn't seem to see them and was more focused on her. Eh? Hello, Bucho. Issei smiled. I failed. Asia is dead, don't worry. Akino hugged the boy. Bucho would make sure that she won't be any longer. Issei was confused at that, and turned to Rias. Maybe it was fate that made Illya become a pawn rather than a bishop. She chuckled, as she pulled out a bishop. The same bishop that she had originally intended Illya to have. She placed the bishop on the girl's chest. Then she decided for a bit more showmanship than absolutely necessary. I order, in my name, Rias Gremory, you, Asia Argento, I resurrect you back into this world as my servant, and have you reborn as a devil. You, my bishop, be delighted with your new life. Rias glowed in a crimson aura as the ritual began. The bishop sank into Asia's body as though it found its natural place. The reincarnation process started once more and the injury that was on Asia's stomach disappeared. Asia's breathing returned, her stomach going up and down in rhythmic fashion. Asia's eyes soon fluttered open, Issei's tears slowing to almost a trickle. Issa-san? Issei hugged the girl and smiled. Welcome back, Asia, let's go home. The confusion that Asia was showing turned into happiness as she hugged the boy back. Kaneko looked around and decided to ask a question. Although this was a heartwarming scene, she was worried about something. It's been on the back of her mind for quite a while now. Bucho, did you see Eliakim on your way here? I smelled that she was in the area earlier. Issei was the first to be shocked. Rias tried to mentally remember if she ever saw the girl. Akino's brow furrowed, and Kiba's face morphed into worry. Kaneko mentally apologized for ruining the mood before she rushed up the staircase. Everyone else soon followed, Issei carrying Asia with him. Illya-sama, Tujukaneko-sama, Hinojima Akena-sama, and Kiba Yuta-sama are coming this way. Illya was roused from her sleep by Sapphire's voice. When did she start sleeping? She quickly righted herself, looking towards the two people she had defeated. Yup, still knocked out. Ruby, get me out of magical girl form. Illya ordered. How, why? Ruby asked, confused. I don't want to be seen in this outfit, Ruby. Illya complained. Yes, if there's one thing she still hasn't gotten over regarding her life as a magical girl, it's the outfit that they make her wear. Fine. Ruby sighed. Illya felt herself lose the outfit, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Ruby and Sapphire retreated to her pockets. Eliakim! Kaneko called. Illya turned towards the direction of the voice. Eliakim! Eliakim, are you here? Kiba and Akino's voice joined the first. Illya smiled softly. I'm here! Illya called out. Kaneko soon arrived below the tree she was in. Kiba and Akino arrived shortly after. Are you alright, Illya? Kiba asked. Kaneko said she smelled your blood in front of the church. I'm fine. Illya smiled. I healed it. It was only a scratch anyway. Kaneko looked uncertain and jumped up towards Ilya's side on the tree. Hugging the girl to secure her in place, they dropped back down. Akino looked over Illya and nodded. Well, you do look healthy, Akino said in approval. But who hurt you, and what are those bird things around you? Kiba asked, confused. Illya realized that she didn't get rid of the bird-like familiars. Magecraft, Illya replied. Oh, and as for the ones who hurt me, it would be them. Illya pointed at the two unconscious people tied to their respective trees. The irony is quite subtle, Eliakim. Kiba laughed, as he spotted the stray exorcists they fought earlier. Truly how ironic. The fact that they were in a way that appeared to be crucified is a very high level of irony. I didn't intend to do that, Illya replied. I was just trying to find a way to tie them up. I think this would be the first time you've proven to us that you were originally considered to be a bishop. Kiba nodded. But that's a moot point now. All the bishops are taken, eh? What do you mean? Asia was killed during the rescue, Kiba informed her. Illya looked alarmed at that. Kiba shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, it's fine. Bucho revived Asia as a bishop. I see. Illya nodded, a breath of relief that she didn't know she was holding back. So what are we going to do with these two? Aquino pondered. You defeated them, so you get to say what happens to them. We could either kill them now, or return them to the fallen angels. I'm sure they'll appreciate the chance to deal with their traitors. There was a bit of annoyance in Aquino's tone, but Illya shrugged. Return them to where they came from. Illya replied. Don't kill them. Just send them back. You really are kind, Eliakim. Aquino nodded. All right. I'll arrange with Bucho to send these two back to the fallen angels. But I think we should keep them asleep for that time as well. Aquino shrugged as she manipulated demonic energy to her will. Get rid of the wires, Eliakim. Illya nodded and cut the prana flow from the wires. She was surprised to note that the wires are still remaining sturdy. Her bird familiars have all fallen on the ground, as though their strings were cut, but they still existed. Illya looked at the construct, before looking at Kiba. Kiba chuckled and pulled out the sword he was carrying. All right, I'll get rid of them for you. Kiba slashed at the bird constructs that Illya created. They were destroyed in a matter of minutes. Kiba slashed at the strings tying up the two captives, and Aquino grinned as she hurled her magic on it. Both of them were instantly frozen. Illya just affirmed her resolve to never, ever, fight Akeno-senpai. Issei stood in front of the church, almost glaring at the bloodstain on the steps. When Kaneko informed him that it was Ilya's, he immediately wanted to find the girl. But Rias stopped him, telling him to remain back for Asia's sake. Asia looked worried, but was too weak to truly do much. She was, however, prepared to heal any injury that Eliakim received. Rias was also relatively impatient when waiting for them. The direction that Kaneko went to was where she saw the fallen angel and exorcist headed. She didn't realize that Illya would be in trouble as well. She had felt her pieces being in a tight situation, but she didn't think that Illya would be there too. Eliakim! Issei interrupted Rias's thoughts. She turned to face her four peerage members and spotted Kaneko and Kiba carrying two frozen forms of the fallen angel and stray exorcist. Eliakim, what are you doing here? Rias asked softly, trying to be not as harsh as she would normally be regarding her peerage members. She knew her relationship with Illya is strained, so she couldn't push it, but she still needed to reprimand her, which is why she is stuck between the two extremes of wanting to not come off as harsh and wanting to scold her. I wanted to save Asia as well, Illya replied. Asia looked surprised at that. They were unable to speak to each other for the one time the two of them met. To think that this little girl would also risk her life for her. She immediately tried to search for any of injury but found none on her form. But you could have been hurt. In fact, you were hurt, Rias replied, pointing at the still there blood stain. Illya looked at the offending blood stain and then turned to the king with a sheepish look. Ahaha, don't worry, I healed it. It was just a scratch anyway. Illya shrugged as she subconsciously shook her left arm, which was still in the undamaged long sleeve of her school uniform. In fact, her uniform was as immaculate as it was when they last saw her. A scratch? Who was it? Rias asked. Illya sighed and pointed to the man in ice. Rias looked downright murderous. Issei was also furious. Kiba looked like he wanted to throw the man as far as he could and hope that he would be killed by gravity. Kaneko was more than willing to do so. Aquino was the only one who remained relatively calm, but one could tell there were a few sparks dancing on her fingertips. To think that man would raise his hand against a human child. Rias snarled, furthermore, this would be the second time he attacked a member of my peerage. Third time. Kiba corrected. Aquino decided to interject here. Unfortunately, Bucho, Eliakim said that we should return them to the fallen angels. Rias looked at Illya, who nodded. Rias forced herself to calm down, but she was certainly unhappy about this arrangement. Very well, we'll give them to my brother as prisoners. Rias sighed. We can't just contact the fallen, so it would be best to leave it to him. All right. Illya nodded. So, how did you capture them? Rias asked Aquino. Oh? They were already captured when we arrived, Aquino replied. Eliakim tied them up to a tree with her magic. She really would make a good bishop. Rias looked at the girl and smiled. Good work then, Illya. Illya nodded. Thanks. Illya smiled back. Wait, Asia suddenly said, a lycan can heal? How? Healing magecraft is something of a specialty of my mother's. I picked it up. Illya replied, I'm not sure if I can heal devils though. Illya replied. Kiba hummed, try healing this. Kiba slashed his palm with his sword. What are you doing, Kiba-senpai? Illya fretted. She instantly tried pulling on the memories that Ruby inputted into her head on how to activate her magic crest. She sent magic to fix the injury. Kiba didn't think that it would work. Devils and humans have very different genetic makeup despite looking like each other. But it did. The magic healed his palm. Kiba inspected the palm and said no pain. It's fully healed. 2 healers. Both of them capable of healing devils. Rias' smile widened. Illya, what other magic can you use? Alchemy and some other stuff. I'm still learning most of them. Illya confessed. I see. Rias nodded. Well, I suppose we should go home now. What about Asia? Issei asked. Where would you like to live, Asia? Rias asked. With Isaacson if possible. Asia confessed. Illya looked surprised at that and smiled. Then we'll be housemates. Illya smiled. Asia looked in surprise at that and nodded. Yes. It's good to finally be able to speak to you, Illya. Unfortunately, it's not as simple as that. Rias shook her head. I'll negotiate with the Haida residents, but I already placed one child to be taken care of by them. I wonder if they'll let me saddle them with another one. Though judging by their attitudes when we last met, I think we have a decent chance. She looked at the gathered group, feeling proud of them. They were able to handle a crisis really well, and even her youngest was able to contribute quite a bit. Well then, let's head home. With that, the group departed from the area. No one was crying anymore, their smiles were obvious to anyone. They did it, they successfully retrieved a friend that was in need. That night, Issei experienced a strange dream once more. It was of the girl who wielded the spear last time. She was in a strange uniform he never saw in his life. From the looks of it, she would be about the same grade as Illya was. She stood in front of him, like in the park. All she said was thus, so this is all just a game to you, Mayusin? Was that her name? Miyu, don't bother fighting. I'll collect all the cards by myself. Why was she so angry? Issei wondered, as the girl walked away. Illya was almost certain that she dreamt this dream because of her usage of the magic crests. They stood inside the shed of their house, where, she was surprised, her father's magic workshop was. Although it really is more of a shack than an actual workshop, she thought with an amused laugh. Are you ready, Illya? That was the question her father asked her. Will this really help? It's the best option. Kiritsugu EMIYA had replied. I'm also going to contribute a few spells from my arsenal, some healing and the wire alchemy that I hit you on the head on. Illya suddenly felt the phantom pain given by the wire magic. The fact that Mama summoned that just to chastise them made her remember how unreasonable her mother actually is. That hurt enough that it knocked her out, if she remembered correctly. Will this really work, old man? Her brother said from the back. The non-magus of the family can keep their mouths shut. Einzbern rebuked with an amused tone. So that's why I'm on the bottom of the family hierarchy? EMIYA Shiro exclaimed, feeling tears well up in his eyes. But you guys never bothered teaching me magic. At any rate, we need Illya to have the crests for the plan to succeed. Sapphire, record these so that you can pass the knowledge on to Illya in your transformed state. It seems that her brother was ignored. Okay, EMIYA-sama. Sapphire immediately went to scan the notes on the papers that EMIYA Kiritsugu pulled out of a folder. Kiritsugu then finished all the preparations for the transferal of the magic crest. Einzbern looked at the two and nodded. She also prepared to create the magic crest that she would pass on to Illya. Let's begin. Longinus, these are sacred gears with the power capable of slaying a god. There are 13 acknowledged Longinus in the world, the namesake True Longinus, the sky-wielding Zenith Tempest, the monster creating Annihilation Maker, and the world-breaking Dimension Lost, stands at the top of these destructive gifts to humanity from the god of the Bible. Boosted gear, also known as the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet. It is one of said god's slaying sacred gears. It holds the power of the Welsh dragon, the heavenly dragon Drake. Its main and primary use is its ability to double its wielder's strength repeatedly. Given enough time, its wielder could most assuredly overpower its enemy through sheer force. It is common knowledge that to fight the wielder of boosted gear in a battle of attrition is foolishness. The wielder of this particular sacred gear is referred to as the Red Dragon Emperor. Illya put down the notebook she had been keeping as a sort of journal review notebook for everything supernatural related. What she just read was something that Rias had given as a lecture. Why was this so important for them to know? It was because that, in the current generation of Longinus wielders, the one who wields the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet is her fellow pawn of Rias Gremry, Issei, its supposedly weakest wielder to date, which their master is trying to rectify by overworking the poor devil. She winced as she watched Issei collapse on the ground. I guess that's enough for today. Rias Gremry smiled as Issei panted heavily. Asia Argento, the latest member of their little family, immediately ran towards Issei, intent on helping the boy. Illya couldn't help but think that the scene was actually quite cute. Asia had moved into the Haida residence as well, taking the second guest room as her own. Now, all 4 bedrooms of the Haida household were occupied. It wasn't like she was exempt from the training though, but since no one else in their group knows much about human magic let alone magecraft, she was left to self-study. Although, without a dedicated place to study magecraft like a workshop, she couldn't really do more than practice her combat skills. Ruby and Sapphire had refused the idea of working out in the open and would only allow her to work in secret, which is quite impossible, so she didn't get much progress. Magi are supposed to keep their mysteries secret, Illya-sama, Sapphire informed her. Do not easily reveal them, not even to your closest friends. Ruby seemed to support this idea as well, although to her it was more like we'll reveal everything when it is more awesome to do so. Right now, only her ability to heal injuries and her wire alchemy were known to her fellow peerage members, so she focused on the latter. These were the normal days that Illya was living in. It's been about a month since her life began as a devil's servant. But sometimes she wished that these days would just go on without incident. Senpai, please stop talking about Boba S before you get arrested. Again. Illya told him as the two of them walked home. Issei shut up in an instant. Asia laughed lightly, taking in the situation with admirable patience, or is it just naivety? Eliakim sure is used to dealing with Isaacson. Asia said, with a slight envious tone. It's been a month since I met him, Asia-senpai. Illya replied. At first, he seemed pretty normal, but now, Issei wept silently at the description. For the first week or so, yes, he tried to look like a responsible elder brother, partially hoping that Illya would call him Isaniken, partially because he didn't think he can bear Illya looking at him with the same eyes Kaneko has whenever it happens, but after a few days or so, he wasn't able to hold it in, and all his desires flowed out. With Boba S being at the foremost. Well, I think you can give it a week and you'll get used to him. Illya finished. What am I? A habit that you train for 21 days. Issei looked at the girl with a face that you could almost feel sorry for. Illya simply smiled back. Asia nodded as if accepting what Illya said as fact. And she probably did accept it as fact. Issei's answer to that is to collapse as though shocked. Senpai is a really good person once you get past his perversion. Illya smiled. So if you want to train to be his bride, you should be able to accept both his perversion and who he truly is. Okay, I will. Asia said with burning determination and blushing cheeks. What are you two talking about? Issei seems to have recovered from his shock. He brushed off his pants and stood up. Secret. Illya put her index finger to her lips. Asia looked at her and agreed. That's right, it's a secret. Issei looked at the two. He looked at Illya, then at Asia. You two get along a bit too well, he told them. The two girls looked at him. Then they looked at each other. They laughed. Issei didn't know what was so funny, but laughed alongside them. Ungra menu. To think a scum like yourself would be recognized by the world as a hero. Eliakim? Illya felt herself recoil back into reality, as Asia's voice pulled her out. Are you okay? It was then that Illya realized that she was holding her head, as though she was holding back a headache. She quickly put her hands away. I'm fine. Just a little headache. Illya waved her hand. You've been having these headaches for quite a while now. Issei pointed out. Somewhere like last week? It's fine. I'm just fine. At any rate. Asia-senpai, how was your first client? Ilia asked. Isei's first client was kind of wacky. I wonder what kind of client you got. Well, it wasn't too bad. Asia replied. It was strange doing things for others and to get paid for it though. Issei and Illya looked at each other and thought, a saint, we've got a saint here. Granted, Asia was disqualified from sainthood though, as she's a devil now. Asia-senpai, please be careful not to get used too much. Eh? The confused girl tilted her head. They soon arrived home. You girls can take a bath before me, Issei told them. I'll plop myself on the bed. Just tell me when you two are done. Issei yawned and went to his room. Want to take a bath with me, Ilyakin? Okay. Illya replied, and the two of them started preparing for a bath. Ano, Ilyakin? This was Asia's question as Illya started washing the older girl's back. The former nun had just finished washing Ilya's own back. Hi, Asia-senpai, you're really strong, you know, eh? Illya asked. You're a healer, but you could do so much more than I do. You can create those cute bird things, or big giant fists out of wire, but all I could do is heal. And you don't even need a sacred gear to do that one. Isn't it fine if that's the case? Illya asked. Your healing is stronger than mine. You can heal really fast while I still take a while before I could start healing others. And you don't need to worry about overdoing it too. I still have to make sure I don't overheal, or I might accidentally injure the person I'm healing in the first place. Asia asked, surprised. I can't heal a person too much. It might cause their skin to implode or something. Illya replied. How are you so sure? Asia asked in panic. My teacher in magic told me, she said. Actually, it was Ruby who told me, was what Illya was thinking. That threat was very, very real. I'll just heal any injury that you make. Is that so? Thank you very much, Asia-senpai. Of course I will. I'll support you as much as I can, Ilyakin, Asia said with a smile. Illya nodded. You dare defy me? An unholy voice roared. You dare defy your fate? Hurry up, Ilyakin. A gentle voice pulled Illya out of her thoughts once more. I think that's good enough, don't you think? Illya nodded and stopped washing the elder girl's back, and poured water on it. They then both entered the bathtub and sighed. How is everything at school? Illya asked, though it feels really weird for her to ask an upperclassman about those kinds of things. This would be the first time you've been in one, right? I'm working hard, but I still am trying to learn katakana, Asia murmured. Illya nodded. Well, we never expected you to learn katakana in a week, Asia-senpai. Don't worry, you'll be writing in kanji soon enough, Illya told her. Illya then felt a strange shudder. A powerful force of magic washed over her. Something near suffocating in strength. Asia seemed oblivious though, as she continued to soak in the bath. But Illya didn't feel the feeling of fear that happens when a fellow peerage member feels the fear of imminent death. She shook off the feeling and turned back to the elder girl. They chatted their time away at the bath, not knowing of the events that have taken place just outside their door as a silver-haired maid arrived to whisk Rias Gremory away. Trace on! EMIYA Shiro summoned the great axe's word, 9 lives, and mowed through the charging heroic spirits. But he did not stop with just the false weapon of Hercules. 1,000 archers sent their arrows flying, trying to strike down the boy, but he simply called forth the power of Ro Ajax, the ultimate protection against thrown objects. The deflected arrows ricocheted away from the summoned shield. Some petals broke, but by the end of the hail of arrows, the boy still remained standing. But even then he did not stop. He then summoned the mountain-felling sword, the same sword that Illya cleaved in half with her first use of Zwei form. No, this wasn't the blade that carves through mountains. This was a copy of said blade, a tracing of the divine artifact Igyalima. However, copy or not, it worked. The gargantuan blade pierced into the walls of the building they were in. Illya felt like calling out to her brother. As he ran on top of the blade, she felt like saying the words that would represent the boy. But the boy charged past her, as though she didn't exist there. That was what confirmed it for Illya. This was not her true brother. This was EMIYA Shiro, an EMIYA Shiro who considers Miyu as his sister. This was an EMIYA Shiro who went to great lengths to ensure Miyu's safety, even risking his own life to send Miyu across a parallel world without the support of the power of the kaleidoscope. Miyu, I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you. The gentle voice was not for her. This gentle voice was for the crying girl that is her friend. But this time, I'll make sure this all ends. Illya woke up, tears streaking down her eyes. And just like every other time, she wiped them off to start a new day. From Rias-senpai. Subject: go home early. Message: Illya, don't go to the clubroom today. After class, Illya found herself staring at the cell phone, unsure as to what could have happened. She didn't remember anything happening out of the ordinary. Yesterday, Asia has just finished dealing with her first client. Last night, Ruby had reported that there was strong magic in the house last night, but refused to report it. This brought her on guard enough to keep the class cards close at least for today. Turns out it was right for her to be tense, as Issei, that morning, was not in his usual mood. He wasn't rambling about boba s or looking at passing girls. He looked slightly confused and worried, although, when asked, he just said it was okay. I wonder what could have happened, Ruby. She addressed the kaleidostic in her school bag. No clue. We could go check if you want, Ruby offered. Ahaha, no thanks. It's fine, Illya said. It might be something important. Illya-sama, today would be the first time we'll have plenty of time to ourselves at home. Let's do a debriefing of our situation. Sapphire, who was also in her school bag, mentioned, we need to ascertain our position and learn what we should do from here on out. Ruby wiggled. Oh yeah. Let's do this. Time for obligatory exposition chapter. I wish you wouldn't refer to this like we're in some sort of anime, Ruby. Wait, chapter? Illya asked, confused. Shouldn't it be episode? Don't think too much about it, Sapphire replied. You might get a headache, Illya-sama. Illya nodded in response, and started the long trek home. Funny how she has started referring to the Hayate residence as home, but that's what it was. But yes, it was supposed to be chapter, Illya-sama. Sometimes, Illya forgot that Sapphire was still Ruby's sister. She sighed as she continued walking. Illya locked the door to her room. She then created a soundproofing barrier in the room with Ruby's help. While this paranoia might seem strange, all three otherworlders have agreed that letting others know of the other world might be too dangerous. The voices outside could still be heard, but anything they say in her room will stay in her room, unless the room is bugged, but Illya doubted there were any. First, let's discuss what happened from the very beginning, starting with the last battle against the Ainsworth. Ruby waved brightly. As that's the only thing I can help with exposition with, hoo-hoo. Ruby, stop. Illya sighed. She then tried to recall the events that brought about the situation in that world. We failed. Simple as that. We weren't able to save Miyu. In fact, we made it worse. This is still a sore topic for you, huh, Illya-sama? Sapphire asked. Then how about we skip the exposition? All of us know the situation anyway. There's no reason to explain it again. But I don't though, Ruby told her. I don't think it's necessary for us to repeat that. So, Illya-sama, what happened after my activation of the emergency protocol? Illya looked confused at that question but thought back to it. Nothing much happened after that. I ended up in a forest, and I searched for an exit. A fallen angel was trying to kill Issei-senpai, and I pushed him out of the way. Both of us got killed and I have no idea what happened after that. I surmise that was the time you turned into a servant of the Gremry. Sapphire shrugged. Although something went wrong and you didn't become a devil. Lord Beelzebub thought it might have something to do with the gold thingy Mama gave me, Illya replied, but I don't know how to pull it out. Even the memories of the 18-year-old self of mine didn't have anything about it. At least I don't think so. The problem with Prism Trance memories was that they don't last as long as they were essentially stored into her short-term memory. She'll have an inkling on what the information was about, and if she uses it enough, she'll be able to remember some parts of it, but they don't last long enough that it makes a lasting impact. Speaking of which, Eliason, I'm not going to let you use Prism Trance so often. We might accidentally overload your brain. While the brain is a powerful human organ that can take many years' worth of memories, it still has an upper limit. That's fine, Illya replied. I don't remember anything about my 18-year-old self, but I think something about her felt off. like strangely vengeful off. Against who though? So what's the plan for the future? For now, we follow Rias-senpai. Ilia replied. She's been kind enough to give me everything needed to live, and I'm kind of indebted to her now. She did save my life. Eliason did accept being claimed by Rinsen as her servant easily. Ruby chuckled. Well, we'll accept that. So what else shall we do? Maybe learn to master your parents' magic crests. I'll hold off on Papa's crest for now. Ilia replied, as she pulled out her wires. But I can practice using Mama's crest whenever I want. Well, what about some basic thaumaturgy? Sapphire offered. Structural grasp and reinforcement are some of the most basic spells in our world. You might be able to master them within days, especially if you truly did inherit the wish-granting magical trait that your mother talked about. All right. I'll try learning them. Ilia nodded. Although, Ilya-sama, you might be better off using your skills to learn the magic of either the caster card or the archer card. Caster sounds like a magus, and archer, from what I saw of Kurasama, was also a magus. If you were to install their power, you only need to write down any notes about how they started learning magecraft. Then you can go with that. Kurosan did seem to be relatively efficient with her magecraft, so structural grasp may be something the archer card can use well. She was able to remove the slave curse so easily, without looking for a counter curse, so there might be a good chance that it is the case. She also showed to be capable of reinforcement of even her body, including her eyes. Ruby agreed. Ano, Eliason, can I ask which card the caster card is? Huh! Ilia blankly thought, as she shuffled through her cards. Now that you mentioned it, how do I still have a caster card? In her last battle against the Ainsworths, Julian Ainsworth broke the caster card containing Rule Breaker's power. It should be completely shattered. So how come there was another caster card here? When did it get here? Did someone place the card here while she wasn't looking? She knew that there was a caster card in the set, but she had conveniently forgotten that the caster card that she had possession of was gone. Ilya-sama, let's include the card. Ilia nodded, pulling the card out of its container, and grabbed Sapphire. Include. The magic of the card flowed into Sapphire, and suddenly Sapphire turned into another form. A book fell into her lap. What? This wasn't Rule Breaker. So it was definitely a different card. Do you know what it does, Sapphire? I can't tell, Ilya-sama. Is it some form of spell book? Ilia opened the pages to see that it was blank. It's not, at least I don't think it is. When did she get this card? Ilia tried to remember the sequence of events that could have potentially led to her owning the card. Just how many times are you going to meddle with my plans, Emiya Shiro, Eliason? Ilia gripped the book tightly to her chest. She breathed hard, trying to write her thoughts. It hurt to think. The moment she even tries to remember her past, it hurts. Why was she feeling this way? Why now? She had felt the nostalgia of her home a lot during her first week in this world. She has known that her home was long gone since then. She even thought of Miyu at least once. So why, Ilya-sama, I think you should take a rest for today. Sapphire mothered, returning to her standard form. The card fell onto the ground. We'll continue this discussion the next time we have free time. Illya nodded absent-mindedly, retreating to her bed. She covered her body with the sheets, and stayed that way for the rest of the afternoon. Was our awakening the trigger? Sapphire asked. The trigger for what? Ruby replied with a question. The trigger for the trauma to return. She never showed these symptoms before the events with Asia-sama. The two kaleidostics floated away from the bed. They started talking in whispers. She was able to escape from her past and start a new life here. Our awakening may have finally made her past feel real, and it's come back to haunt her. Sapphire nodded as much as a butterfly-winged six-pointed star could. Left and right she was forced into bad situation after bad situation. All in all, she did an admirable job not breaking down till now. There is always that side of the story that no hero's story tells the ever after. Ruby shrugged. In a life led by fighting and more fighting, there is no way that a girl so young and naive like Eliason could come out unscarred. Eliason was lucky not to get any physical scars from all that she's been through, especially when she forced herself to use Zvi form again, within the same week that we told her the dangers of the skill. For now, let's let her rest. They both knew that Illya would not be able to recover from this so easily. This will always haunt her for the rest of her life. Damn it, where's the supernatural therapist when you need one? Preferably the kind of therapist that deals with people whose entire world was destroyed. The two of them hardly qualify. They're mystic codes. Granted, they have personalities, enough to make them seem human, but they were still tools created by their master, a master that didn't really think like a regular human. They just simply did not understand humans enough to be able to deal with human problems. Well, it's not like they know anyone who would be able to do anything about it. I'm home. I'm home, Okasama. Issei and Asia's voice echoed in the hallway. Ah, welcome home, I see, Asia-chan. Where's Eliakin? Issei asked. Oh, she's in her room. Mrs. Hayada replied. I think she's sleeping. I haven't heard any noise in there for a while now. I see. Issei nodded. I'm going to my room and rest a bit. I've had a long day. Issei walked past them. Asia stayed behind to offer to help in the kitchen. If we lose the raiding game 10 days later, Bucho would be married to that creep. That was the thought that Issei had in mind as he walked up the stairs. Should I tell Eliakin? He briefly wondered as he went past Ilya's room. No, he decided, Illya would probably be worried sick for them. A raiding game so early into their career, and they didn't have any experience in the sport. Issei had only 2 major battles, against Fried Selzen and against Rainier. Granted, he won both, and purely by luck, but he won. Illya didn't have as much experience either, but she defeated a fallen angel and an exorcist. Her being human helped against them as she wasn't vulnerable to their weapons. But, Issei sighed as he opened the door to his room. And besides, Illya can't participate in the raiding game anyway. That was right. It was decided, according to Greyfeason, that Illya, who was not a devil, would not be allowed to participate in raiding games until she becomes a devil. They were called to eat dinner soon, but Ilya's door was locked. They knocked on the door, but she didn't come out. It was soon after dinner, and Illya still hasn't left her room. It was still locked. Issei sighed as he started taking off his clothes to enter the bath. And met Asia, also naked and in the bathroom. Kaya! He cried out. Yes, it was Issei who cried out. Asia didn't seem to mind as much, and her only reaction was her going slightly red. But she wasn't even trying to cover anything. Issei felt like time flew from there. His nose bled. He decided to lecture Asia on what is the proper thing to do when boys suddenly show up in the bathroom they were using, only to be cut off just as he was beginning by his own mother bringing Asia a towel. His mother ran out the door, shouting something about babies, and he himself retreated out of embarrassment, only to meet Illya in the hallway. While he was still naked. Ilya's eyes looked sleepy as though she just woke up, which was strange as she was still in her uniform. Did she sleep in it? Ah, Issei, why are you running in the hallway naked? Take note that this wasn't the first time Illya saw a boy naked. Shiro often forgot to knock on the door, and she always forgot to lock it. This habit also transferred here in the Hayada household, with Issei taking the place of Shiro. This would be, however, the second time Illya has seen Issei naked. I'm sorry! That still won't change the fact that Issei felt so much regret that night. Ilya's mind then caught up to what she has said. Illya yelled in a very surprised tone. A daydream. That was what she decided. It was all just a mirage that she randomly saw that night. She's going to eat dinner and sleep the rest of the night away. In an alleyway somewhere, Fried Selzen, genius former exorcist, snarled, Please, sir, can you give me some money for Fried slashed the beggar's head right off. He didn't even notice what he did. He was too angry to care about it. He lost. He lost to a little church kid. How the hell did he lose? She was just a damn brat who probably hasn't even gotten past kindergarten. Maybe if he wasn't so busy taunting the brat? How was he supposed to know that she was stronger than him? No, when he felt the magic blast that hit his sword, he knew that the kid was stronger than he thought. The power behind that attack was strong, stronger than your average magician. Most magicians could only dream of being able to throw that much raw magic in an instant. She was able to afford to do it as a distraction, but he still underestimated her. Even though that power was definitely above what most magicians had, what reason did he have to fear? He was wielding this sword. He looked at the light sword dripping blood. Huh! When did his sword get bloody? Ah, whatever. He dispelled the illusion that was covering the blade. Excalibur Nightmare, the holy sword of dreams. He looked at the sword with mad glee. He used its power to escape the devils when the wire was cut. He replaced his body with a tree branch he cut from a tree and let the group take the illusion away with them. That was the last he saw of the girl. When next they meet, he promised the little girl he'll slice the brat to ribbons. She'll rue the day that she thought she won against Freed Selzen. As he meandered past the walls, Excalibur Nightmare's power touched a strange tarot-like card. It said assassin. Issei dreamed once more that night. He watched as the little girl known as Miyu flew in the sky. She was rushing at the enemy in the sky, but her flight speed was too slow. She won't make it, and the magic circles that were forming would definitely destroy her. He watched, and then a powerful magic power was shot coming from his direction, or was it from he himself? He didn't know. Then he heard a familiar voice, Mayusin. Ride on this. Ilya's voice. The magical attack was huge, huge enough that it seemed to engulf Miyu. But when it eventually dissipated, what were left were Miyu wielding the red spear again and a hole in her opponent's chest. His perception moved closer, as he felt himself fly towards the girl. And then an explosion happened. Behind them was a strange swordswoman in black. In her hands was a black sword. Its very existence feels wrong to him. At her feet lay two girls, one the same teenage girl from the first dream and the second was a blonde teenage girl that he doesn't remember seeing. The swordswoman turned to him. The sword's menacing aura enveloped both the swordswoman and his sight. Issei woke up, feeling very frightened at the last sight he saw. The swordswoman was really, really scary. Why do I keep getting these dreams? Issei muttered, rubbing the mark of the enclosed star on his right hand. Even now, it still wouldn't come off. Thank goodness that Ikena-san was able to make people not pay attention to it using her magic. Ah, Ikena-san. Would she let him play with her boba s? Maybe she would. But her being a sadist scares him. Really? Oh yeah, boba s Asia. Naked. Defenseless. He should protect her with all his might. She might let everything that happened yesterday happen with other boys, so he should do something about it. Wait, Asia? Occult Research Club Devil Rating Game. Issei forced himself up. What to do? He should ask to be let out of school for the days until the raiding game, then going on a training of epic proportions, and when the time comes to fight Razor, then wham! Beat the crap out of the grilled chicken. He stood up and started preparing for breakfast. He wasn't going to school today, so he decided to dress casually. He then ran down the stairs, meeting with Asia on the way down. Good morning, Asia. Issei grinned. Ah, good morning, Isasin. Asia bowed to him. Asia was wearing her school uniform as per usual. Shouldn't you be in your uniform? Nope. I'm ditching class today, Issei told her. I need to train to be able to beat that grilled chicken bastard. But, ding dong, the doorbell rang. The two of them looked to the door that Mrs. Hayato was walking to. Oh my, Ryaskin, it's nice to see you, Bucho. Bucherson? Issei and Asia said in surprise. The two of them headed to the front door to see Rias Gremory waving at them. Hurry, let's go. Get ready for lodging. Both Issei and Asia looked back at her, confused. We will go to the mountain to train. Ilia woke up from a dreamless sleep to the noise of Issei running about in his room. Ilia looked at the clock and sighed. Well, time for school. Ilia stretched a bit and walked out the door. She turned towards Issei's room and found a strange sight. Ria-senpai. What are you doing here? That's right. Rias Gremory stood in front of her pawn's room and was watching as Issei grabbed as much stuff as he could. Oh, Illya, good morning. I see, you don't need to bring your porn magazines. And yes, I'm aware that that box is where you hid them. Now drop them and just get the essential stuff. Towels, for instance. Issei squawked and blabbered a bit before the noise continued. Rias looked towards Illya again. Sorry, Illya, just making Issei prepare for our little excursion. Excursion? The Occult Research Club is going to have a little camping trip for a week or so, Rias told her. I see. Illya nodded. I guess I'm not coming since I'm not really an occult research club member. That was one of the things that really separated Illya from the other members of Rias's peerage, apart from the whole not devil and not high school situation. Although Illya usually went to the occult research club, she was still technically part of the Go Home Club. Rias's face brightened slightly at her words, as though somewhat pleased but still relatively troubled. Ah, yes, I'm sorry. Rias apologized. It's fine. Have a fun trip. Illya nodded. She walked towards the bathroom to see if she had some hot water for a quick shower as well. She didn't exactly get to have a bath last night. Yes, she did, Rias breathed out slightly. She was grateful that she didn't need to make up an excuse. Although the excuse Illya made was flimsy at best, as she could pull strings to get Illya to join them, Rias didn't want to do it. There was no reason to pull Illya from her schoolwork when she won't be able to fight in the raiding game. Although they could try to find a way to get Illya to turn into a devil, she didn't want to focus on that. If even Lord Beelzebub thought that it was near impossible for him to fix it, she didn't know if she could. For now, she'll make do with the cards dealt to her. The fact that Razor gave her these 10 days did not outweigh the disadvantage of not having her one mutation piece bishop and her anomalous pawn available to her. Wait, did she actually want Illya to fight? She's only 10. She shook herself out of her thoughts and focused on getting Issei packed and ready. Ria-senpai, what does an occult research club go on camping for? Ilya's voice echoed into her hearing. Illya had returned, heading towards her room. We're going to be ghost hunting, Rias replied. Illya entered her room before voicing an answer. So ghosts exist? Rias could hear Ilya's voice turn deadpan, as though resigned to the weirdness of the world. This world is actually pretty scary. I thought this training was for grilling chicken? Issei's head poked out the door and looked towards the group. Rias chuckled slightly at the boy's wording. Illya looked at the boy with a strange expression. In her hands were some clean clothes. Issei-senpai, why would you go on a camping trip just to grill chicken? Let's just say it's a very hearty chicken. Issei nodded sagely. I'm ready, Bucho. I see. Issei-senpai, toothbrush. Illya called from the bathroom. Issei looked at Bucho with an apologetic look and rushed to where Illya was. My two pawns sure have a strange dynamic about them. Rias laughed. Although, if Issei decided to add Illya to his harem, she'll have to actively discourage it at least until Illya was old enough. Buchozen, I'm ready. Asia smiled. And well, Asia would probably be the first member of the harem, all considering. Rias smiled. I see, make love to me. Rias shook away the memories of 2 nights back. No, she was not fantasizing becoming part of Issei's harem. Even if Issei would be a preferable choice to Razor, did she actually consider being in a harem to be preferable? No. Stop. She knew her own father has a harem, but she'd rather not have to deal with that. And why is she still considering it an okay idea? No, bad Rias. And so Rias, troubled by her mind's fantasies, decided to focus on planning the training schedule. Oh, you're leaving? Mr. Hyde arrived, newspaper at hand. Camping, huh? Be careful out there. There's a killer on the loose. He pointed at an article on the paper. Rias looked at the paper. Apparently there was a murderer on the loose, having killed a person. The man had his head sliced off. Rias nodded and assured the man that they'll probably be nowhere near the place. When Illya was done bathing, the 3 occult research club members had already left, though they did say their goodbyes through the door of the bathroom. Ready for school, Illya? Mrs. Hayadu smiled at her, as they finished up breakfast. Yeah, I guess I'll head out now. Illya stood up, and picked up her bag. Goodbye, Hayadu-san. Although the woman had asked her to simply call her Okayasan, Illya had declined, not comfortable about it. Illya walked out the door and walked alone the street. So what should she do later in the afternoon? Maybe she should hang out with her classmates. She could, but she does hang out with them after class. She doesn't head straight to the occult research club after class all of the time. Although, the frequency of times she hung out with friends wasn't really something to brag about. She couldn't really consider any of them good friends yet. She decided to play with some of her friends that afternoon. But when they parted, Illya decided to head back to the old school building. She needed to train her magic, after all. The archer card, Illya murmured. Isn't this something like cheating? She stood outside, in the forest behind the old building. She ensured that the place was warded, courtesy of Ruby and Sapphire again, so that no one would know that she was there. Nothing cheating about using the resources you have, Eliason. As far as I'm concerned, you can become a god in this world, and we will look down on all the puny humans who dare look at us so foolishly. We'll rule over the world with the power of Eliason's cuteness. Ruby, I'm not going to be the new demon lord. Illya sighed as she held the card in her hand. To be fair, Illya-sama, there was a girl about your age that was able to become queen with the power of her cuteness. Illya looked at the butterfly star with eyes that pretty much say, I don't get it. And the help of an older brother who decided to showcase said cuteness. No, Sapphire, that elaboration did little to curb the sheer ridiculousness of that statement. And chess? Illya decided to ignore the kaleidostic and focus on the card in her hand. Archer. Oh, how many vexing memories she had with this card. Why are so many of her greatest problems, but also her greatest blessings connected to this class of class cards? The card was worthless for include, but being the only card in her possession at the time, was also the first card that she used install with, an event she didn't remember well though. It also, however, helped get Chloe von Einzbern, Kuoh, to exist. The doppelganger was a great difficulty in the beginning, but she steadfastly grew into a close ally. And then there was the second archer card, Gilgamesh, or Gil, as they preferred to call him. That boy was, hands down, the most powerful ally she had when facing the Ainsworth. He was also one of the most aggravating persons she ever met in her life. And the most dangerous heroic spirit to fight against. All the trials and tribulations brought to her all began with the archer class card. At least she thinks so, as it was Rin who gave her the card in the first place. And so, with a firm grasp, she held out the card and said, Class card Archer install. The power of the Archer card had flowed through her. Install allowed the heroic spirit embedded within the card to override her abilities, giving her the characteristics of the hero embedded within the card. It's more than just a simple costume change, it imparts the very nature of the card into the wielder. The experiences of the card, the very memories embedded within them, flourished within her. And so, Why, Illya looked at herself, as though shocked. To be fair, she never did get to install this card before. By the time she was installing cards left and right, Chloe already existed, thus this card wasn't among her arsenal. This card is my brother? Illya was never more confused in her life. It's not her brother, not her actual brother, but it was still EMIYA Shiro. It was an EMIYA Shiro who became an ally of justice. Ironically, the opposite of the other EMIYA Shiro, Miyu's brother. Illya is getting a headache keeping up with all these EMIYA Shiros. This is getting a bit ridiculous. Just feeling these memories in her mind, she already feels like crying, but she shook her head. She tried to recall the heroic spirit's training in magic, and found it to be very little. In fact, this one was a bit of a specialist. Well, she'll definitely try to learn structural grasp and reinforcement. Illya took the pen and paper that was available to her, and started to write down everything about the skills that the heroic spirit knows. After that she simply uninstalled and sighed. This still feels like cheating. Magi cheat all the time, don't worry. Ruby snorted. Use as much underhanded methods as you can to get the best results. Although Illya-sama, you got lucky. It looks like the heroic spirit you got has a very interesting way of structural grasp. Clearly an expert. I will not get over the fact that a version of my brother became a heroic spirit. Illya replied. I mean, he is a good guy, but he did make that wish. Sapphire pointed out. Don't forget, the original wish that was decided was I wish illyasviel von Einzbern would be brought away from this world. Instead he turned it into everyone EMIYA Shiro considers a sister. I'm sure Mayusama and Kuoh-sama, who are currently sealed within you, are waiting for you to be saved. Now, let's start learning magecraft. Yeah, that's why she needed to study magecraft. Chloe and Miyu are both existences that EMIYA Shiro considered a sister. Both existences that, at the moment that her brother uttered those words, were allowed to be saved. This has always been what my future would hold, huh? I'm sure you're going to be great. Now, let's turn Eliason into a sorcerer. Let's allow her to relearn the lost art of the einzbern, Heaven's Feel. This is going to be great. While the master is away, Ilya's plan to recreate Heaven's Feel was almost childlike in its simplicity, although the details get more complicated as it goes on. And like plans created by children, she knew that one way or another, it's going to go down the drain really, really fast. Learning structural grasp was actually one of the most important parts onto recreating the lost sorcery. And now that she knew what Heroic Spirit EMIYA could accomplish with his version, it was this version of structural grasp that she was certain she needed to learn, especially as it has the ability to learn the history of what she tries to analyze. Knowing the history gives her a definite edge to acquiring the lost magic. First, she would be able to learn what Heaven's Feel can do. Knowing how it works and why it works is important. Fortunately, the means to learn the nature of Heaven's Feel is right in her grasp. The class cards, which holds the power to manifest the spirits of heroes from across space and time, are the product of said sorcery. They manifested as spirits that hold great power, defying even death. It is as close to Heaven's Feel as anything that Ilia has ever seen in her life. Not even the revival through evil pieces was quite like it. After all, that's just revival, not manifesting a soul. Second, she would be able to figure out how she could accomplish Heaven's Feel. Relying on the power of the Holy Grail is a pretty sketchy thing, as she has little to no control over it. It would be nice to have the actual einzbern crest for this, but her father kinda destroyed it when they fought against the einzbern, so she'll need to learn it from a different angle. So she has two options: reverse engineering Heaven's Feel with what she learns from analyzing the class cards, or reaching Akasha and learn the sorcery through her interaction with the place itself. Rin mentioned that many people have analyzed the class cards to try and learn how they were accomplishing its mysteries, but Ilia was certain they did not have this advanced version of structural grasp when they did. And she intends on taking advantage of that. And even if this does not lead her to learning the sorcery, she was certain it would most definitely help. And there was a third reason that she'd like to be able to structural grasp. She would be able to find out the state of the Miyu and Chloe's souls. Learning magecraft is tricky. Learning actual sorcery is much more difficult. She can't just experiment casually, nor could she risk losing the ultimate end goal. Even if she could somehow manifest the soul temporarily, what would be the point if she could not find a way to have their bodies returned and she loses the soul forever? She also has a few side missions learning tracing and mastering the EMIYA crest. She'll try to learn tracing. The power called manifestation of the soul and projection's ability to manifest a person's imagination into physical form is very valuable to her. And tracing is a more advanced and skillful version of projection. She planned that, by learning the skill, she could have a sort of template for manifesting actual souls. She'll try to master the EMIYA crest. She could try to continue the EMIYA crest's road to Akasha. Although that could take a really long time, as several generations of knowledge was stripped from the magic crest, she was near certain that she could probably accomplish it in her lifetime, especially if she were to turn into a devil. And even without turning into a devil, she still has centuries to live, as she's a half homunculus and already has an abnormal lifespan. Finally, she should figure out if she didn't need to do all this in the first place, and all she needed to do was beg someone to do it for her. Although that one is too risky. She'll have to worry about whether the person she was talking to was trustworthy or not, whether they could actually do it, and not just claiming they could do it, whether Chloe and Miyu would still be themselves after the process. And so many other issues crop up the more she thinks. Asking a devil to revive them through evil pieces is too risky. What if the devil actually conned her and would refuse to revive them? What if the evil piece can't revive them like it did with her? There were too many unknowns and too many risks that she'd have to take. No, even if more difficult, learning the sorcery would definitely be the safer choice. Illyasviel von Einzbern's magical trait is wish-granting. Or at least, that's what it's supposed to be, being the vessel of the Holy Grail. Wish-granting allows her to skip most of the process and just achieve the desired outcome, in exchange for costing more prana. It was this trait that allowed Chloe, who was controlling Ilya's body at the time, to use install. Without the kaleidostic, without the knowledge of the Ainsworth's dolls regarding the class card, it was what allowed Chloe to know to install the card rather than simply including it. Right now she was almost certain she had the trait, as she had basically started using its power. And knowing how the process is supposed to work, however, is very, very helpful. But, I don't think it's normal that I'm taking 10 minutes to use structural grasp on this leaf. She indicated a fallen cherry tree leaf that she had been practicing on. Don't worry about it. You'll get better time soon. Illya wasn't very happy with that response. Training with leaves only gets so far. She started with leaves as they're the ones with likely the least amount of history in the area, as they're the only ones that did not require a manufacturing process, and the fact that it used to be part of a living thing helps with the need to empathize with the object. Illya sighed as she packed up. Time to go home. She did promise to Issei's parents that she would be heading home as soon as possible. She'll just use the dining room plants as a means to study again. Illya knew this was just the basics, but she was actually happy as she progressed. Learning structural grasp had been a really strange feeling. But the fact that it was an alternate version of her own brother that utilized the power only fueled her wish to learn it more. Speaking of Archer Shiro, she saw a very disturbing image of herself ordering Berserker, as in the class card Heracles that had 12 lives, to kill him. She's almost certain that this memory won't be erased anytime soon, and she'll suffer for it. Quietly, the power grows. This world had such rich mana in the air, not impeding the gathering of prana. Nevertheless, the power of the card flourishes with every second that passes. Having been trapped in this world for so long, the instincts of the assassin craved for death. But there was no death to be found in a world of mirrors. And soon, it will escape this world, and start its rampage once more. Its mist of bloody murder will once more haunt the world, and all that surrounds it. Illya spent the next few days training her structural grasp. It was now day 3 since the Occult Research Club went on their ghost hunting expedition. It was the weekend, so Illya had plenty of time to work on things she needed to learn. Although tomorrow, Monday starts and she'll have to go to school, she was trying structural grasp in her room, as she scanned a leaf. It was after dinner and all her homework is done. Reading memories of leaves is strange, as their memories involve breathing, seeking sunlight, and sending energy down its stem. She was sure that if she ever had a biology exam on plants she can explain the process so well. Reviewing just got a whole lot easier, Illya thought as she used structural grasp on her English book. Perhaps not. Being typewritten made it so that, although it remembers its history of being printed, it was a very mechanical process that had no emotions attached to the creation of the book. The tepid feeling of ink being placed on a page doesn't tell her anything. Oh, and that was just surface-level structural grasp, so she only took like 10 minutes. Yes, 10 minutes, to study the first few pages of the book. Her phone suddenly started ringing. Looking at the caller ID, Illya answered it. Good evening, Issei-senpai. Ah, good evening, Illya. Issei replied. There was a chorus of good evenings in the background and Illya realized that she was on speaker. Good evening, everyone. How's the ghost hunting and chicken grilling? Illya said in false cheer. She was not a big fan of ghosts. No chickens yet, but we've been doing quite well on the hunting department. Rias replied with a chuckle. I apologize if you have been feeling some promotions headed your way. I had Issei promote quite a bit around here. Promotions? What do you mean? I haven't felt Issei-senpai promoting at all. Eh? Issei asked, surprised. Is that so? Can we do a little experiment? I will have Issei promote in the next room. Tell us if you feel any different. A shuffle of the table signaled that Issei had stood up. There was silence for a while, and then Rias talked again. Issei promoted to Rook. Nope, don't feel any stronger. Illya replied. Promotion Rook. She waited but shrugged. No, did not get any stronger either. Issei say promotion Queen. But Bucho, I'm already in Rook. But fine. Promotion Queen, feel it Illya? No, Issei will call you later when Issei's promotion wears off. Illya nodded and patiently closed her phone. She placed it on the bed next to her and started structural grasp again. Soon her phone rang, and Illya picked it up. Okay, Issei promote. Rias ordered, promotion night. Illya felt that. She felt her body get lighter. She looked at the phone and confirmed. Yes, I promoted. Interesting. Kiba noted, so the requirements for Illya to promote is for her to hear Isukan's promotion. Otherwise she'll be stuck as a pawn. On the other hand, in a raiding game, We could send Issei alone to charge into the enemy territory and promote while his headset is on, so that Eliakim could promote, and she clearly did not need permission to promote. Rias made a voice of affirmation. She did not give Illya permission to promote, and so should have been incapable of promotion. But she did. What about if Eliakim was the one at enemy territory, and Iskan is the one outside? Aquino asked. Would Ilya's presence in the enemy room allow Issei to promote even without physically being there? Looks like there are more things to experiment on. Rias agreed. Where are you, Illya? In my room. Alright, don't move. We'll call back later. They hung up again and Illya continued working with her structural grasp. She's slowly but surely getting her time using structural grasp to be faster. Speaking of improving her time, would the EMIYA crest let her do that? She'll look into it later. Her feeling of speed faded soon. She stopped as she looked towards her cell phone. Someone soon started calling again, and she answered the call. Alright, I designated the Hayada household as a temporary enemy territory. She heard Rias speak again. Promotion Bishop. Issei's voice echoed. Illya felt a sudden surge of magic flow through her again. Well, Eliakim, I can't really test this without using Magecraft. Wait a bit, trace begin. Illya wielded structural grasp on the leaf in her hand. Trace on was the aria that Heroic Spirit EMIYA uses for tracing. Modifying it a bit so that when it was time to learn actual tracing, she'd use Trace on, she decided to use Trace begin for structural grasp. She felt the history of the leaf flow into her mind a lot easier, as though it wasn't resisting her as much anymore. She cut the flow and nodded, yeah, I got it. Cool. I also felt myself promote to Bishop. Too bad we can't use it in the rating G. Kiba started saying, but he stopped when there was a bit of noise there. Ahem. Eliakim, so how is school going? It's fine. Chatted with Ami-chan a bit, finished homework and just relearning the basics of Magecraft again. Illya replied. She didn't really see the need to hide the last part, so she just said it. Basics of magic? What are the basics? Asia's voice asked, wondering. Structural grasp. Illya replied. And it takes me near 20 minutes to empathize with another leaf. And she is running out of kinds of leaves, so she should move on soon to paper. Okay? I'll pray for your success. How? I mean good luck with your endeavors. Asia's voice said in a very sincere tone, apart from the stab of pain that she clearly felt. Illya shook her head and smiled. Yeah, thanks. Sorry, Illya, I'm going to cut this conversation off for now. Rias's voice said in her usual tone of authority. We all need a rest. Good night, Illya. Don't stay up too late. There was a chorus of good nights on the other end and Illya replied with her own. Good night, everyone. Illya smiled. She stood up to stretch a bit. She looked out the window of her room. What's that cloud thing doing in the city? Illya wondered, pointing at the scene. It didn't reach as far as the residential district, but the area full of commercial businesses was covered in a hazy cloud. And it feels wrong. Really wrong. That would be mist, I think. Sapphire replied, odd. The weather did not indicate mist would arrive. That's not a natural mist. Then what is it? Not too sure. Don't let it bother you too much. Illya nodded and closed her curtain. She turned off the lights and went to bed. Tonight the mirror world shattered. Why should the assassin be confined to one location? Was it not the killer who was never caught? So it escaped. How? No one truly knows, but the world it was within shattered, and allowed assassin to freely walk the world again. Maybe it broke through with the sheer malevolence within the mist it brought. Maybe it shattered by the sheer power that this world granted upon the spirit of murder. But speculating upon the reason for its escape is but a fool's errand, for what is more important, how the murderer escaped its prison, or the fact that a murderer has been released upon the world? The mist simply disappeared that night. In its wake, a woman was left cut open. Multiple slash wounds were found on the body. Some of her internal organs lay strewn on the floor. When her body had been found, all the discoverer could do was vomit. The scene was soon surrounded by police officers, who couldn't help but be shocked by what happened. What kind of twisted mind could come up with this? This city was supposed to be peaceful, but now, fourth day the ORC's been away. A murder happened last night, and it was starting to worry the Mr. and Mrs. Hayato. In the age of information and technology, how could a murderer be able to get past the systems and just murder someone so brutally? They almost held Illya back from going to school, but Illya promised that she won't go home late. A murderer on the loose, huh? Never had to deal with that before, Ruby told her, and I never want to, Illya affirmed. I'll go to school and just do as I should. There was an increase of police officers in the area, and the people felt relatively okay now. But I do hope this would be resolved without my involvement. Considering your luck, Illya-sama? I don't think that would be how it goes, Illya nodded, walking on. But she did hope that she would not have to do anything. But for now, Sapphire, can you go check the crime scene? Sapphire nodded. Illya looked as the butterfly star left, ensuring that it remains hidden whenever possible. She nevertheless continued walking to school. Trace begin. She scanned the pencil in her hand. And yes, she's trying to improve her time with structural grasp while walking. And she is certainly feeling a bit of heat every time she does it. Good morning, Eliakin. Good morning, Ami-chan. Did you hear about what happened last night? Yeah. Hayato-san was pretty worried about it, Illya replied. I wonder what could have happened. A murderer. I don't want to be the next person to be targeted, though. Ami shivered. So, can I see your homework, Eliakin? Let's compare them while we're at it. Ami and Illya spent the rest of the morning noting each other's mistakes. Although Ami pointed out that Illya had less than hers, Illya simply replied that her previous school already covered this topic. She noticed that a significant number of her classmates were missing or called in absent. Their teacher soon greeted them in a smile clearly strained, and the class started. When class ended, the teacher advised them to go home as soon as possible, and Illya had taken that advice to heart. She can practice structural grasp at home. That night, Sapphire was still out on patrol. She did not go back yet. But soon, a strange mist appeared in the area. Sapphire could tell. This was the work of magecraft. Sapphire watched as the mist gather and gather and gather. And soon, it started dispersing. It dispersed to leave behind a scene so devastating that Sapphire could only look in shock. Illya-sama should be informed of this. The next day, the 5th day the ORC has been away, another murder happened. This time it was of a policewoman who was patrolling the area. And what happened to the policewoman was worse than the last one, that it was barely describable. And there was no witnesses, no evidence, nothing. It was horrible. Illya, however, received the true story behind the event: a mist that suddenly appears and disappears, and a dead body that appears when it leaves. A work of magecraft. And though she hoped that she would not be involved in it, Illya simply grabbed onto the small pieces of her own courage and nodded. She'll defeat this mysterious killer. The normal police would not be able to do much against someone using thaumaturgy. As far as she knows, she's the only one that could do anything about it from a supernatural aspect, and so, Eliakin, your face looks scary, Kuoh said. I'm just worried about the murderer. I don't want the murderer to target anyone I know, Illya sheepishly replied. You sound like someone who's going to hunt down the murderer yourself, Ami said, worried. Don't do it. Just leave it to the police. I'm going straight home, don't worry, Illya replied. She's just not going to mention that she's sneaking out to deal with the murderer herself, though. That night, Illya turned to Sapphire. On the bed was a wireframe version of herself, where Sapphire was placed in the middle of where her head is. The plan was simple. Illya would leave through the window, and Sapphire would stay on the bed and act as though she was doing some school project, or be sleeping, depending on what Sapphire decides to do. Take care, Illya-sama, Onisama. Don't worry, Sapphire-chan. We will. Illya nodded as she turned into her magical girl form and flew out the window. While she didn't initially want to do this, if it's something dealing with magecraft, then she felt pretty honor-bound to do so. So she left the confines of her home and sought the murderer. Found you, you little brat. A sneer befitting of a madman appeared on the speaker's face. Fried licked the light sword in his hand upon seeing the girl in pink. How could he almost miss her? But he didn't face her. No. Not quite yet. He'll have to strike later. When she least expected it. Right now she seemed alert, expecting something, or looking for something. He'll strike when she's defenseless, and he's going to cut through her like butter. He'll definitely enjoy seeing her tortured face when she does. In his gleeful madness, as he was following the girl, he didn't see her jump behind a lamppost. One moment she was there, and the next, she was gone. Huh! Where was she? Where was she, damn it? The policeman on the bicycle simply strolled on by. There, a mist. Ilia honed in on the mist. She was almost ready to run towards when she backpedaled at the sight of a policeman. She jumped behind a lamppost. Install assassin. Why didn't she do this earlier? The presence concealment that the assassin class has is something quite spectacular, that even if you were closely following her, the moment she was out of sight, no one would know that she was still around. She jumped up onto one of the stone fences, taking careful attention to both the mist and to any source of light in the area, making sure to remain in shadow. Also Zabaniya. Ilia thought, and suddenly, she felt the sensation of being split into two. She soon found herself facing another version of herself. Let me protect you, you idiot sister, Zabaniya delusional illusion. This is the skill of the 19th Hassani Sabah. A single being, yet comprising multiple personalities, the 19th Hassani Sabah was born with this skill. It allowed the assassin to wield the multiple personalities and split himself up to almost 80 different beings. While weaker individually, the group advantage is devastating. Against enemies who have no anti-army abilities, the 19th Hassan could essentially overpower the enemy with group tactics and the skills that every assassin holds. 10 against 1, and you are done. Being divisibly weaker than the original self does not mean that he got any less skilled after all, and no personality would revolt against the other, because, although each having individual personalities, they all dislike infighting. They are essentially still one being, and being at war with yourself is something very difficult in their line of work. The 19th Hassan is an army of well-trained assassins, all of them with the power of a heroic spirit. Go! One of them ordered her other self, and the other self entered the dark void of the shadow. She waited on top of that roof. Illya, the one who entered the mist, ran. This mist is really difficult, she murmured, looking around. Ah! A woman's scream, hoarse with fright and pain. Illya ran straight towards the source of the scream and felt it. The spirit of murder always has some of the best senses. After all, assassins usually work in the dark of night, during times where sight is not an option, and these were legendary assassins, killers who lived their lives without the help of a single lamp post to guide their direction. Only the stars told them where they are headed. Their ability to hear is much more important to them than their ability to see. And tracing the voice of something as loud as that, and even the sound of knives slashing through the air could be heard with ease. Illya assassin slashed the being that was attacking the woman. Knife against knife. Illya felt a kick to her stomach, but a skilled assassin already expects retaliation, moving her body to follow the direction of the force applied to her. The assassin's instincts allowed herself to maneuver her falling position to land her without pain. Yukami, the skill of falling gracefully against stronger foes. Knowing how to ensure your own survival takes priority more than the skill of killing her opponent. This enemy to overpower Illya so easily granted this form consisted as one of the weakest spirits in terms of parameters, but this was still a heroic spirit. To be able to overpower a heroic spirit so easily, to Ilya's knowledge, there were very few who can do that. A being of great supernatural prowess was one of them. A juggernaut on the same rank as Bazet can do that as well. Or a fellow heroic spirit. Illya looked at the being that was attacking. No, not just looking at, but seeing through. Seeing the layers that make up the being. A heroic spirit here? Why was there another heroic spirit? Well, it doesn't matter, as she heard her third self striking the enemy. A third Illya arrived, slashing the back of the assailant. Blood spurted from the opening of the wound, and the murderer flinched. This third Illya has always been there, but had been the one to drag the assailed woman back to the first Illya for healing. The being slashed back ferociously, successfully overpowering the third Illya, but leaving the killer open for an attack by the second. The second took that opening with the efficiency of an assassin. If the first strike does not work, then always ensure to have a second strike ready. The enemy was strong, definitely stronger than the individual abilities of the 100-faced Hassan, but that did not necessarily mean that the enemy is more skilled. Each slash they did dealt indescribable pain upon their opponent, each slash holding a paralyzing poison that should have crippled her a few moments after it hit. But this was a heroic spirit, of course it wouldn't fall for such a trick that easily. The third rushed back, knife in hand. The two double-teamed the heroic spirit. It became scuffle of knives, the heroic spirit being unable to hold back. The three combatants increasingly got more wounds as knife reaches past guards slightly and strikes hit an unguarded side. The heroic spirit that was attacking them faded away. It retreated, the mist retreating alongside it. Suddenly, there was something that felt wrong to the second Illya. What were we just fighting? The third Illya looked back in confusion, unsure as to what just happened as well. The mist soon receded, and the first Ilyas finished up stitching the wounds of the woman, utilizing the skill of the installed assassin. She looked at them, and the two back at her. Her other selves looked injured slightly, knife gashes on their clothes. The two joined the first, and the card was uninstalled, Illya returning to her magical girl form. That was fun, Ruby noted. All in a day's work for a magical girl. Ruby, shut up. Trying to concentrate here. Illya murmured, carefully wielding her healing magecraft to fix all the injuries. Illya then jumped back down, carrying the woman. She then placed the woman on a nearby bench in front of a convenience store. She sighed, knowing that she will not be finding the murderer again. She ran away from the scene and then flew back home, taking careful consideration to not be spotted. Maybe she should have kept the installation, but she didn't really want to. Installing assassin felt as though she was slowly losing her own identity. She didn't even know if she was truly female or male when using it, so she decided that flying in the clouds would be a much better option than going back to that confusion. That morning, Sona Citri looked at the local newspaper's headlines. Was it mocking her? Was it really saying what she thought was being said? She was certain that she should be nowhere near there. She was definitely going to call someone about this, and inquire where her sister had been. Illya wanted to hit her alarm clock with a wireframe bird. She was still sleepy, why should she wake up? Oh right, school. She turned the alarm off as she blearily stood up. It's the 6th day of the ORC's training camp. She was already starting to miss the boys' morning antics. Illya laughed as she started dressing up. Ruby and Sapphire were still snoozing in her bag. Arriving at the morning table, she saw Mr. Hayato with the local newspaper. Illya casually peered on the headliners, only to find herself shocked at what she was looking at. Magical girl foils serial killer. Mr. Hayato looked at what Illya had been staring at in shock. Yeah, apparently there was another victim of an attack last night. But the victim was saved by a little girl apparently. Mr. Hayato replied. She said she was in too much pain to look before, but the pain receded like magic apparently, and she was able to look back and saw a girl in pink running away. Most people think she was bonkers, but there were definitely signs of an attack. A magical girl? Illya repeated. No one believed it at first, but there was a CCTV camera in the convenience store in the area and it had the girl in pink on the video. And it wasn't just that one. Apparently there are multiple other CCTV cameras in the area that had the girl in pink running around as those searching. Unfortunately, many of her features were obscured by something. Ahaha, Illya nodded, and she felt really dumb for forgetting the existence of digital cameras. But the serial killer is still out there, so you best be careful. Okay, Eliakim? Come home as early as you can. She nodded and continued to eat in silence. Soon, she left the house and headed to school. Che, she should be living in this area. He spotted the girl here after all. She should be somewhere in the area, right? Fried scowled, walking around the streets. He looked at a discarded newspaper. He scoffed. Not much of a serial killer if a little girl could foil your plans. What a dipshit. Huh! That girl walking like a little zombie, that's her. The church brat. Oh, is that her uniform? Cute. So she still goes to school, huh? Interesting, very interesting. He stalked the girl, his man-and smirk returning to his face, wondering how to ruin the girl's life. But no, he should just attack her, right? Before she disappears again. No, she'll show up again here tomorrow. And well, maybe he should target things a bit closer to home, shall he? He grinned. At school, Illya walked very sleepily towards her classroom. Isn't it a bit too noisy this morning? Illya stood in front of her classroom and pushed the door open. To think there would be an actual magical girl. Illya coughed at the voice of some of the very excited girls. Illya walked over to the girls and set her bag down. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Eliakim. Ami greeted. Illya, you don't look all that well. Didn't get enough sleep last night. Illya replied. Was busy doing stuff. Is that so? Ami nodded. By the way, what do you think of the magical girl that appeared in the news? Illya froze up at this and looked at her, as though she just said something very, very wrong. I don't know, maybe it's real? She carefully said. I hope it is. Ami brightly replied. I'd want to be a magical girl. Illya wanted to tell them how unrewarding the job is, but decided to just keep quiet and slump onto the table to try and sleep a bit more. Illya, an assassin install, was left behind in the mist, leaving so much confusion in the mist's disappearance. All her selves haven't fallen, so she was certain that assassin should have been able to handle it. But why doesn't she remember the battle? Someone that can stand up to fighting multiple skilled assassins? Did she even send multiple assassins? She can't even remember her own actions. Some sort of skill that wipes the memory of a battle? Ruby suggested. They can do that? No, there's something like that. Illya asked in an almost frustrated voice. She carefully laid down the injured woman, different from last night. She doesn't remember the details, but she had managed to save the woman before she got too hurt. Can't this be any easier? She left as soon as she could, an assassin install. She'd rather not be seen on the newspaper again. She already heard about TV reporters arriving to cover the whole serial killer business, and she'd rather not deal with that. Day 7 since the ORC's been gone. Someone still died. Illya looked at the newspaper with an almost sorrowful face. Even though she saved a person, someone still died. Looks like the serial killer didn't like the fact that the magical girl foiled him yesterday, Mr. Hayadu mentioned with a frown on his face. Illya, are you certain you want to go to school today? Why? The killer attacked a Kuoh Academy elementary student. Illya looked at that in alarm. It was on her way home, but Illya grabbed the newspaper and searched for the article. Serial killer strikes twice. The article mentions the rescue she did last night, although she had no clue what happened then. The woman she saved mentioned seeing a little girl in cosplay, and she was almost worried as she has some very distinctive traits: white hair and red eyes. Anyone, but apparently she only saw her retreating back. That's good. Then she forced herself to look at the actual headline news on the local newspaper, the one detailing the attack. First of all, the name of the dead girl made Illya flinch. She felt as though a stone just dropped on her stomach, and she felt as though she could vomit at any time. That was one of her classmates, one Azora Shiori, who didn't really stand out much to Ilya's knowledge. Illya didn't avoid her, but they were more acquaintances than friends. But that didn't change one fact: a classmate, someone that she saw almost every day, had been killed. She looked at the details of the attack itself. The time of death was not even close to the usual hours the mist showed up. There was no mist in the area, and the girl only had a single stab wound, like that from a sword. She frowned. She remembers healing stab wounds, sure, but those wounds were not the length of a sword and didn't go through a body. The one who killed Aozorasan isn't the serial killer. Illya honed in on that detail. This was not the serial killer. How do you know that, Eliakim? Mrs. Hayadu asked in confusion. I just know, Illya said. No, she can't tell anyone, not yet. She stood up, her plate only half finished, and said, I'm going to school now. Mr. and Mrs. Hayadu nodded and, although worried about the troubled face she was showing, wished her goodbye with a smile. Are my lessons really that boring, Eliakim? Ms. Kata complained as Illya was slumped on her table. Ms. Kata said it almost jokingly, but she was clearly straining it. I'm sorry, Sensei. Illya apologized, and straightened her back. How do anime people handle this sleepiness? They fight crime at night, and then still stay awake to deal with school. Granted, a lot of them were slackers in schools, so they tend to be sleeping regardless, but there were plenty of smart characters in them, and they handled themselves fine, for some reason. Just try to stay awake. Kata-sensei sighed. Then Ms. Kata continued the lesson. Illya looked at the rest of the room. The classroom was uncharacteristically silent. Although that's likely to do with the multiple empty seats across the place. Many children got themselves kept back by scared parents, and Ilia couldn't really fault them for that. She sighed as her eyes started drooping. Kadukin, can you please escort Ilia to the infirmary? It's clear that she is in no condition to be in class at all. Ilia had fallen asleep again. Ami nodded, shaking Ilia awake. Ilia looked at the girl and the teacher and sighed, allowing herself to be escorted by the girl to the infirmary. I'm sorry about this, Ami-chan. No, it's perfectly fine, Eliakim. Ami walked alongside her. Why were you awake last night anyway? Nightmares. This was true in a way. Her mind tends to reflect the bad memories over the good. But she can't really say they are nightmares when a lot of them happen when she's awake. I see. Ami nodded. Eliakim, what happened to those head decorations of yours? They're in my bag. They're not supposed to be tied in my hair in the first place. They're more like props. I see. Ami looked out the window and thought a bit. Eliakim, want to walk home with me? I suppose I could. Why so sudden? I feel afraid to walk home alone. Well, that's fine. Ilia nodded. Ami told her where she lived, and Ilia noticed that it was in the same general area, so that was pretty lucky. They soon arrived at the infirmary, and Ilia waved the girl goodbye. Little kitty's filing out one of the most boring institutions in the world, second only to the church in his opinion. There she is. Did she like his little present? Oh, is that girl a friend of hers? Maybe he should kill her in front of the little brat. He followed the two with a grin. The girl flinched. Did she feel his presence? Wow, her instincts are pretty great if that's the case. Fried Selzen smirked as the two soon separated from the crowd and headed down the street. They entered a shop, a bookstore, Fried noted. The two continued on, and then he smirked as he jumped down the building to attack. Sapphire had been watching. It was decided between them that Sapphire would be the one constantly on the lookout, and when Sapphire saw the man that was stalking them, she automatically warned Illya. And when the man attacked, she was able to send a warning. Illya then pushed Ami into the alleyway nearby as a sword stabbed into the street. Ruby! She cried out. Everything was a blur for Ami, as she felt the shove. She was thrown into the alleyway by Illya. She almost complained only to see a swordsman stabbing where she had just been standing. And then Illya suddenly said Ruby, and all of a sudden, Ilya's the magical girl? And was this man the serial killer? The one who killed Shiori? And was this why Illya was so sleepy? Because she was out trying to stop him? Illya then spun and grabbed her and jumped up to the roof. Oi, brat, don't you dare run away! He snarled. I'm not, Illya replied, pulling out a card. Class card Archer install. Ilya's predominantly pink clothes suddenly morphed into a red and black outfit, her midriff bared. Ami admitted how cool that looked. Illya then said, Trace on. Two swords appeared in Ilya's hands, one black with a red hexagonal pattern and one white. Then Illya jumped down, slashing at the man. So you have some skill in swordsmanship? The man smirked in glee. Illya shrugged as her eyes roamed the blade. Heroic Spirit EMIYA is what one would refer to as an anti-technique type. During her first fight against Fried, the man had been shown to be skilled enough to deflect an A-rank attack. She hoped to defeat the man using the skills that Heroic Spirit EMIYA obtained and end this once and for all. What she didn't count on was that. What's wrong with your sword? Illya replied. She can't read the sword. It was as though there was a powerful mystery enveloping the blade. Oh, you noticed? Not bad. He smirked. You didn't notice the first time, but you saw it now, huh? Well, I have no issue with that. Now face the power of my sword. The sword then lost the mystery enveloping the blade. An illusion! Ruby cried out from within her suit. An illusion powerful enough to fool us mystic codes. That could only be a powerful noble phantasm can pull it off, an illusion of that kind of skill. And Illya saw what it is, clearly and assuredly. Heroic Spirit EMIYA's eyes, when honed in on a sword, will read the entire history of the blade. And Excalibur Nightmare? The Holy Sword of Dreams. One of the 7 fragments of Excalibur. And through it, Illya felt a strange puzzle start forming in her mind. You recognized the sword the instant you saw it? Wow, were you the one they were considering to wield this baby? My bad, but it's mine now. He then rushed forward. Now Ilia knew. During her first meeting, this was the sword that blocked the magic attack. Excalibur Nightmare, from what she could tell, is a brank noble phantasm, capable of powerful illusions and manipulating dreams. A skilled wielder would definitely be a troublesome opponent. Ilia guarded herself from illusions and rushed forward. Ilia danced the dance of two swords. Heroic Spirit EMIYA's fighting style revolved around confusing the enemy with seemingly pointless movements, and striking during the distraction. A single slash from Kuoh, the white blade, above the head was parried incorrectly, and Kuoh, the black blade, struck the man's stomach. The man dodged it, but his clothes were slashed. He grunted. Even though the man has the holy sword that can create powerful illusions, it was clear to Ilia that he hasn't trained in its use. Perfect. But then the man sheathed his weapon. Ilia warily watched as the man placed the sword away. She can't get too cocky. Sorry, need to get my better sword. Ah, there. Ilia wondered, what could be a better sword than an Excalibur? And the man opened his coat to reveal 3 other swords. And their memories all flowed into her easily. Excalibur Transparency, the holy sword of transparency, capable of turning itself and its wielder invisible. Although that sounds troublesome, he didn't draw the blade. It was clearly just him showing it off. Was this sword this world's analogy to invisible air? Excalibur Blessing, the holy sword of blessing, which enhances the powers of rituals. Its presence can weaken devils and vampires if used properly, and she was all the more glad she wasn't a devil at this moment. It was a sword meant for ritual use, so it's not a blade for war, but a really powerful ritual dagger. And finally, the sword that he drew and the one Illya as archer most feared out of the 4 Excalibur fragments that the man showed to her Excalibur rapidly. This is a sword meant to kill people. Enhancing its user's speed and reflexes, essentially boasting incredible skill, it deserved its title the Holy Sword of Heavenly Flare. This was probably an analogy of this world to Arthur's Prana Burst, 4 pieces of 7. But all of them were brank at least. What kind of monster was the original Excalibur of this world? Kuoh and Kuoh sang as they defended the strike from the impossibly fast blade. Ilia forced herself to adjust to the speed of the sword. It was a man using continuous prana burst. The reasoning of Archer resounded, but that did not help at all. If he was faster, then she needed to find a way to get around that. Kuoh broke, and she retraced another version. So your sword, no matter how many times I break them, they'll keep coming back, huh? Fried said, as Ilia let the prana holding the fragmented pieces dissipate. Interesting. She then switched fighting styles. She stood in a stance that no warrior would willingly allow themselves to be found in. Except the heroic spirit installed in her, that is. You're open, Fried said gleefully, as he rushed towards where he perceived the opening to be. Ilia then parried. She knew the opening was there. After all, wasn't she the one who left it? Leaving an opening as wide as that, she wanted him to strike there. And then she slashed back, but the reflexes given by Excalibur rapidly allowed him to strike. Ilia rushed forward, always leaving an obvious opening for the man to exploit, and the man struck where it was. This exchange went on for about a minute before Fried disengaged. He growled, "You're leaving yourself open on purpose, you only just figured that out?" Ruby asked. Ilia looked at him and knew. This was no good. She can't keep stalling. She'll need something more definite. Something that will get the man to leave. Something that will force him to think twice before he tries to kill again, and she had it. A blade equal to what he was wielding. "No, I am the bone of my sword," she intoned. She'll need all the prana she can for this. A powerful sword, and what is the most powerful blade Illya ever held in her hand. Granted, all she needed to do to wield the blade was to simply uninstall and install again, but this was not to kill him. This was to make a statement, and what better statement than, "Oh, a new sword?" He didn't strike, interested in what she was doing. Illya ignored him. "Steel is my body and fire is my blood." And it formed. A blade that would most certainly match the impossibly fast Excalibur rapidly. The sword formed in her hand, its power and might ever flowing, ever powerful. Even as a mere tracing of what it is, it still remains the greatest among holy swords. Excalibur! Illya roared as energy flowed through the blade. And then she sent the blade crashing down on Excalibur rapidly. The man grunted as he escaped the descent of power. Illya shrugged as she prepared the blade for a second strike. Normally, she would be unable to actually accomplish a second strike, but she did not release the full power of the tracing, and this world wasn't rejecting the existence of the blade. It was still degraded, as it was a divine construct and couldn't be replicated properly, but it was still not being rejected. What did you say? The man asked, shocked. Excalibur? That's an Excalibur. Which one is it? Excalibur image, the forever distant golden sword. She replied, uncaring as to who she reveals this information to. In a world with 7 pieces of Excalibur, what's introducing an 8th? True, this was a trump card, but she has the true blade elsewhere. The power of the true sword of promised victory remains in her pouch, and its traced version was only a fragment compared to it. An 8th? If I recall correctly, there are only Excalibur Mimic, Destruction, and Ruler missing from my collection. To think an 8th would exist. He looked at the blade with an envious gaze. And then he saw it. The crack on the blade of rapidly. It was thin, but it was still there. He growled, sheathing the sword and bringing out Excalibur transparency. I guess this fight is yours. He snarled. Let's play again, little church brat. He then jumped up and away, disappearing from sight. Ami, remaining on the rooftop, could only watch the battle in disbelief and wonder. Illya wasn't just a magical girl, she was also a really good swordswoman. Not only that, Excalibur? Even she, a Japanese elementary student, knows the legend of King Arthur and his legendary sword. And Illya is using it. It was as pretty as she thought it would be. Well, it's not as glamorous, but the sheer power of the blade was enough that she could sense it. Its glow of gold made Ami feel as though entranced by the beauty. Her cell phone, in camera mode, was in her hand. And yes, she was definitely had been taking pictures of the fight. And it was awe-inspiring. The man soon retreated, and she could only watch as he disappeared. But then a sudden streak suddenly rushed towards the man. At the other side of the streak was Illya, holding a bow, with an arrow nocked. Another arrow flew. Illya wasn't about to let him escape without so much as a warning. She needs to make sure that the man would not be able to kill anyone else, at least for a long time. So to ensure that, she summoned the Heroic Spirit EMIYA's true weapon, the bow, jumped to the top of the nearby buildings, and knocked an arrow. Even if the man was invisible that it seemed like an exercise in futility to shoot, she leveled her bow. And it was released. Knocking a second arrow, she released again. Why was she so certain to shoot? Because she knew. She knew that the Holy Sword of Transparency doesn't have any other effects other than turn its wielder invisible. Velocity, acceleration, physics still applies to the man regardless if he's an invisible or not. Because he doesn't have the power to defy gravity, now does he? And any skilled archer would be able to read irregularities in the wind. Freed didn't know what hit him. It struck his left shoulder. Freed growled as he stopped. He then felt another arrow strike his other shoulder. He dropped the sword, Excalibur Transparency, onto the ground. He growled, being unable to pick it up due to his limp arms. He turned to the girl and glared with absolute hatred, before running away. Illya soon appeared where he once was. Ignoring the blood, she picked up the fallen blade and left, returning to Ami's side. Ami-chan, are you alright? Illya asked, as Illya grabbed the girl and set her down on the ground. She was once more in her magical girl outfit, having uninstalled Archer soon. Excalibur Transparency was also hanging from her back, kept there by a wire. Eliakim, you are amazing! Ami gushed. You're a real-life magical girl. Well, yeah? Illya nodded. She turned back to her normal form, Ruby graciously keeping quiet for some reason. And you're looking into the bad guy who keeps killing people, right? I guess so. Then why didn't you catch the enemy? I mean, I know magical girls tend to let their enemies get away, but why didn't you? I already caught him once. Illya replied. He escaped, but I think I know how. He likely used Excalibur Nightmare to trick her into thinking that he was caught. But why didn't he attack her afterwards? She won't know. Hoy! Are you two alright? A teenage male voice called. The two of them turned to find a blonde high school student breathing heavily. From his uniform, he was clearly a fellow Kuoh Academy student. There was a really strange energy around here. Why are you carrying a sword? The serial killer dropped it. Ami chimed. Illya was very brave and fought him off. Can I ask that you two come with me to the school again? I'm Saji Genshiro, the secretary of the high school's student council. We'll contact your guardians to get you home, but right now, we're investigating on the matter, so I'd appreciate it if you would inform me as to what happened. That's fine. Illya nodded. Let's go, Ami-chan. A mysterious presence lurks in the shadows. The shadowy figure stood there, watching. Waiting. Always waiting. These were her orders, and it was an honor for someone so low on the ranks to get a job personally from the boss. Illyasviel von Einzbern, a mysterious presence. A child in appearance, but she is clearly unnatural. Magic power flourishes through her, in ways that no other being could understand. But most importantly, she is an aberration to the laws of the world. The presence did not understand how, but the being who continued to watch over Illyasviel knew that that was how the god of the dead, Hades, saw her. And so, following the orders of Hades, the presence continues to watch over the aberration. Thanks for listening to my video. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe and comment below your favorite part. Sayonara, see you in the next video.